We are live at Coletco for Thursday, July 3rd, Independence Day Eve. We are here and we are about to start selling records as soon as I make a couple more shares and post. Let's see, there's that. Okay. We are live on Coletco for Thursday night, metal night. There's also 5 Hatchet Ed crates. And plenty of all right, we're streaming on a bunch of stuff now. Feel like I'm in a sauna. That's what Kramer said when he's actually in a sauna. Is it hot in here or is it just me?
It's like a little hot.
It's a little mild? Okay.
Cold, so I feel like it's gotta be warm if I'm like,
Right, okay. Okay. Otis? Okay. We are live. Yep. Oh, there's Otis. He is hyper today. He's got a haircut. Okay. I hope everybody's done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook.
Live?
I'm live. Do what now? No. Give me 1 second here. Okay, Facebook Live. Okay. Your email and mailing addresses. Thanks. Live now to bid. Alright. Okay. Let's get us on YouTube. Paper towel. Like that's next to the printer. Okay, I've got that shared. Almost done. Replying to some people. Definitely some new people asking how to buy Badlands. No surprise there. Right, Paul? Okay, I love crates, especially when they're full of records. All right, I think that's everything. Now there was 3 flip crates. Is this 2 of them?
That's the most recent.
This one here?
The other ones, you want the old items, you want them in the crate, or just keep them? I'll just keep them over here. But I have the ones that didn't sell, I have them in their own crate.
I don't ever show them, so I don't have to have them.
Yeah. I'll bring them.
It makes my sold stacks look better.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. There's that.
Crate number 1.
Okay.
Sold. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see what's going on. Oh, that's my saving grace. That's my saving grace right there. Here we go. I got here and the first person I talked to is Jake, and I heard my voice for the first time in like 12 hours. I was like, oh no, that don't sound good. First time I've spoken since I left here last night. There's Otis. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Whoa, you want some monster? You want some monster, Otis? Uh-oh. You want some monster? Advanced hydration, electrolytes, reduce fatigue, increase concentration, vitamins, coconut water, and botanicals. Botanicals. That's what I just drunk. A bunch of increased concentration, botanicals. I'm going to set these sheeties in here for Tanner. Most of these are sold. right, everybody. Have you hit the like button on Facebook? The way my voice, I feel like I could be in a... The way my voice sounds, I feel like I could be in a Pantera cover band. I feel like I'm been smoking cigarettes for 50 years. I feel like I could hit those Phil Anselmo notes. No, I can't. All right. Here we go. These were posted in the group at noon. Most of them sold. A lot of them sold. Put those over there for Tanner to tag. Tanner's known as the tagger. Tanner the tagger. Tony the tiger, you got Tanner the tagger. You got Jill, and she is... I hadn't come up with a nickname for you yet. She's running up that hill. That's a Kate Bush song. You got Jake the snake. I just moved the CDs. Those 4 stacks on the table are from the 12 o'clock post.
Okay.
That's it. I don't think I actually need this, but I'll take it. I don't think there's no... Well, we might need it. Okay. Everybody still with me? Has everybody hit the like button? I'm about to start showing vinyl. We've got the table cleared off. We've got everything shared. I started a lot earlier than I normally do. Probably stoned some people for a loop. I've got a few. Actually, there is a few more things up front, Tanner, but I'll get them. Well, there's 2 crates of Seth auctions that are going to be needed for tonight. They're behind the counter. They say Seth auctions. And some of the first stuff I'm going to start selling. Yep. Okay. So let's do first the new vinyl that came in yesterday. That flip crate, which was posted in our group. Let's do that. Welcome to Collectco, everybody. We are live on Thursday night. We call this Metal Night Auction Night because tonight's going to be a lot of Metal Night auction nights. Metal auction night. Oh, yeah. And everybody here has the 4th of July off tomorrow. Paid holiday. I do too. I'll still be here, though. I don't... I'm half British, so I don't celebrate the 4th. That just made my sister laugh. No, I'm definitely much American. We do have some people in the UK who's tuned in from the UK tonight. I already seen 2. Thank you for our independence, even though we rightfully want it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, we need to pull the firework effects up, don't we? Good thinking there. Let's pull this flip video up. Okay. Let's see here. 11 hours ago. That's it right here. All right, there's that. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Got a Metallica song stuck in my head, Too Far Gone. Okay, tonight's a big batch of cassettes going out too. I got them right here. And that's going to be some of our first auctions. So I just posted a picture of this in the group. We got Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love. Let's put that up for a $7 start. Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love, Electra. I don't know if that was on a pre-Electra label leather or not, but there's that. And then Ed left me, he unboxed some Japanese, and he unboxed, let me see, Actually, let me do one walkthrough up here and see what I can all find. Make sure I found everything that I need to. I might see one or two more things that are needed. Okay, here's these. Awesome. Okay. Man, there's some good looking stuff in here. Holy moly. All right, here we go. Helix. Helix is an 84. Helix is a 84 OG. It's walking the razor's edge. It's an original Winchester pressing. The vinyl is EX Plus condition, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start. I got one of the crates, Tanner. We just need one more. It's red. Okay. There's that, and this is Motley Crue, a $7 start, and Michael Rudolph's in. Over here, make sure you're in our private group, Whole Lot of Records, every morning, if possible, at 6 a.m., if feasible. I post a flip video, and that's of our new vinyl, and at 9 I do vintage. We'll talk about that later. But it looks like we got a lot of claims. Overkill, Plasmatics, Ryan Bingham, Overkill, Crooked Rain, Paradise Lost, Greg Allman, Metallica, Oingo Boingo, Typo Negative, Slayer, Reload, Overkill, Zach Sabbath, Quicksand, Master Puppets, Hall & Oates, Queensryche, Zach Bryan, Cold, Metallica, Black Sabbath, Stranger Things, Great Southern Trendkill, both Plasmatics, Metallica Volume 1, Metallica, and Metallica. So a lot of stuff there obviously sold. This is definitely claimed, and I think we're going to have a waiting list. This is Metallica Market Square Heroes. We sold 4 sets last night. This is a live concert. It comes in a Volume 1 and a Volume 2. It is unofficial. It's $44.99. And I know for sure somebody claimed it, and then I think we're going to have a waiting list. Let's make a note. Kenny Case Jr. said he believes he's on a waiting list. And Kenny, I don't think I had anybody down, so I'll double check. I'll go ahead and give this one to the person who claimed both of them. That's Corey James. So CORYJAMES, Corey James. He got a Volume 1 and a Volume 2. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I still hadn't found the ones. Somewhere some fell down in between a crate too, and I have no idea where they're at. So that's sad, but that's okay. All right, so these are sold to Corey James. Let's make a note to check on the status for Kenny Cates Jr. Kind of like a waiting list, but I'll double check it. And if anybody else wants a set of those, let me know. So thank you, Corey. And then we got the Black Album. That's a 2 LP remaster. The Black Album. This is sold to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford. These are $34.99, the top selling album of the past 30 years. It is now 30 million worldwide sales. I think it's double diamond here in the United States. That's amazing for an album that recent to have sold so many physical copies. That is $34.99 for the Black Album. There's that. So thank you, Clifford Umstead, and I have 2 more if anybody else wants it. The only thing that matters, nothing else matters except you buying that record. That's it. This is Metallica's Kill 'Em All, and Kill 'Em All is $33.99. I think this one's still available. I don't think anybody claimed to Kill 'Em All. We sold 2 last night, and guess what? Here is another one. This is Metallica's Kill 'Em All, $33.99. Search In, Seek and Destroy, Jump in the Fire, Motor Breath, and then here's Master of Puppets. Welcome Home Sanitarium, and this is $33.99. And somebody did get a Metallica. The Master of Puppets is sold to Stephen Reeves. Thank you, Stephen Reeves. That's sold to you. We got Brandon Jones. I think, Brandon, you got off last night right before I started showing all the Metallica stuff, so you just missed it. Put me on the waiting list for Metallica Volume 1, Volume 2. Put Brandon Jones down for a set. And then he also wants a Black Album. Thank you on that. All right, so let's update where we're at. Helix is our first metal LP of the night. It's an 84 OG Winchester, nice vinyl, EX Plus condition. And Helix is at $30. And let's also put Brandon Jones down for a Master of Puppets waiting list. We can do that. And where did we get to on the Motley Crue cassette? Michael Rudolph went out. Justin Deckelman had it for $8. So we're about to sell that. We're about to sell that for $8. Tanner, did you happen to put a Master Puppets up in the racks today? I know we had some stray Metallica albums that wasn't with this new batch, but Okay. Yeah, I think we were completely sold out of everything. That's why I ordered so much. So yeah, that's okay. We got to order more anyway. I'm sure Brandon's okay with a waiting list. Brandon, if I find one, I'll give it to you, but we'll put him on a wait list for Master of Puppets. Also put Alonzo down for that Market Square Arena set, Volume 1 and 2. So there's Kill 'Em All. We still got a Black Album in stock, and then here's Saint Anger. And Saint Anger is a Gatefold 2 LP. It is $44.99. That is Saint Anger. Gatefold 2 LP, $44.99. I know this is not the most popular of the Metallica catalog, but you know what's weird is sometimes they sell out and they'll be out of stock for months. So, I mean, obviously people are still buying them and they're still trying to complete their Metallica discography, but that's $44.99. Excuse me. And then we got the newest Load Remaster. So the Load Remaster is $44.99. It's a 2 LP. And let's see who was, anybody claimed any of these. Nobody claimed any of these, it looks like. So, yeah, this is still available. This is Load. We did sell a Reload. That's coming up later. So, that's $44.99. Jim Sedal also wants on that Volume 1, 2. We're going to have a big waiting list for that. Let's look at it one more time. I read the track listing off last night. Incredible concert. Market Square Heroes, 88. We now have, I think, 3 or 4 people on a waiting list for both volumes, $44.99. Brandon Jones on a Saint Anger. Now we got one Saint Anger left, and he needs a Metallica Load 2 LP remaster. Brandon Jones as well. Thank you. Next thing in here is S&M. That's Metallica with a San Francisco Symphony. They've done this twice. This is $69.99, S&M and S&M 2. This is S&M, and it is $69.99. It's a 3 LP, 21-song set. It's pretty incredible if you've never listened to it. Let's go ahead and sell Deckelman, that first Motley Crue cassette. Thank you, Justin. That sold to you for $8. Let's go ahead and bundle 3 together now. Let's go ahead and bundle Shout at the Devil, Theater of Pain, and Dr. Feelgood all together for a $15 start. So Dr. Feelgood, Theater Pain, and Shout at the Devil, 3 Motley Crue cassettes, a $15 start. We're still bidding on Helix over here. Let's see what else we can get up for auction. These are going to be some busy crates tonight. We've got this flip crate. I got a crate of on sale new vinyl that I got to tag and show the leftovers. And you know what else we have? We have 5 Hatchet Ed crates. Plus John's here today, Laura's here today, and Paul's here today, all marking new stuff. This is one of those incredible busy nights. We got probably 150 metal cassettes still to go through. We've got 5 Hatchet Ed crates. We're going to have Paul crates, John crates, Laura crates, discount crates, new vinyl crates. It's just going to be a busy soul. There is no new, brand new stuff. There's no new sealed deliveries, no. Of course, when we go through Hatchet Ed crates, it could be stuff that was out of print or out of stock now that's been put back or not paid for. So 5 Hatchet Ed crates. He has brought down the hammer. About a month ago, we had about 5 new people who bought a lot of stuff that we never did hear back from. And I knew they were suspicious right off the bat. And I could have swore I saw somebody vouch for one of them at some point, and they bought like a couple $1,000s worth of stuff, almost 2 full crates, and we never did hear back from them. It was very unfortunate. And then one person who bought like 30 albums said, can he pay for 1 a week or something like that? And I was like, no, what are you talking about? So we had to end a bunch of orders. So very unfortunate. That's why if you're new, we got to have new customers. We obviously love new customers, but if you plan on spending a lot and you do have the money and finances to buy a lot of vinyl and you're a serious collector, just FYI, we may hit you up early and be like, hey, you've already spent $1,000. Can you go ahead and pay for all these? Or you've already spent $500, and just make sure you're covered, because if you're new and you get to a certain point, we're going to go ahead and ask you to pay. Some people, we've got to that point and we don't hear back from them. They're like, oh crap, they caught me. I don't have any money and I'm on here buying records. So, okay, here is an 89 OG Euro. Folks, this is OG Euro, Enough's Enough. This is the OG pressing, and it has a promo sticker on the back. Currently, there's only one for sale in the United States, and this is Enough's Enough. And it is a $35 start. It is EX condition, VG++. It has a promo sticker on the back, and that's going to go up for a $35 start, okay? So there's those, and there's those. And let me go over here and see if I hadn't missed anything, okay? So we sold, the last thing I sold was Load. And then over here we got the 3 Motley Crue at 15 with Paul Weber, Justin Deckelman, you tagged them. Jamie, the Market Squares are $44 each. $44 each on those, just so you know. And then over here, we got Helix at $40, now $41. Can you take my invoice out of Seth's check? I can pay back $20 a week. Sounds good to me. He don't need the money anyway. Okay. Over here, we have Metallica live at Hammersmith Odeon. This is Metallica live at Hammersmith Odeon, September 21st, 1986. This is on 180-gram lagoon-colored vinyl, and that's the live Metallica Hammersmith, $39.99. That is September 21st, 1986, Metallica. And I think that particular live album, there was no other claims, okay? So that is available, $39.99. Scott Markheim got one. Thank you, Scott Markheim. That's so to you. Let me say that again. This Enough's Enough. There's only one listed in the United States for sale. This 1989 Euro David Baber. There's only one for sale in the United States at the moment, and it's listed at $70. There's only one in the United States for sale. So you might be looking at worldwide. So what you're looking at is incorrect. Metallica Reload. This is a 2 LP. It is sold to Scott Markheim, so he got a Hammersmith and he got a Reload. That is $49.99. And Carl Berger wants that last Metallica Odeon. Thank you on that. So that is sold and that is done, okay? So those are sold out. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. We got to start a waiting list for that one. Now let me go up, make sure I didn't miss any claims. First thing we're looking at right now is Helix at $40. Next thing we had was Helix 41. Enough's Enough opened at $35. Motley Crue 16. Motley Crue 17. What's the Metallica album? David, we've shown about a dozen Metallica albums. Motley Crue cassettes are at $20. I was on a waiting list for Black Sabbath Paranoid. When is it expected to come in? You was on a pre-order for, is that a pre-order for the new Rhino? If so, I don't think there is any waiting list for those. Helix is at $44. And now the next thing I have, Chad, I need another Volume 1 and Volume 2. Got them both already. I need another. I need neither. Okay, you don't need either. That's what I thought. I could have swore I already got them to you. The Black Album, is that the remastered? Yeah, the Black Album is remastered. That's the one you got. And I don't think we have any more left, do we? We got one Black Album left. Yes. Okay. All right, and then Jamie Butler wants on that Market Square Arena. Enough's Enough, $35.45. So Carl Berger got a Metallica Odeon. Scott Markheim got one from the video. And then if anybody else wants one, it's going to be a waiting list. First, it looks like David Saunders and then Sean Holford, if that's okay with y'all. Okay? And now Helix is at 47. He's out on crew. And now Helix is at 48, Enough's Enough's at 37, Helix is at 49. Nirvana in utero. I have 2 copies left, $36.99. $36.99. Also over here, we got a Reload. I hadn't finished pulling from the video yet. The other Reload over here is sold to Scott Smith. And that means Buddy Cordova. If it's okay with you, I'll put you on a waiting list. Those will be back in next week. So let's go over here. And so, yeah, the Reloads were sold to Scott Smith. There's one of them. And the other one over here was sold to Scott Markheim. We got two people on a waiting list for the live Hammersmith. And then over here, we have Helix at 50. And we have a putback on the Black Album. Brandon's already bought that one. So, yeah, we got 2 Black Albums still in stock, $34.99 if anybody wants that. Those sound amazing, by the way. Okay, then we have Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill. Pantera, I believe, did get claimed, and the Great Southern Trendkill here was sold to $33.99. Give me 1 second. Pantera, Great Southern Trendkill is sold to nobody. Okay? Yeah, no, it's sold to Cameron Lingefeld. I was about to say, Cameron Lingefeld. Thank you, Cameron Lingefeld. That's sold to you. And then over here, we got Matt Marco on Nirvana. And Caleb Howe on Metallica, the Black Album. Okay, so that's sold to Caleb Howe. Now, over here, let's update all these auctions. We have a lot of activity going on. A lot. I said I felt like a 2 or a 3 yesterday. Yeah, I told somebody earlier, I guess I told Tanner earlier, I feel like about a 5 today. So definitely better, but I'm not 100% Chad yet. We got 3 Motley Crue cassettes up for auction right now. Thursday Night Metal Night, as usual, has started off hot and heavy. Motley Crue, the lot of 3 Motley Crue cassettes, the last bid that came in on those, The last bid that came in on those was El Terrible Torrio, then Justin Deckelman at $20. Justin Deckelman has those three for $20, okay? Those three for $20. Helix is at $52 with Carl Berger. That's an 84 US OG Winchester, EX Plus condition. This is an OG Euro copy of Enough's Enough. It is VG++ or better. It has a promo sticker, and the last bid that came in on this was $39 with Carl Berger. I've got two full crates. I've got two full crates of unadvertised auctions. Y'all have no idea that are coming. No idea. They weren't posted. They're over here, and it's mostly all metal. We've got enough stuff here for 5 nights. There's everything from Vinnie Vincent to Tesla to LA Guns to Black Sabbath and Aussies and maybe even some Metallicas and Anthrax. And I mean, there's all kinds of stuff, okay? A great thing to have a backlog of stuff like that for surprises. It will keep everybody guessing. LA Guns Renegades. I think this is available. It's on white vinyl. It's $29.99. LA Guns Renegades, white vinyl, $29.99. It is available. And then here is that new Greg Allman band, Uncle Sam's, 2LP orange vinyl. Greg Allman is sold to Clifford Umstead. These are numbered, and we're down to one copy. We're down to one copy of Greg Allman if anybody wants that. Let me make sure nobody else commented. I don't think they did, so those are still available. And then this is the new Bruce Springsteen release, $44.99 selections from the Lost Albums, $44.99. Enough's Enough, $40, $41, $41. And we made a note, if you want to buy one from a United States dealer on Discogs right now, the cheapest for sale was $70 plus shipping. We always use in the United States because typically a lot of people don't like buying overseas. And if you do, usually the shipping on it's what, $15, $20? So we usually just say in the United States. And sometimes from a reputable seller with a high rating or whatever. So that's at a great price right now at $41. And I think we're done on Helix. Carl Berger has it for $52. Next over here was Coulter Wall. We sold a bunch of Coulter Wall albums last night, like 3 each of every one of his albums. And this is everything that's left. Out of everything, this is what's left, $29.99. $29.99. Carl Berger wants that last Greg Allman. That's been a great new release that's come in. And then over here, we have this new Overkill release that comes out tomorrow. It's called Really 14, and it's $38.99. We have one sold to Ken Crooker. We have one sold to Rebecca Howitt. And I think there's even more. There's one sold to Jen Cast. Thank you, Jen Cast. And there is, that's it. I still got 2 left if anybody, no, there's 1 left, Edwin Riviera. Okay, Enough's Enough is at 40 and now 43. So George Samberes says, I was on the wait list for Uncle. You got one yesterday, George. Yes, I've already pulled one for you. I did that yesterday for sure. Thank you as always. And then over here, we got Helix, and this is sold to Carl Berger for $52. Thank you, Carl Berger. That is sold to you. Helix is done, okay? Now, they're still being on Enough's Enough. He's out. El Terrible's out on the cassettes. These 3 are sold to Justin Deckelman for $22. Thank you. Those are done. So, I ordered 3 copies of every album in Metallica's discography. I don't think the only thing I ordered was 72 Seasons. And, of course, you can't get Lulu. It's out of print. This is everything. And out of 3 albums, it filled up a crate and a half. This is all that's left from Metallica's catalog. 1 Black Album left, $34.99. 1 Kill 'Em All left for $33. Saint Anger for $44. The new remaster of Load, which a couple weeks ago when this came out, we've already pre-sold 50 or 60 of them. $44.99 on that, and then S&M is $69. That's it. That's amazing. That's all that's left. I've got to go back and now reorder all those again because I was really ordering them to keep them in stock here in the store because I think that's a really big seller here in our store as well. That's all that's left. And then Enough's Enough is at $45 with Carl Berger. It is an 89 Euro OG Atco Records. It has a promo sticker on the back, and it's at $45 right now. That's the high bid. Let's put up something else. But first, I have 2 Dio cassettes to put up for a $15 start. Lock Up the Wolves and Intermission. Dio, $15 start. Those are now up for bid. Also, Nirvana in Utero is $36.99. LA Guns is $29.99. Springsteen, Lost and Found, $44. Coulter Walls, $29. And then that last copy of Overkill, Really 14, $38.99. We have sold 14 of those. That's all that's left there. I'm going to put all these back here. Thanks, everybody, for purchasing something out of there. Now, the next crate was the most recent on-sale new vinyl. And a lot of this is already sold, so bear with me as I go through them. But if you do want it when I'm showing it, I'd go ahead and comment. However, these are one and done. So when I show these, if they've already sold, I can't put you on a waiting list because they're on sale. They're kind of like clear outs, okay? The first comment is, or the first thing that's left is Bright Eyes, I'm Wide Awake, It's Morning. Vinyl Me Please exclusive, now $10 off. This is available. It is available for $24.99. Let's go ahead and get another auction going as soon as I show code, but this is already sold for $24.99 to Darren Wortman. Thank you, Darren Wortman. That's so to you. Let me go ahead and get another auction going. And we'll start all the like featured advertised stuff a little bit closer to 7. But guess what? We got plenty of other metal stuff I'm running right now, early. It's just $5.52. And guess what I'm putting up? A 1984 Japanese pressing on the Vertigo label with insert Nobi. It is near mint minus, and it's a $45 start. A Japanese pressing of Thin Lizzy Black Rose. The 2 Dio cassettes have a bid for $15. Petra, both of these are still available. $24.99, 180 gram burgundy colored vinyl. We have Petra, $24.99. There's 2 available. And also $24.99 was Pavement. This is already sold to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you, Rebecca. That's sold to her, $24.99. Also $24.99 was Ryan Bingham. This is sold to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny. That's sold to Danny, $24.99. And we have Slayer. This one was $10 off, Divine Intervention. I'm pretty sure I saw a Slayer comment somewhere. I did, from Philip Holt. So thank you, Philip. That's sold to you. Are we done on Enough's Enough? It was at $48. Carl Berger, are you done? It was at $48 with Carl Berger. And then here is Stranger Things, music from seasons 1 and 2. This was only $24.99. It is a 2 LP. It is sold. Let me go ahead and tell you who got that one. That is sold to Stephen Parton. Thank you, Stephen. That is sold to you. And then over here was Zach Bryan. And Zach Bryan was $29.99. I'm pretty sure there was a claim for Zach Bryan. And $29.99 on Zach Bryan is sold to Charlie Sales. Yes. Thank you, Charlie Sales. That's sold to you, $29.99. Now, if you're wondering, like, wow, how is everybody getting these already early? Make sure you're in our private group. It's called Whole Lotta Records. I post videos every morning, 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and I've been doing something at noon every day. CDs are like another Paul Laura crate, just stuff that didn't sell, flipping through that. Hope everybody's hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. It's going to be one of those nights. It's going to be one of those really good nights here at Coletco. I'm honestly pretty excited, even though I'm severely under the weather. And if you're new, you can jump in at any time. $8 in limited shipping. We do an open box all week. All week we do an open box, so you can jump in at any time. All right, 2 Dios. No, they got a new bid. James Vasquez, $18. He's in. I didn't even see that. Doug, you got bumped on the Dios. They're at 18. So let me go ahead and add these. Queensryche, The Warning and Rage for Order. Queensryche, double cassette there, or not double, lot of 2, $15 start on those, okay? Type O Negative is $29.99. Type O Negative, T-O-P, $29.99 on this. That's $10 off. Did no one buy this? Wow, no one bought this in the flip video. Type O Negative is $10 off. That's crazy. This is the curse of the... It did say, okay, Philip Holt. I was about to say, surely, $29.99 on Type O Negative. Thin Lizzy still getting bids, but Carl Berger went out on Enough's Enough. We can go ahead and sell that to MT Matt for $48. Thank you, MT Matt. That is sold to you for $48. Appreciate that. Let's put that away. And I thought I was crazy there for a second. Sorry. Yeah, that's already been claimed. And then Angel is still available, $29.99. Angel is $29.99. Folks, this is blue vinyl, and I still got both of them. They were originally $38, so those are $29.99. Those are still available. And then this Slayer here, did we have somebody that just put Slayer? No, Philip put Divine Intervention. Let me make sure. Okay, yeah, this is still available for sure. I knocked $7 off. It has a seam split, though. It has a seam split, Rain in Blood. If you can get by some cover damage, just $29.99 on that. Thin Lizzy, $60. What a great album. And now we got lots of cassettes. The 2 Dios are at $19, and the 2 Queensryches are at $16. Also, $19.99 for Paradise Lost. That's sold to Danny Thomason. Danny Thomason got Paradise Lost for $19.99. Carl Berger gets an Angel for $29.99. And Shannon Price does get a Slayer for $29.99. Okay, and then let me make sure before I show this, nobody claimed it, because this would be a great opportunity for somebody. $34.99. It did sell. Okay, Scott Beebe, Queensryche was marked down to $34.99. Let's sell that to Scott Beebe. Thank you, Scott Beebe. That's so to you. And then over here, now the plasmatics get a little confusing because I think I've got 2 different ones here. They're both $19.99. Let's go from the bottom. Danny Thomason wanted both titles for $19.99 each. So those are sold to Danny Thomason. Okay. And then the next person on the plasmatics, was Cameron Lingefeld, and he wanted both copies. Okay, so those are both sold to Cameron. We've already got his Pantera pulled. So there's one plasmatics. This is available. Beyond the Valley. 1984, $19.99. That's the price. Avenged Sevenfold was marked down $5 off because of a seam split. It's $39.99, 10th anniversary, limited edition gold vinyl. Now, that's not the normal cover that you might see like on the CD or the streaming platforms. They did a completely different cover for the vinyl. This is the same album, though, Hail to the King, $39.99. Okay, so what happened on Dio? Dio's at $20. Doug Reeder, it goes back to you. The Queensryches are at $17. That's with Nick Galetti. And the final call on Thin Lizzy was Jim Sedal at $60. Okay. Next thing we have is Deftones White Pony. Deftones White Pony is $29.99. Deftones White Pony, $29.99. That's $10 off. That is still available if anybody wants it. No one claimed that from the video. And then Hall & Oates was $5 off, $39.99. That's new and sealed MoFi. That is sold to Scott Beebe. Thank you. That is sold to Scott Beebe. And then Oingo Boingo was $24.99. And $24.99 for Oingo Boingo. That is sold to Philip Hope. Thank you, Philip. That's sold to you for $24. Deftones is sold to Anthony Clark for $29.99. Okay? There is that. And now we got the Queensryche cassettes at $21. And Thin Lizzy was at $60 with Jim Sedal. Hammers up on that one. And the Dio cassettes, Doug Reeder's out, so it looks like those are going to be a final call to James Vasquez for $20. And then I don't know why these ended up in here, but these were the 2 no bids from last night. OG Japanese Paul McCartney 2 for $35, and Booker T and the MGs was a 2002 Sundays, $15 on that, okay? If you're here for OG metal albums, they're going to be sold at auction. The crates are going to have no telling what. They could be new sealed reissues. It could be classic rock. It could be Avenged Sevenfold. It could be Nat King Cole. It could be Mott the Hoople. It could be Jerry Garcia. It could be Slayer. It could be, you just don't know. If you're here for OG metal, those are going to be back here for the next 5 hours up for auction. One at a time being sold. One at a time. It could be some classic rock and hard rock mixed in too, but all the OG metal stuff, especially if you saw it in the ad, those are going to be sold back there on the auction block one at a time for like the next 5 hours. So hopefully nobody has any plans and you're here to go, okay? How cool is this? It's an original 12-inch single of Limp Bizkit Break Stuff. This is a EX copy or better. This is a 2001 OG 12-inch. It's got 4 different mixes. Break Stuff, B-side, Crushed, featuring Bosco. Bosco, the secret code. We have Limp Bizkit going up for a $15 start. It's in the original sleeve with the hop sticker. Limp Bizkit, that's now up for bid. $15 start on that. What's the Japanese? Probably not many tonight, except for Thin Lizzy here. Thin Lizzy is an 84 Japanese Vertigo pressing, near mint minus, and Jim Sedal had it for $60. The hammer's up. I'm about to sell it to him. The 2 Dio cassettes are sold. The 2 Dio cassettes are sold for $20, the James Vasquez, and they're still bidding on the Queensryche. The last bid on the Queensryche that come in was Doug Reeder at 22. David Saunders, let me know if you want to bid again. If you're here bidding, just a couple rules. Make sure if you're bidding that you stay active in the chat, and when you're done, you say out. But when you say out, you can't bid again, but it will help me speed it up. Also, if you're buying an auction, make sure you have money. Okay, that's rule number 3.4. Make sure you have money to pay for them come Monday. Carl Berger on McCartney. That sold to Carl for $35. So that was a leftover auction from last night. Poor Booker T. Wow, not much left in the on-sale new vinyl crate. Vince Sevenfold, $5 off for $39. Whoever asked about that other Plasmatics, these are the only 3 I can get. We sold out of Wretched last night. Plasmatics is $19.99. Angel was $29. Petra, $24. And Bright Eyes is $24. That's all that's left there, okay? That's all that's left out of that crate. The only other thing that was posted in the flip video earlier was a crate of fairly new vinyl that I'm about to show you right now. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I do feel slightly better. Oh, man. Still rough. I will have to be mute. If you hear me mute my mic a lot tonight, I'm probably coughing or sneezing, okay? So don't think my mic has went out. We got great batteries, the best batteries. All right, Thin Lizzy has a new bid. $61. 2 people asked about it since I did a final call, and now it has new bids. And now Queensryche has new bids, and now Limp Bizkit's at $26. James Vasquez wants a Petra. You got it. Vasquez is going to get a Petra, and that doesn't leave much at all. Plus, I got the leftover new vinyl on sale, but I feel like I've gone through those 2 or 3 other times, okay? Now, this is just fairly new stuff here, priced at sticker. This is the definite edition now of Black Sabbath's debut album. By the way, the final Black Sabbath show, Saturday, Birmingham. Wow. I've been seeing posts and videos. I wish I was over there. What an amazing experience that must be. $44.99. This is 180 gram, all analog Kevin Gray. That's our last copy again. I think we're now over 100 copies sold probably, and probably over 100, definitely over 100 copies of Paranoid. That's our last one in stock, and then I'll have to buy more. I have Onslaught. These are in stock and available for sure. This is limited edition colored vinyl, Onslaught The Force. New and sealed, $33.99. Black Sabbath is sold to Shannon Price. Thank you. And then over here, the Queensryche cassettes. I hope we're final. David Saunders, you've been outbid. Doug Reeder has them for $25. Was Metallica show worth the sickness? 100%. 100%. Thin Lizzy's now at $65. Greg Gallagher's out. And now Limp Bizkit. Tom Harris has already bid $30. Tom Harris said, hey, y'all are out. I bid $30 like 20 minutes ago. Tom Harris is at $30 on Limp Bizkit. The other Onslaught I have is Power from Hell. Both of those are available. Those are also $33.99. And then here's another vinyl me, please. This is the all analog cut by Chris Bellman, Bernie Grumman mastering. This is Anthem of the Sun, $34.99. David's out on the Queensryche cassettes. Jim Sedal, you're going to get the Thin Lizzy for $65. Thank you on that. And the Limp Bizkit's a 12-inch single of Break Stuff. And the B-side is Crushed, and both sides have multiple different versions. All righty, let's do 2 Ozzy cassettes. Oh, boy. The Ultimate Sin and Bark at the Moon. $15 start on Ozzy. $15 start on Ozzy. And we got Queens right here. Let's go ahead and sell both of those. Thank you, Doug Reeder. Both of those sold to you for $25. Okay, then we got Stranger Things. This is season 3, $38.99. $38.99. That's season 3. Now, Stephen Parton, if you're watching, I tagged you for the on sale Stranger Things. I didn't know if you want this one too. It's a 2LP with 7-inch, $38.99. That's season 3. What else am I looking for in here? I'm looking for BS Lost and Found. Oh, that's Donna Hand Shoemaker. That's from the very first crate. I hadn't pulled those yet. Right here. Donna Hand Shoemaker wants this right here. Black Bruce Springsteen Lost and Found. This here. This is so to Donna Hand Shoemaker. Thank you, Donna Hand Shoemaker, on that. Okay. And then I'm just also looking for Zach Sabbath and Queensryche or Quicksand. Those are coming up in a second, okay? Now, over here, we have Judge bringing it down. Judge is $39.99. We need new auctions for sure. Let's give the people what they want. What do they want? They want more Japanese Thin Lizzy. I hope David Johnson's watching. This is an 83 OG Japanese pressing on the Japanese Vertigo label. It has the Obi, the vinyl's EX Plus, and this one's also going up for a $45 start. Two things. We don't get a lot of Thin Lizzy. We don't get a lot of Japanese Thin Lizzy. $45 start on that. Up here at the top, we left off by saying Limp Bizkit got a new bid for $35. And then let's make a waiting list for Black Sabbath Paranoid, Robert Barnett. And somebody earlier in the show said they still needed one. Can you remind me who you are? These two Ozzy cassettes is Ultimate Sin and Bark at the Moon. They are opened at $15. And let's see, Stephen Parton. He may not be on right now if he doesn't want it. Okay, let's go ahead and give this to Kelly Vladerchek. And when Stephen's on later, I'll double check. I can get both either way. Give that one to Kelly Vladerchek, Space Orca. And then 7 inches, The Never Ending Story. Yeah, I think that's right. And then Michael Reed got Judge. Thank you on that. Thin Lizzy has already taken off of multiple bids. And now over here, Steven says he's passing. Okay, good. Glad. I had a feeling you're watching. Zach Sabbath is sold. And this was sold to... I just saw her comment. I just read it. Jen Cash. She got an Overkill earlier, and now she's getting a Zach Sabbath. Now, these here, I can put you on waiting list, okay? So, for example, if anybody wants on that debut Black Sabbath waiting list, the Definite Edition. If anybody wants on that Bruce Springsteen Lost and Found. If anybody wants on Stranger Things. If anybody wants on Judge, I can get more of those at the price I'm selling them for. And then same thing for Zach Sabbath. That's so to Jen Cast. That's Zach Wild doing Black Sabbath covers. Saigon Kick is still available. Last copy. $38.99 for Saigon Kick. And DJ Shadow Action Adventure. DJ Shadow 2LP $38.99. So right now the Ozzy cassettes are at $22. Are we done on Limp Bizkit? There were several people bidding, including Tom Harris. However, that last bid still remains high. Todd Hill, over 3 minutes ago now, he has the Limp Bizkit 12-inch single break stuff for $35. $35 on that. Just FYI. Okay, Mike Sharp on Saigon Kick and Stephen Parton on Stranger Things Season 4. I think we have one of those in stock. Have you seen a Season 4? The reason I keep asking Tanner is because we've been filling up our racks here in the store, bringing it back here to sale, and then filling them back up every day. But he's might be seeing more stuff than I have. I don't think I have, though. But we'll put you down. If I find one, I'll tag you. If not, I'll order one for next week. And then Jeff Hansen, I only had one Saigon Kick. I'll put you on a waiting list for that. And if anybody's new and I don't recognize your name, after you buy something, say, Chad, I'm a first-time buyer, so I can give you instructions. This was long out of print and finally got a reissue, Quicksand. It is a 30th anniversary, a remaster from the 93 tapes, and this is sold to Brandon Lack. And as you can see, I still got several copies of Quicksand if anybody wants one. And same thing for Coil, Black Antlers. Limited edition 1500 on clear vinyl. Coil is $34.99. All right, are we done on Limp Bizkit? I'm going to get back to the top. I'm going to say Tom Harris has it for $35, and when I scroll to the bottom, if there's not a bid, I got to sell it. Or excuse me, Todd Hill. Todd Hill, $35. I'm scrolling. Todd Hill, $35. I'm scrolling. Todd Hill, $35. I'm scrolling. And Tom Harris is out. That's good. So this is sold to Tom Hill. So thank you, Todd or Tom. Are you a first-time buyer as well? Excuse me. If you are, thank you. Let me find this again. I don't recognize that name or profile picture. Todd Hill. Thank you. That's sold to you for $35. Now, let's go over the Thin Lizzy details one more time. Thin Lizzy Thunder and Lightning, an 83 Japanese OG EX Plus. It's nice. It's not pristine, but it's not bad whatsoever. That's now at $80. And the 2 Ozzy cassettes, the most recent bid on Ozzy that came in, Doug Reeder went out. Shannon Price has them for $22. I think it's up to Greg Gallier. First-time buyer. There we go. So first-time buyer, welcome. If you're a first-time buyer, I'll say this now and any other time. If you're on Facebook, I need you to send us a message. I need your email address and mailing address. If you're on YouTube and you don't have a Facebook and you don't have an Instagram, because if you message us on Instagram, it will go to our Facebook account as well. They're merged together. Same thing, Instagram, Facebook Messenger. Welcome. We just need your email address, mailing address. If you're on YouTube, you can fill out the first-time buyer form. We do $8 in limited shipping. $8 in limited shipping. So if you start buying from us on Sunday when the new week begins, you've got Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. $7 for $8 in limited shipping. There's some people this week that are going to buy 30 CDs, 30 albums, and 30 books. And we're going to ship it all for $8. Somebody's going to buy 100 CDs and 2 records. We're going to ship it all for $8. So we do basically an open box for 7 days. No combining invoices. You got 7 opportunities, including anything you pre-order or anything from the private group I'm talking about. It all combines. Here's what's left in here. Onslaught, $33.99, and Onslaught, $33.99. The Force and Power from Hell. Okay, next auction. And the advertised, the quote, hot picture stuff, it's going to start right at 7 o'clock, okay? But in the meantime, we got crazy stuff still to put up. Check this out. Dio's second album with Black Sabbath, Mob Rules. This is an 81 USOG Winchester. Strong VG Plus. What's crazy? Seth helped me tag some of these. What's crazy about this particular Mob Rules, there are none currently listed for sale. This particular Winchester OG, there's none listed for sale. How crazy is that? For an album like this, for this particular pressing, none for sale. Mob Rules is a VG Plus copy, maybe a strong VG. Let's go ahead and start it for $25. There's Black Sabbath, and then the 2 Ozzy cassettes are at $25. Stephen Parton got 78 LPs, 70 CDs, 4 boxes last week, and we only charged them $8. That probably cost us $50. But hopefully we make it up on the quantity we sell. So far, the formula has been working for the last 6 years. Right, Tanner?
Right.
Right, Tanner. Where's Jake at? Right, Jake?
Yep.
Right, Otis? Otis is taking a nap on his cot. He's got a little doggy cot back here. Okay, there's those. And let's see. Mob Rules. Let's check on that inner sleeve. $25 start on this. I'm not seeing an inner sleeve. No, sir, Bob. I'm not seeing any kind of printed inner sleeve. Sometimes if it has an old paper inner sleeve or an old plastic inner sleeve that's not company or original, we sometimes just dispose of them because some of those old paper inner sleeves are pretty acidic. No inner sleeve with that one, okay? Let's, what else do we have here? Onslaught, Grateful Dead, DJ Shadow, Quicksands are $34.99, and then Coil is $34.99, and there's that. And yeah, Quicksand $34.99. And like I've said before, I will be doing a live stream tomorrow. We love our country. I'll give everybody the day off for the Independence Day. So stores closed tomorrow. I know my mom wouldn't show up either way, whether I told her she had the day off or not. She's going to be like, I'm taking off anyway. So the store's closed. We got enough stuff, a backlog to have a great show tomorrow. I was going to tell Laura, maybe at some point if you can get some auctions ready for tomorrow, that would be very helpful because we already have a lot of stuff to go through tonight. But we will be having a stream tomorrow night for sure. We will be having a stream tomorrow night. There's enough John crates. There's a bunch of them. Yeah. Is there these and did you mark some? You marked some? Okay, yeah. So we got a lot to go through. Thank you. I think tomorrow I'll be able to knock them all down. Hey, if y'all like vintage stuff tomorrow, you're definitely going to be wanting to watch. Oh my gosh. We're going to have I'm going to have to be flying through crates and doing all that. So let's go through let's go through here what we call a Hatchet Ed crate. And I think y'all are going to like these. Some of this stuff is new and sealed. Some of it's pre-owned. But this is all essentially stuff, one or two things. It's stuff that didn't get paid for or stuff that was put back. Most of it is stuff that didn't get paid for. And I'm about to go through a crate, and I think there's some pretty good titles in here. The first one I flipped through, this is called a Hatchet Ed. So if you are relatively new and you don't know how we work on our payment policy, we give you a week to pay, and then Ed puts you into like a grace period. And unless you've established a really good line of credit with us, after a couple weeks, he brings down what we call the hatchet. Okay? That's why we call him Hatchet Ed. So we give everybody a week to pay. You do have a week, but I will tell you this. If you're new, like brand new, a couple of the people that I had to cancel, Monday after invoices went out, I messaged a couple people. I was like, hey, can you go ahead and pay? And they said, well, don't we have a week? And then that was a major red flag. I was like, oh, no. So just saying, make sure you're good to go, okay? And he's very forgiving up until a certain point, and then guess what? The hatchet is brought down, and we end up with all these non-payments, okay? So there's Hatchet Ed, courtesy of Mike Massey. He literally, Mr. Ed, literally has a hatchet up above his desk, okay? And sometimes I hear him back there slashing it and smashing it. He's back there sometimes. He's slashing it and smashing it. All right, so this is a pretty good crate here. Let's go back to the top and let's see where we left off, okay? We got Mob Rules at $25 and $25, Mob Rules 30, Mob Rules 30, Mob Rules 35, Mob Rules 36.40. B-Sides does want a quicksand. Sorry, I hadn't got caught up on comments yet. B-Sides does want a quicksand. Thank you. That's so to B-Sides. Black Sabbath 40, Black Sabbath 43, Black Sabbath 44. And then over here, Chad, did y'all get Molly Crew Too Fast for Love? I stepped away. My last bid was 10. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Black Sabbath out. Do we have Coletco stickers? Sort of. I'm working on, it was in my mind the other day. It was on my mind the other day to start selling some more of those. Okay, let me get really focused on the auctions, because if not, we can lose these bids in a hurry. Carl Berger, you had Thin Lizzy for $80, and it is sold to you. Yes, that's sold to Carl Berger for $80. Thank you on that. And then Mob Rules, it just recently got a bid with Mark Buddha for $45. Where are we on the two Aussie cassettes? I feel like I can go ahead and end them. The last two bid on these, it was a long time ago, it seemed like. Chris Frazier at $25. Shannon went out. Those are sold to Chris Frazier for $25. There we have it. Okay. And then let me see what Laura said here. Okay, there we go. Good. Sounds like a plan to me. All right, I'm going to do back-to-back Aussies again. Two more that are out of print on vinyl. The Randy Rhoads Tribute and No Rest for the Wicked. Those are going to go up for a $15 start. So some of this stuff in here may be new and sealed. A lot of this looks like it's pre-owned and vintage. Okay. George had bid 86 on Thin Lizzy. Okay, my bad. I do see that. There it is. 86 on Thin Lizzy. Okay. And Carl Berger went out. Sorry, let's just change that. George Sambares gets Thin Lizzy for $86. My bad. $86 to George Sambares. Sorry, I took such a long break there talking. I knew all the bids had got buried. My bad on that. $86, George Sambares. Thank you. That's so to you. Ozzy's $15 start. And Sabbath, Mark Buddha, $45 on that. Okay, here's what we got. More Warhead. VG Plus, $14.99. This is a random, talking about a random crate. This is probably going to be pretty dang random. If Not Just, another bunch of pretty faces. VG Plus, $14.99. Mata Hoople Brain Capers. That's VG Condition, $9.99. And Queen Jazz, a 2015 UK reissue, a half-speed master from Abbey Road, $29.99 on that. The Aussie cassettes are at $15. The next one I have over here is Pretty Boy Floyd, and we're going to do that one by itself. Pretty Boy Floyd, Leather Boys with Electric Toys. That is a $7 start. We got Martha Hoople, sold to Brian Call. We got Carl Berger on More. And we have Queen is not on colored vinyl. No, it's not. Pretty Boy Floyd is a $7 start. Next auction I have for you is going to go up right now, folks. It's a Dio album, and it is a 1990 OG. This is original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. Always been a tougher one to get because it is from 1990. It does have a corner bump right here, and this is Dio, Lock Up the Wolves. It's a very solid VG Plus condition record. I mean, Seth helped me get some of these ready. He is very meticulous. I look at records, I'm like, dude, how'd you get VG Plus on this? It looks like it's near mint minus to me. $45 start on Dio, Lock Up the Wolves. I think he has like a magnifying glass and he puts them underneath a microscope. So we'll go by his grade, but I think you'll be very happy with some of these. $45 start on Dio. Ozzy has a new bid for $20 on that. And let's keep going here. Wishbone Ash, Wishbone 4, VG Plus $12.99. Mike Oldfield, Amadon, that's a quad mix, $19.99 on that. And Marillion, Misplaced Childhood, an 85 Jacksonville press. Marillion is $39.99. It has the original inner sleeve, Marillion, $39.99. So we can go ahead and sell Black Sabbath. That has had plenty of time. And Mr. Buddha. Mark Buddha got that for $45. Thank you on that. There's 2 Ozzy cassettes up for bid. We're selling them together in a lot. The 2 Ozzy cassettes have a new bid for $20. And that is the Randy Rhoads Tribute, and that's No Rest for the Wicked. And the last bid was Gregory Roberts at $20. Over here, Dio has already got the $60. That's tied with Todd and Gregory. And Carl Berger wants the Queen Jazz, the Abbey Road Half-Speed Master. Thank you. That's so to you. Here is Procol Harum, Broken Barricades. VG Plus $14.99. Marillion, Script for a Jester's Tear. That's an 83 SRC pressing, $39.99. Wow, 2 Marillions in there. Wow, Great White, Twice Shy. This is the newest reissue of this. It's on... what color vinyl? It's on blue vinyl. Twice Shy, $34.99. That should be pretty close. $34.99 on Great White. Max Webster. Ooh, nice. This is the one that has that track with Geddy Lee on it. $29.99. This is Max Webster, Universal Juveniles. And Rush Presto, new and sealed. Rush is $33.99. $33.99. Rush Presto. And Dio, the very beast of Dio, Volume 2. 2 LP Dragon's Fire colored vinyl, $44.99. I guess we're done on Ozzy. Gregory has both of those for $20. I'm going to get down to the bottom. And let's go ahead and make Pretty Boy Floyd a buy it now for $7. No bid on Pretty Boy Floyd. Over here, did Ozzy get a new bid? Yeah, 22 with Chris Frazier, now 25. 22, now 25. This Dio here has hit 100. And let's go back up to the top. David Tate got Great White for $35. Thank you, David Tate. That's so to you. Over here, Jeff Hansen was second. And over here, we got Electric Light Orchestra on the third day, $29.99. And City Boy, book early. City Boy is in VG Plus, $9.99. Sean Hibbler on Pretty Boy Floyd. Thank you on that. Okay, our next 2 auctions are going to be 2 Rat cassettes for a $15 start. Invasion of Your Privacy and Out of the Cellar. 2 classics there from Rat. $15 start on those. Those are now up for bid. New and sealed Yngwie Malmsteen, Eclipse, $38.99 on that. And this is, I'm not for sure, probably something we auctioned. Yeah, it's some kind of, let me just set that to the side. It's some kind of King Crimson deal. I remember that. It don't have a price on it. I don't want to guess on that one. But we have the Moody Blues, A Question of Balance. That's a clean copy, $19.99 on that. And we have Deep Purple Stormbringer, EX $22.99, and Brian Auger's Oblivion Express, $19.99. $6.25, I'm putting up metal auctions, and all the stuff that was advertised is going to start at $7. But hey, the stuff we got going up right now, I think y'all are really liking, right? How about some Anthrax coming out of nowhere? Attack of the Killer Bees. Are you kidding me? A 91 Euro original. It is VG Plus or better condition, and currently none listed for sale in the United States. Attack of the Killer Bees. Anthrax is a $35 start. Take a look at that. Nice copy. Nice jacket as well. $35 start on that. Dio's at 110. Dio at 120. Gregory, you do get the 2 Aussie cassettes for 25. And then over here, we got Rat at 15. Rat 15. Todd Fisher wants that Deep Purple Stormbringer. Anthrax already has a bid for 35. The Rats are tied at 15, now 16. And then Foghat Live. Nice and shrink. These die-cut letters always are beat to death because they're die cut and they get creased and crumbled and folded over. That's $19.99. And we got Curved Air. Curved Air is $14.99. This is Dio, Lock Up the Wolves. It's a 1990 USOG. It does have the original under sleeve. It's a very nice VG Plus. Does have a corner ding, and the high bid's $126 right now. $126. That's 126 USD. Anthrax is at 40. And Brian Thurman wants the Dio out of the crate, and that is Dio here. That is the best of 2 here. Dio 2. Now, is that the one you were asking about, Phil Toretto? Because if so, I just sold it to Brian Thurman. Over here, we got Scully Mack on Foghat. And did you buy Great White for me? Great White was right here. It was sold to David Tate. Next was Jeff Hansen. This is a Hatchet Ed putback bin. This is all stuff that didn't get paid for or people put back. Some of these are pretty dang old because we were holding on for dear life for a couple orders, hoping some people would set. Some of these are marked way back, so we hadn't seen some of these in a while. Wow, OG Paul Stanley, just $19.99. It is VG Plus. It has the original on our sleeve, but no extras. $19.99. Brad, I can try to order you a Great White, but they've been out of stock since that original shipment when they came out. I will try my best, but I think they've been out of stock for a while. Let's go ahead and try a couple more cassettes. Anybody ever heard of Kiss? Nice. 2 Kiss cassettes, Smashes, Thrashes, and Creatures of the Night. Both of those are going to go up for a $15 start. I was asking about the auction Dio. Okay, good. So that Dio is for sure confirmed to Brian Thurman. We pulled Foghat. Anthrax getting new bids. Anthrax getting new bids. Shannon Price on Paul Stanley, then Edwin, then Brad, and then Jeff. We got Blondie Parallel Lines, VG Plus $34.99. Blondie has the original on her sleeve, One Way or Another. I'm going to find you. Lou Reed is $34.99. That's called Lou Reed Live. Wow, what a nice looking copy of that. There's Lou Reed, also from the Velvet Underground. And Walk on the Wild Side, the best of Lou Reed, EX, $32.99 on that. What happened on the Rat cassettes? I think the last bid was still with Patty for $16. I don't know if Sean Hibbler said out on Rat or not, but Sean, you're out on Rat. I'm about to sell both of those for $16. Phil Toretto on Blondie. This is a Hatchet Ed bin, so some stuff in here is new and sealed. Some of it's OG, some of it's near mint, some of it's check condition. We got 4 crates like this to go through. Essentially, they're going to look like new arrivals because it's stuff y'all hadn't seen in a long time. Jeremy, let me know if you want Lou Reed, or here's another Lou Reed. New Sensations, another nice one. $34.99 on that. So there's 3 Lou Reeds. Make that 4 Lou Reeds. Sally Can't Dance. I'll give you dibs on all 4. VG Plus $24.99. Make that 5 Lou Reeds. For some reason, this won't have a price on it. I'll say $24.99 on that one. And then Pat Benatar in the Heat of the Night. Heartbreaker. Love Maker, Heartbreaker, $14.99. Sean's out on Rat. So these 2 Rats are sold to Patty Anderson Williams for $16. The starting bid on the 2 Kiss cassettes are $15. No bid yet. Smashes, Thrashes, and Creatures. I have 0 bids, looking for a $15 start. Let's update Dio. Lock Up the Wolves, a 1990 USOG with the original on her sleeve. The last bid that came in on this was Gregory Roberts at $135. And the bidder before him was George Samberes. So that's at $135 with Gregory. Going once, going twice. And no, Travis Rush was that part of that newest sealed remaster catalog. It is a new sealed remaster, $33.99. Over here, by the way, these are unadvertised great auctions we're putting up out of nowhere. Anthrax, Attack of the Killer Beast, which I think is like a compilation. None listed currently in the United States. VG Plus condition, but that is a strong VG Plus. And Chevy Bailey currently has this at 55. Currently has that at 55. And then that's the first sold crate. Okay, good. Also, I've already sold 2 crates then. poof. Okay, I hadn't done any of the other vintage discount bins. I got to do those later. Okay, so where did I leave off? We have Phil Torito on Benatar, and then Kiss 15, Anthrax 55. Jeremy Bryant wants all Lou Reed. Okay, so this one's not tagged. Make sure that goes in for 24. And he got 2, 3, 4, 5 Lou Reeds there. Nice, an instant Lou Reed collection for Jeremy Bryant. Thank you on that, sir. And Dio's at 140, Kiss 18, Anthrax 60, and we have Kiss is at 18. Next is Santana, Moonflower. A little bit of writing here on the cover. Vinyls VG Plus, $16.99. Blue Oyster Cult. This is called On Your Feet or On Your Knees. It's a Gatefold 2 LP live, $19.99 on that. And, this looks very demonic. What do we have here? Enslaved. Sealed, a 2024 Record Store Day, $29.99 for Enslaved. That come out of nowhere. Heart Magazine, VG Plus, $17.99. And Brian Ferry, In Your Mind, VG, $9.99. Foghat Night Shift, EX, $17.99. Vanilla Fudge Renaissance, EX, $17.99. All right, so Anthrax is at 60. We got Kiss at 18. Kiss is at 20. And Justin Deckelman, quick on that Enslaved claim. That's sold to Justin Deckelman. And now Anthrax 62. Gregory's out on Dio. That's after George Samberez bid 140. 140 going once, going twice, going 3 times. 140 is the high bid. And that is with George Samberez. Anthrax is at 62. Anthrax is at 65. Kiss is at 20 with Tony Mercado and REO Speedwagon. Ride in the storm out. VG Condition, $9.99. That is with the original Orange Epic label, and Blondie, Eat to the Beat. That's in Shrink, VG $14.99, and El Dorado, a symphony for the Electric Light Orchestra, VG Plus $19.99. Hammers up. We are definitely about to sell the Dio for $140. Here is Ozzy, Diary of a Madman and Blizzard of Oz, a 2-cassette lot, his first 2 solo albums, post Black Sabbath, $15 start on that. The next thing I have is we sold Enslaved. The Anthrax got a new bid for 65. Todd Fisher on Ride in the Storm Out. Ed Riviera was second on that. Shannon Price on Blondie. Russell third on REO. Ozzy already has a bid for 17. The question is, are we done on the Kiss cassettes? Tony Mercado has those for $20. And that is these right here. Creatures and Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. Those are currently up for bid. And we have Caravan, nice, in the land of the gray and pink. VG Plus, $29.99 for Caravan on the London label. And Angel Witch, self-titled. There's some metal. Black Clouds colored vinyl, numbered for Music on Vinyl, $36.99. Wow, what a nice copy of Draw the Line from Aerosmith. The Vinyls EX, $22.99. Dio is sold, and that is sold to George Samberez for $140. Thank you on that, George Samberez. That is sold. All right. And then Anthrax is at 70 and now 72. Ozzy already has a bid for 17. One more record, then a new auction. Maha Vishnu Orchestra, $19.99. The Intermountain Flame. How about one more? Epica, Omega. Epica is sealed on blue and green vinyl, $24.99 for Epica. Next LP is going to go up for auction right now. Tanner just asked, what are you going to put up for auction next? And I said, I don't know. How about a sealed Vinnie Vincent Invasion? Holy moly, sealed with hop sticker. This is OG. It's never been opened. It does have a punch hole. It does have the hop sticker, though. A nice sealed copy. OG, this album's out of print and never been reissued. Vinnie Vincent is a $35 star. There's Epica. Tony Clem on Angel Witch. That is sold, and a couple more, and then I'm selling the Kiss cassettes, the Ohio Express. There's some bubblegum pop for you for Metal Night, $14.99, and 10cc was $16.99. Jeff Hansen on Aerosmith. That's sold to Jeff Hansen. And let's go ahead and sell these 2 Kiss cassettes. And these 2 Kiss cassettes are sold to Tony Mercado. Tony, you've bought from us before. Regardless, let me know either way. Vinnie Vincent has a bid for $35. And then Anthrax. Are we done? MT Matt has it for $72. We have Aerosmith. We got Vinnie Vincent, $35. And Iron Butterfly, Inagata Davida, VG, $9.99 on that. Bill and Ted cassette. As soon as I get done knocking this collection here out. First, how about 2? I'm going to say the word. Here's the word you shall not speak. Junkyard. 6s, 7s, and 9s. And Junkyard self-titled. Be careful saying this word in public, I'm telling you. I've said randomly been like shopping at Publix. I'll be down the aisle and I'll just go Junkyard. And people will just be like, looking at me. They'll throw their hands up in the air and they'll be like, okay, dude, just calm down. Be careful saying that word in public. That's all I got to say. Junkyard's a $15 start. That's now for bid. Let's go ahead and sell these two Aussie cassettes, and those are just one bid. El Terrible Torio, $17. And Tanner, I don't know where you want tonight's miscellaneous, but between cassettes and all the CDs I'm going to be doing tonight, I bet we'll have 20 stacks of miscellaneous to us. You know what I'm talking about, right? I'll start a new stack right here on this table. I guess that's why it's right here, right, Jake? There's some nice cassettes. Hopefully Otis don't come in and bump into that table and then cassettes go flying everywhere. However, he's a well-behaved, very nice dog. Speaking of cassettes, CDs, take a look at this. Here is Pantera, the complete studio album CD box set. Their debut album. They've erased the history. The history pre-Cowboys from Hell, they don't like to talk about it. Those albums didn't happen. Here is Cowboys from Hell, Vulgar, Far Beyond Driven, Great Southern, Reinventing. 5 studio albums, $10 start on Pantera.
Try to keep. Are you gonna do CD section?
I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Tanner gave me some instructions on what to do with CDs, and I had to blow my nose, so I'm not sniffling, okay? Welcome, everybody. Here's where we're at, and let me make sure I didn't miss anything. The last thing was Anthrax was a final bid for $72. We pulled that Angel Witch, right? Yeah, we pulled Angel Witch. We pulled Aerosmith. Carl second. Vinnie Vincent opened at $35. Stephen Parton got Iron Butterfly. Vinnie Vincent 38, 40, 45. And then over here, Junkyard got a bid for $20. We're selling both cassettes together. Vinnie Vincent 50, Junkyard 15, Junkyard 15. Junkyard's at 20, Junkyard 22, Junkyard 21. And then over here, we got Junkyard 25. Badlands is coming up soon. Junkyard 23, Junkyard 30, Pantera 10, Pantera 11, Vinnie Vincent 65, Pantera 12, Pantera 15, Pantera 13. Pantera 17, Pantera 16, Pantera 20, Pantera 20, 22, 23, 25, 25, 25, 25. Wow, Powerwolf, Blood of the Saints. Powerwolf is sealed on flame-colored vinyl for $29.99. All right, MT Matt, you won the Anthrax. Congratulations on that, MT Matt. That is sold to you for $72. Thank you, MT Matt, on the Anthrax. That is sold to you. All right, here we go. We got Fleetwood Mac Kiln House, Fleetwood Mac's VG Plus $19.99. We have Iron Butterfly Metamorphosis EX $17.99. We have Foghat Live VG Plus $14.99. Nice. New and Sealed Testament, The New Order $29.99. All right. We have Brian Thurman on Power Wolf. That is sold to Brian Thurman. Vinnie Vincent, a sealed OG. We don't know what pressing plant because it's sealed. We just know it's sealed, and it's at $65. The Pantera Studio Album box set's at $30, and the 2 Junkyard cassettes are at $35. No, I didn't smoke any cigars at Metallica, but I secondhand smoked probably 5 gallons of marijuana. Whew, I think that's what did it to me. Yeah. I never, I don't think I've been to a state like that in my life where that is so freely just puffed up in the air. And of course, I get around anything like that, it kills me. So I think it's a mixture between probably catching a cold, being on one of the trains, airplanes, or buses I was on. I was telling people, like on buses, I was like, listen, I'm from a small town. I don't get a lot of this public transportation. I was asking people how to catch the bus and does it cost money and where does it go? And I was like, guys, I grew up in a place called Lancaster, okay? I don't know how to catch these trains and get on these buses. And I was in like a different world. People like on buses smoking marijuana. I was like, where have I got to? Where have I got to? I'm in some kind of different world. So, and then I come back sick. I come back very sick. So, I was missing that fresh Tennessee air. I was thinking, wow, I'm going to go to the Rockies out there in Colorado. It'll be so crisp and clear air, and it looks like a smoke cloud when you land. Russell Snedgear over here on Fleetwood Mac. That is sold to Russell Snedgear. And then over here, we got Nick Frantini on the Testament. That is sold. And then Junkyard 36. Pantera's at 35. And then over here, we had Vinnie Vincent. Vinnie Vincent, VV. Vinnie Vincent, the last bid, the hammer's up. Patrick C. Smith Sr., $65. This is sold to Patrick C. Smith Sr., $65. $65. That's a final call on that. $65 on that. Vinnie Vincent, $65 on that. That's a final call. The 2 Junkyard cassettes is at 36 with Chris Frazier, and the Pantera box set's 36. No, well, I traveled by myself, yeah, but I knew that Sean Holford, a customer, he's probably watching right now, I knew he was going to be out there. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have went. I wasn't going to go to the concert by myself because I knew he was going to be there, so I knew he was going to be there, and it was the last U.S. stop, so I was like, I got to go see Metallica one more time. But, yeah, I traveled by myself and did stuff on Saturday, but I wouldn't have went to the show by myself. I knew Sean was going to be there. And luckily I found him, and I didn't even have to ask where he was. He was down on the floor. Monster rehab time. Seth can't go anymore. He's got a kid. I told all my other friends. Well, I asked Moose, and he's like, how much is it going to cost? And I was like, airfare, plane ticket, lodging. You probably need to set aside about $2,000. He's like, LOL, yeah, I'm out. So I'm like, okay. It's hard to ask a friend at the last minute to go drop $2,000 to travel to a concert. So most of them's like, yeah, you go have fun. Okay, Vinnie Vincent is still getting bids, and I think we're done. Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. I'm just going to read the titles. If anybody wants a price, let me know. We have If, Not Just Another Bunch of Pretty Faces, Wishbone Ash, Mike Oldfield, Marillion, Misplaced Childhood. If you want a price on anything in here, let me know. Procol Harum, Broken Barricades, Marillion, Script for Jester's Tears. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, those are $39.99 each. Max Webster, that has a track with Geddy Lee on it, $29.99. It's really good. City Boy, we have ELO. I have Yngwie Malmsteen, that's new and sealed. Yngwie's $38.99. We have Moody Blues, A Question of Balance. Brian Auger's Oblivion Express. Curved Air. Rush is new and sealed. Presto, it's $33.99. Over here, we got Santana Moonflower. BOC Live, On Your Feet or On Your Knees. Heart Magazine, Brian Ferry, In Your Mind. Foghat Night Shift, Vanilla Fudge Renaissance. ELO, A Symphony for ELO. Caravan in the Land of the Gray and Pink. Mahavishnu Orchestra, Epica, Omega. That is new and sealed on blue and green vinyl for $24.99. Ohio Express, 10cc, Iron Butterfly, and Foghat Live. Okay, so Pantera was at 37 with Travis Woods. I want to make sure everybody knows that new bid did come in. 37 with Travis Woods, and we can sell, or we can say Junkyard was at 30. I think those are new bids. Because I remember saying Chris Frazier was at 36. Now they're at 37. Chris Frazier, in case you didn't know, you were outbid on Junkyard. In case you didn't know, Pantera, you were outbid Brandon Lack. That is the 5 CD box set. So those are final calls again. I was going to sell them, but there's new bids. Any possibility of putting up the compilation album with Skeleton on cover for auction? That is going to be anything that was in the hype picture is going to start selling at 7 o'clock. Okay, now that will, I don't even have it up here yet, I don't think. It's not even up here yet. But yes, if you keep asking me after 7 o'clock, ask me in between auctions and I will get it on deck for you. But it's at least going to be another 15, 20 minutes. Okay, Christopher Dean wants Caravan. I was waiting for somebody to claim that. And then Vinnie Vincent's at 120. That we had one more question, and we had ELO. That was El Dorado, A Symphony for the Electric Light Orchestra. VG Plus condition, $19.99. All right, so he's done on Pantera. So let's sell that 5 CD box set. $37. Actually, both Pantera, Phil Anselmo, who opened for Metallica, and Fred Durst of Limp Bizkit. Actually, when they both came out, Fred Durst, the first thing he said, he walked out. Of course, they come out. He's about to start playing his first song. He's like, my God. He said, I've never smelled so much weed in my life. That's the first thing Fred Durst said before he started his set list. It was pretty bad. Junkyard's at $40, and Vinnie Vincent is at 120 with Patrick C. Smith. All right, let's go through a new crate. So these Hatchet Ed crates are obviously pretty good. I want to go through these. I've also compiled several new vinyl bins of stuff y'all maybe hadn't seen in a while. We got plenty of auctions to put up. Our next two cassettes are Dio, Sacred Heart and Last in Line. Classic Dio, Sacred Heart and The Last in Line. Those are going to go up for a $15 start. Junkyard's at $40. And the Vinnie Vincent, Are We Done? John's out. Patrick C. Smith has it for $120. I'm trying to keep the new and sealed records together. There's that over there. So there's that and there's that. And let's go, what do y'all think? Another Hatchet Ed crate? Oh, I know what was left in there I didn't pull out. I had a stack of 45s. I don't know if these were auctioned or... But this was in the front of the Hatchet Ed crate. So at some point tonight, which might try to visit these. It looks like stuff I auctioned or probably did buy it now. So there's all that. I hadn't got to any of those yet. And then we had some questions. Price on Hart and price on Ohio Express. Give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and bring the next Hatchet Ed bin over. We had 5 of them, and those are great new arrivals to go through. And they have a little bit of everything. This one even has some auction items in it. Yeah, so when we get to the end of this crate, it is going to be some auction stuff. Oh, man, yeah, there's new and sealed. I see metal. I see, yeah, y'all are going to like this one. All right, so here's another one. These are great to go through. Absolutely great to go through. All right, so DO15, and let's sell some auctions, okay? So these two are sold, or this is sold to Patrick C. Smith for $120. Thank you on that. And then Junkyard, these two were sold to Chris Frazier for $40. Thank you on that. And then Dio, Jeff Brinley has those for $15. We definitely we definitely need some new auctions. And this is actually pretty dang cool. This is the half-speed master from Mobile Fidelity of Master of Puppets, and it's sealed. They did this in 2008. It's a half-speed master sealed. Master of Puppets, the half-speed master at Mobile Fidelity from the original analog master tapes. Very good pressing of Master of Puppets. $50 start on that. Now up for bid. Our next auctions are going to go up right now. I got some CD box sets to do, metal related. But right now, we're going to do 2 more Rats. And these 2 Rats are going to go up for a $15 start. Dancing Undercover and Reach for the Sky. $15 start on those. All right, so let's see what we got here. And just another reminder, we are Hatchet Ed crates. We give you 1 week to pay. Then we give you about a grace period. Just always make sure you're talking to us. We'll work deals out with you, okay? If you're a long-time customer, we know stuff happens. Just talk to Ed, okay? But after a while, if we don't hear back from you, we do have to, unfortunately, drop that hammer or that hatchet. Hammer of Justice, that's me. Ed's hatchet, I'm the Hammer of Justice, okay? Mike Massey has literally sent me a hammer. Plus, I love that song. I love Metallica. Justice for All albums. We have, that has bids. There's the cassettes. Here we go. I got new and sealed Gary Moore from the Baloozy sessions. That's a 2 LP blue vinyl. That is new and sealed for $39.99. We have Screaming Trees, Sweet Oblivion. That is $33.99. And we have Cold, A Different Kind of Pain. Cold is limited edition 1000 on silver vinyl, $38.99. And I don't think that was available on vinyl until that pressing. What else do we have over here? Oh, man. What about 7th Star, Black Sabbath, featuring Tony Iommi? And this has been out of print. This really hadn't seen a reissue. This is an 86 OG specialty. Iommi does have the original inner sleeve. It's essentially, I don't know, some people have joked around and always called this a Tony Iommi solo album, and where he used the name Black Sabbath. He basically at some point had the rights to use Black Sabbath, so a couple of those albums that didn't have Ozzy or didn't have maybe even Geezer or, you know, any of the other ones. Glenn Hughes is on vocals. But either way, it's very clean. I enjoy it. First time I ever played it, I was like, well, if it's got his guitar riffs, I know I'm going to enjoy it. $35 start on Black Sabbath. That's up for bid. All right, let's go back up the top now and see where we left off. We had Dio at $15 with Jeff Brinley. That's both cassettes. That is Sacred Heart and Last in Line. We're selling those together. Okay, and then we had a half-speed master sealed of Master of Puppets, and we had a bid for 50 and 50. Dio got a new bid for 22, and then Masters at 50, Masters at 55, Dio's at 25, and then Dio 23, Dio 26. Matt Marco on Screaming Trees, Dio at 30, Master 65, 66. Here is Steeler, Come Hell or Hollywood. That's a red vinyl, 2LP, 8182. Steelers, $33.99. Stone Sour, House of Gold and Bones, Part 1. Stone Sour is $38.99. Limited edition 1500 gold vinyl. And Motorhead Overkill. That's a half-speed master blue and green vinyl. $33.99 on that. And America, their self-titled debut album, I've Been Through a Desert on a Horse with No Name. VG Plus, $14.99. Black Sabbath, no bids. Looking for a $35 start. You may ask, what is Metallica? It's a sealed 2008 Mobile Fidelity half-speed master. Hosts half-speed master. Half-speed master of Metallica. And that is got a high bid right now of $68. 7 stars, a $35 start. Nobody bid on the 2 rack cassettes. You can buy both of those for a $15 buy now. I'm about to sell the Dios to Sean Druin for $30. New and sealed Dixie Chicks, wide open spaces, $33.99. There you go, folks. Death, Symbolic, $29.99. Death, Symbolic. That was long out of print. If you want to get an OG copy of that, you better set aside $300-400 minimum. Those are rare and hard to find OG copies. Takedo, Don't Come Easy. Takedo is on teal with white swirl. That is $39.99. And Anathema, Distant Satellites. And this is a prog album, $19.99. Chase, make sure if you're bidding on Black Sabbath, you do put 35, okay? That way I know you have placed a bid, okay? Let's go over here. I'm going to do one thing on tonight's ad. I'm going to make sure everybody knows we are live right now selling these titles on this page. All right, let me go back and then let me jump over here as Chad Williams. We are selling them live right now on Coletco. I paid a post and somebody said, I said, we are live on Coletco selling Thursday Night Metal Night, pretty much all this stuff for sale. And then somebody said, how much are the Ozzy cassettes? They are already gone. There's that. And then here we go. Okay. Boom. Sorry, I had to do a few things here. And then there's this. And then there's this. Okay. And let me jump over here. Okay. So first thing we have is what? We had Master Puppets 76, Ken Crooker on Anathema, Master Puppets 80, Black Sabbath 36, Buddy Cordova on Stone Sour. I've only got one Stone Sour, unfortunately, unless another one pops up and another one of these Hatchet Ed. I claim Stone Sour. I didn't bet on Black. Oh, I thought you were betting on 7th Star. My bad. So Chase's SS was for Stone Sour. So he got Stone Sour. He got Stone Sour. Next on Stone Sour was Buddy Cordova, and third was Elijah, but I've only got one. Masters at 88, and then Dios. Let's go ahead and sell these. We need new auctions. So Dio, you can pick these up, or these are sold for $30 to Sean Druin, and nobody bid on Black Sabbath. Yes, they did. Okay, now we got bids. $38 with Dustin Whitaker. 86 OG Specialty, original inner sleeve, EX Plus near mint minus. A little bit of some chipping right here on the cover. But that is a high bid of $38. Master of Puppets, a half-speed master sealed, is at $97. Screwjack, it's a hardcore split album. It's Screwjack in the Entropy Project. That's EX $9.99. White Zombie, Astro Creep 2000. That's a music on vinyl press for $38.99. And Scorpions, Love at First Sting. Scorpions is $33.99. That's new and sealed. And so is Andy Bell, 10 Crowns. Andy Bell is $44.99. And we have Iomi Fused. Hey, there we go, with Glenn Hughes. That's a 2LP with blue vinyl, $39.99. Our next two cassettes are going to go up right now. I've got Def Leppard High and Dry. I've got Def Leppard Hysteria. And these two are going to go up for a $15 start. Take a look at that. Has bonus tracks. Contains bonus track. This cassette contains the original release of Def Leppard's High and Dry plus Bringing on the Heartbreak remix and Me and My Wife remix, both previously unavailable. That's pretty cool. Never seen that on that before. $15 start on those. And let's go ahead and knock out a couple more Kiss. How about Hot in the Shade and Crazy Nights? Two original Kiss cassettes there. $15 start on those. Here we go. Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith. Priest is $33.99. That's new and sealed. And Zed, Desperation Blues Deluxe. Zed is a 2009 Stoner Rock, sealed for $29.99. Also, Uriah Heep Wonderworld. This is $14.99. And Jeremy Bryant on Andy Bell. Sold to Jeremy Bryant. Before that, Jetstream got the Scorpions. Right now, we're going through a Hatchet Ed crate, so this is pretty random. There's new and sealed stuff. There's OG. There's check condition. There's pre-owned sealed. It has a little bit of everything. We pretty much have here sealed, vintage, and pre-owned sealed. Pre-owned sealed is where we bought a collection and it's sealed, but we didn't get it like new from distribution. We bought it already sealed. Just saying. Okay. Up at the top, Master of Puppets, 115. Are we done on the Black Sabbath? 38 with Dustin Whitaker. I'm about to drop the hammer. Jetstream got Scorpions. Def Leppard 15. Next is How Much Was I Owe Me? $39.99. Gatefold 2 LP blue vinyl, 3 bonus tracks not originally on the CD. Buddy Cordova got Judas Priest. Def Leppard 20. Elijah Dull on the Uriah Heep, and Nick Galetti was second on Judas Priest. Next is, I don't know, it's a prog album. It's called Anathema Again, and this one's called We're Here Because We're Here. Anathema's $19.99. New and sealed, Forbidden. There we go. The epic debut album from Bay Area thrash metal legends, Black Vinyl, Forbidden, is $33.99. And 25 Miles, Edwin Starr. That's a good one. $39.99. That's actually pretty tough to find in high grade. That's a clean copy. Ken Crooker on the Anathema. Thank you, Ken Crooker. That's so to you. And we have another Anathema, The Optimist. Another one, 2 LP. $19.99. Nobody's bid on Kiss. Final call for $15 on Hot in the Shade and Crazy Nights. No bids. Looking for a $15 start. And the newest album from Ghost, Skeleton. That's on pink vinyl for $33.99. And Motorhead, The Ace of Spades. The Ace of Spades. That's on blue and white vinyl. A new half-speed master. $33.99 on that. Steve Weaver got Forbidden. That is so to Steve Weaver. Ken Crooker said, give me another Anathema, Chad. So he is 3 for 3 on those. Michael Butler on ES for Edwin Starr. Great decision there. And now Black Sabbath is so to Dustin Whitaker for $38. Thank you on that, Dustin Whitaker, $38. All right, by the way, we got Laura here marking records. John marked records. Paul's marking records. Everybody's marking records. It's going to be a great night. We got hundreds of cassettes to auction. I really like the way I'm doing them, selling them in lots here. We're moving through them a lot faster. Kelly Cook is getting in on the Ghost, and he's out on Master Puppets. That's a final call to Brandon Jones for $125. Kiss can be bought for $15. No bids on those. New and sealed Steeler, Come Hell or Hollywood, 8182. 2 LP red vinyl, $33.99. Buddy Cordova, I got you down for Motorhead. And we have Machine Head, Unatoned. That's on clear vinyl, Machine Head, $29.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. You see right through Distorted Eyes. Nice. Wow, what a cover. I always really never did pay attention. Then the first time I looked at it, I was like, oh. We have a 74 OG here. You heard me right. This is an OG pressing. It has the insert and the original under sleeve. This is a VG Plus record. It has the insert with the lyrics. You've seen live through Distorted Eyes. There's the most correct lyrics on that. So it has a lyric insert, the original sleeve, and this is OG, a strong VG Plus, $25 start on Black Sabbath. There it is. Motorhead was sold to Buddy Cordova. Jeff Coleman got the 2 Kiss cassettes for $15. Mike Sharp on MH. I'm assuming that's Machine Head, Mike. Machine Head. And then John Minsmore on Steeler. And we have another one back here if anybody else wants one. Okay? And then this is Iron Maiden live in New York. Yellow vinyl. Iron Maiden is $29.99. And there's another Def Symbolic for $29.99. $29.99. All right, these two Def Leppard cassettes are sold. Sean Drew and $25. Those are gone. And now we can go ahead and sell this. Master of Puppets, sealed half-speed master. Brandon Jones, $1.25. $125, thank you. Sabbath already has bids for $25, $25, $25, $25, $30. And we have the Murlocs. Has several members of King Gizzard. It's on green and yellow splatter, $14.99. How much was Iron Maiden? It is $29.99. It's a bootleg unofficial live in New York, 1982. 1982. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is do what? What do we have here? Coming out of nowhere, unadvertised to start 7 o'clock. It's the top of the hour. I have an OG Faster Pussycat. Wake me up when it's over. It is promo. It is a promotion copy, not for sale. Promo marked. It has a gold stamp promo on the back. It has an audiophile sticker, a hop sticker, and another sticker. It does have a saw mark, probably because it's a promo. It's super clean, EX Plus condition. And at the time when we researched this, there was none for sale. It's going to go up for a $75 start. Faster Pussycat is now up for bid. A $75 start. Faster Pussycat. Promo. Super nice. Okay? JetBlue, let me know if you want Iron Maiden. If you don't want Iron Maiden, I'm going to sell it to Scott Williams. Next is Load Remaster. That is $39.99. 2 LP, new and sealed. And Ghost, Pope Star. Ghost is on Milky Clear Vinyl, $29.99. Okay, now coming up next are unpaid for auctions. The worst of the worst at Collectco. The worst thing that I could hear is we have auctions that didn't get paid for. We do a lot of work to get all these auctions ready. We have to go out and buy them, we research them, we advertise them, Laura has to research them, and sometimes we bid on them for a half hour. And the worst thing that could happen is they don't get paid for. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you these, and you can buy them for that last price that they sold for. It's first come, first served, just like anything else. If not, I usually re-auction them later, or I'll just give them back to Laura, and she'll recycle them later in another sale. Anything that was in the hot picture, okay, anything that was in the hot picture, 0 of those had sold. 0. Nada. Zilch. Nothing in the hot picture has sold so far tonight. Nothing. None of those, none of those, none of those, none of those. You get what I'm saying? Nothing. 0. We're about to start those right now. Hope everybody has fed your kids, fed your dogs, walked your dogs, put everybody to bed, and now you're in your living room. We are not open tomorrow. No, we're not. Are you open July 4th? The store is closed July 4th, Steve Mason. The store is closed July 4th. Nobody will be here except me, and that's at 5 o'clock to start this sale. Okay? Store is closed. Now, let's go back to the top and figure out what I left off. Black Sabbath had already got up to $40, okay? And then Scott Williams gets Iron Maiden. Info on America. America is called America by America. It's on the second label. It's VG Plus, $14.99. Faster Pussycats at 8 is at $80. Cecil Grosskopf wants Iomi, sold to Cecil. Next thing is Black Sabbath's already at $40. Okay, here we go. First thing is Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy, $45. A near mint Japanese pressing. $45 for Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. $45. That's the buy it now price. Bob Seger, $26. A 1978 Winchester reissue in shrink, $26 on Bob Seger. And Kiss, Love Gun, Japanese pressing, $65. Okay? Faster Pussycat. This is, I've expected this to already be well over $100. It does not have a bid yet. Jamie Butler has it at $80. This is a 1989 US OG promo marked Faster Pussycat. The label is marked promo copy, not for sale. It is EX++ near mint minus. It has the hop stickers, including the audiophile vinyl. This is the one you would want. It's promo and it's super nice. It's at $80. Now it's at $85. Okay, Black Sabbath is at $45. The next thing I have, Black Sabbath at $45. Mellon and Jennings wants America. Let me make sure Whiskey Todd doesn't want it. Whiskey, let me know if you want that. Next is Brian Thurman. He gets Kiss Love Gun, Japanese pressing, $65. Over here, Faster Pussycat, $85. No one claimed Rat until right now. Mike Andretta, which is a first-time buyer. Mike, that sold to you for $45. Thank you. Faster Pussycat's at $100. Tim Graham wants the Bob Seger. That's Tim's for $26. And then REM is $55. I don't remember the exact details. It is translucent brown vinyl, so that's probably OG. And it looked really nice from what I just glanced at. $55 on that. Here's a CD, Sun, Life Metal. We'll say $9.99. And then here is some Kiss cards that didn't get paid for. $15. Kiss trading cards in a box with loose cards, $15. Okay? And with that, let's update all the auctions. Somebody claimed America when you first showed it. I never did see that, and they never did say anything again. Maybe it was Melanie, because I never did see anybody claim it to begin with. Okay, and so he's passing. America then is sold to Melanie Jennings. Hopefully that's who wanted it 20 minutes ago. Faster Pussycat was at 100. Black Sabbath 46. Faster Pussycat 105. Now 125. Thomas Clark got REM for 55. Nick Galetti got the Kiss cards for $15. Michael Reed got the Sun CD for $9.99. Wade next on Kiss. Black Sabbath 48. What a great Hatchet Ed bin. That's all that's left. And this was plumb full a moment ago. Next, going up right now, are 2 Dokken cassettes. 2 Dokken cassettes, and that's Back for the Attack. And this one is A Beast from the East. This one has a little bit of a crack right there. 2 Dokken cassettes, $15 start. The only no bid tonight is Rat, a twofer, $15 on Rat. Dancing Undercover and Reach for the Sky. Those are still available. Dokken's a $15 start. Is Metallica music on vinyl? Metallica, there is no Metallicas currently up for auction or available for sale at the moment. Okay? And then Chris Gardner put 49, and that was for Black Sabbath, I'm pretty sure. Susie Breedlove wants Ghost, and Dawkins at 20. Okay, let's go through these again. So here's what's left. Gary Moore Live, 2 LP blue vinyl, $39.99. Cold, A Different Kind of Pain, numbered, silver vinyl, $38.99. Steelers on red vinyl for $33. Motorhead Overkill, that's $33.99. Dixie Chicks Wide Open Spaces, $33. Death Symbolics, $29. Taiketo, first time on vinyl in the United States. Arena Metal Magic from 1991. Teal with white swirl. That's a tough OG to get. $39.99 on those. Okay, Faster Pussycat is near mint minus. It's a promo copy. It's a promo marked copy. I'll go over in details, but no, it is not sealed. The high bid is currently $125. Michael Reed's Son was a buy it now. You got it for $9.99. Susie got Ghost. Dawkins at 20. Chris put BS for maybe Black Sabbath. The high bid right now is $49. Patty Anderson Williams wants the 2 Rat cassettes. Those are sold to Patty for $15. Mark Trahan got a Gary Moore for $39.99. Now Black Sabbath at $50. And then over here, the Murlocs. That's coming up in just a second, isn't it? The Murlocs right here. That's sold to Jeremy Bryant. I had already shown that. Now Black Sabbath at 49 again, and now 46. We was already at 50, though. Screwjack. This is a split hardcore. It's Screwjack and the Entropy Project. That's EX $9.99. New and sealed White Zombie, Astro Creep 2000, $38.99. And then Zed, Desperation Blues Deluxe. Zed is Stoner Rock, sealed for $29.99. New and sealed Death is $29.99. And new and sealed Load, remastered, $39.99. So let's go over Faster Pussycat again. This is a big auction. Wake me up when it's over. Original inner sleeve. Promo marked label. Promotion copy, not for sale. It's got all the stickers. It has a saw mark, probably because it's a promo. A VG Plus cover. A little bit of a ding right there. But the vinyl's beautiful. Super clean. EX Plus near mint minus. Hammers up. It's a final call. $125 with Gregory. Now $126 with Jamie Butler. And now Black Sabbath is tied at $51. This is OG VG Plus with the original inner sleeve and the lyric insert. Now Faster Pussycat's at $130. These two docking cassettes are both sold for $20. Thank you, $20. And those are sold to Sean Druin for $20. There's that. All right, that was another great Hatchet Ed crate. I'm going to condense those with the others. First, though, I've got two more cassettes going up right now, and that's Judas Priest. And you may ask, what Judas Priest do you have, Chad? Ram It Down and Turbo. Those are both going up for a $15 start. $15 start on those. All right. Laura has brought up, I think, the rest, if not all of the auctions for tonight. It is top of the hour. And this is when all the officially advertised stuff begins to go up for auction. And I want to say right now, I hope y'all are ready for some slobber knockers. Hope you have your shoes fastened, and your gloves tight. This could get crazy here on a few of these. Your socks are really tight because there's going to be some stuff that's going to blow your socks off. Be careful if you're wearing socks. They could get blown off, okay? This is going to get pretty wild. Holy moly. So here we are. And let's see what's going on. We got Faster Pussycat at 130, now 135. Black Sabbath is tied at 51. It's Chris Gardner's. Nobody else's bid. We're about to sell it. Let's go through another Hatchet Ed crate. I love these. This is fun. I mean, we're selling the heck out of stuff. And unfortunately, the first time we didn't get payment. And now maybe the second time we will. I'm counting on y'all, okay? This one looks pretty interesting, so let's go through it. A lot of different stuff in here. Last one was killer. And let's see what we have over here. As long as I can get over here to them. It's tight quarters again tonight. All right. Here we go. Chris Gardner bid 52. Chris, you bid against yourself. You have it for 51. I was waiting to hear back from Jersey Devil. Unfortunately, I have not heard back from Jersey Devil. And somebody else, too. I hadn't heard back in about 3 minutes from either one of those fellers. So we're about to sell it. Let me mute my mic for 1 second. All right, here we go. Judas Priest is a buy it now for $15. Greg Gallier, did somebody else bid? Somebody just bid 20. Maybe he was opening them at 20. Greg, I'm going to go ahead and say both of these for $15, okay? Unless there was another bid and I can't see it. Greg just bid 20. Let me give that one more chance then. There might be an invisible bid that I can't see. Final call on Priest. Okay, we'll do this. If no one else bids, I'm going to sell them to Greg for 15. If you want to bid, you got to bid more than Greg at 21. There might have been a hidden bid I can't see. Restream shows me 99.9% of the comments. But after you have 5,000 comments every night, that 0.1% could hide a bid. All right, Faster Pussycat. Gregory, congratulations on that. That's sold to you for $150. Thank you, Gregory. That's sold to you for $150. And now Black Sabbath. It did get a new bid. Jersey Devil, $53. You got very lucky. I thought I lost you there. $53. I'm about to sell it. Again. Now it's up to Chris Gardner. Again. Okay? And let's go ahead and introduce something else. Let me move some crates. I can't even see the auction stuff. There's so much stuff around me. Let's go ahead and get started with this right here. Holy moly. And let's have some fun with this one. This is a 1987 OG pressing of Metallica, the 598 EP, Garage Days Revisited. Now what we've done is we're going to start this at just $15. And in 1987, $5.98 was the equivalent of $15 today. So we're essentially starting this bid at $5.98. Metallica's a $15 start. It's an 87 USOG. It's a $15 start. It's now up for bid. Here we go. Now Black Sabbath's at $55. Let's sell these two Judas Priest to Greg Gallier for just $15. Greg, I know you bid $20, but I think I was about to make them a buy now anyway, so I appreciate the $20 bid. A lot of people's been winning those by opening them up at $20. That's a smart strategy. Thank you on that. Appreciate it, but those are so due. I'll give you a light break there. That was bad timing on my end. And speaking of Judas Priest, I'm going to go ahead and put up another auction right quick before we start this Hatchet Ed crate. And this is Judas Priest. Yeah. Okay, this is, I think originally came as a box set, or maybe somebody just collected them all, okay? This is Judas Priest. You see how it spells out Judas Priest? This is essentially a CD remastered collection. Point of Entry, Painkiller, Ram It Down, Priest Live, Turbo, Defenders, Screaming for Vengeance, British Steel, Unleashed, Hellbent, Stained Class, Sin After Sin. One of these looks sealed, yeah. They might have been purchased individually, but regardless, it's pretty cool. They spell out Judas Priest, and then the last one there, Point of Entry. So there's that. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 CDs there. 12 CDs, a $65 start. Judas Priest CD lot. I'm actually going to put them, I'll put them right there. $65 start on those CDs, okay? Let me go ahead and get started. Golden Archive Series, Spencer Davis Group. What a great looking compilation. $19.99. Give me some lovin'. $19.99. What is the Metallica? Info on the Metallica. Info on Black Sabbath. Can you tell me more about Metallica? We have Having a Wild Weekend, the Dave Clark 5. $9.99. $9.99 on that. And we have the Best of Warrant. That's a 2 LP music on vinyl pressing, $54.99 on Warrant. And Cinderella Still Climbing, a new sealed music on vinyl pressing, $39.99 for Cinderella. And 10 years after, Cricklewood Green, 10 years after is VG $9.99. In case you didn't know, right now we're in the middle of a Hatchet Ed crate. This is stuff that didn't get paid for, stuff that was put back, stuff that makes us very sad. But right here is an opportunity to buy some of them back. They're all available. They're all new and sealed. Or, excuse me, everything in here is sticker price. It's all, some of it's new and sealed, some of it's pre-owned and vintage. Okay. We have Metallica. One more time. An 87 US Specialty OG. This is OG. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in VG condition. The most recent bid is $75. Black Sabbath. It has been all-out war on this. It is OG. The first Black Sabbath label, not on a green label. It has the lyric insert. It's in VG Plus condition. If you want to bid, you're on the clock because it's been a battle. And the most recent bid on Black Sabbath is Chris Gardner at $55. $55. It's on the clock. He's had it for 4 minutes for $55 after about a half-hour battle. We have a request for Riot. And then we had a bunch of bids on Metallica. And then we have an out on Black Sabbath. And then we have Fred Carnell on Spencer Davis. Now Metallica's at $75. Now Metallica's at $80. Now Metallica's at $100. We have the very best of Love and Spoonful. That's a nice looking copy. $14.99. Very nice copy. As of right now, there's no bid on the Judas Priest CD collection. Looking for a $65 start. This is Be My Valentine Charlie Brown 50th Anniversary Extended Edition, $36.99. Also, we have Blackstone Cherry Between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea. That is $38.99. Between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea, $38.99 on that. Also, we have Zombies, Time of the Zombies. This is a 2 LP, $39.99. That's a great 2 LP collection, $39.99. Chris Gardner, you get the Black Sabbath for $55. That is sold to Chris Gardner for $55. No bids on those, on that. So let's put that away. Now Metallica's at $120. Right now, I'm going to introduce some more auctions. The Judas Priest goes in the middle, probably. Yeah, probably to separate Priest and Judas, probably, because I think chronologically that one would be next anyway, right? Like this. There we go. Yeah, there we have it. Okay, next, Metallica, 110, 120. Anthony Clark on Blackstone Cherry, that sold. Metallica's at $120, just FYI. And then over here, we have Asia, live at Budokan Tokyo, 1983. That is $38.99. Originally broadcast live on MTV. And Jackal, self-titled, Jackal's $39.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Y&T, Black Tiger. Y&T is an 82 US EMW OG. It is near mint, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. Y&T, Black Tiger, $25 start on that. And then we have Alison Krauss and Union Station, her newest album, Arcadia, $33.99. And we have Brittany Fox. This is limited edition 750 on white vinyl, $39.99 on Brittany Fox. Let's go back up to the top. Metallica's moving to a final call to Jamie Butler for $120, and now there's a new bid for $125. Fred second on Blackstone Cherry. Space Orca on Alison Krauss. Y&T's a $25 start. Over here, we have Kristen Barnett on Love and Spoonful and Charlie Brown. I must have missed those. Let's see what I have here. Where is she? Charlie Brown and Love and Spoonful. Yeah, I missed both of those. Those are sold to Kristen Barnett. Thank you. Very busy tonight. Hundreds of comments coming in. I've got to stay really, really focused. Y&T, $30. Ron Burns second on Alison Krauss. Travis Woods first on Jackal. Chad Thompson first on Brittany Fox. Jackie was second. Judas Priest CD collection can be bought. All those for a $65 buy it now. They're yours if you want them. $65 buy it now. I think I counted 12 discs there. We've already filled up 3 crates tonight full of vinyl. Holy moly. And we're just not even, we hadn't even got started showing new stuff. I have about 3,000 auctions I could potentially run tonight. Hope everybody has nothing to do for the next straight 72 hours. Next thing we have is Y&T 36. Chris Gardner, You Got Sabbath. Rich is going to get the Judas Priest CD collection. What I'm going to go ahead and do, I'm going to take this stack of miscellaneous stuff into the operations room. Some miscellaneous stuff we've already sold here tonight, including cassettes, CDs, and KISS cards. And then I'm going to take this stack of Judas Priest and also set it over here. So they have a strong idea of what has already sold tonight. Let me put all that right there. Awesome. And later tonight, if y'all didn't notice, we started an epic collection of CDs. And these are sold to Rich Krulak at $9.99 each. And when we get near the end, and I think we've had enough of vinyl, we're going to resume those. And I think we sold a couple hundred last night in just like an hour with me half dead. So maybe we can go through these other 2 crates, and it's going to be quite fun to see what's going on there, okay? Let's see what we got going on over here. So we sold Alison Krauss, we sold Brittany Fox, and now Y&T's at $40, and it's tied with Scott Arnold. I think we're done on Metallica. It's a final call to Steve Weaver for $125. That's OGVG. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction to put up right now is Riot. And Riot is Thunder Steel. Riot is an 88 USOG. It has the alternate cover with title written in white ink, original inner sleeve. And it's in VG Plus or better. And it's going to go up for a $25 start. Nice jacket. It does have the original inner sleeve. Riot is a $125 start on that. Next thing we have is Smashing Pumpkins, $44.99. That's the new Record Store Day Essential on Red Smoke Vinyl, $44.99 on that. Jim Sullivan, UFO, $29.99. Vinyl Me Please edition, Jim Sullivan. And we have Rush Counterparts. Rush is remastered, $39.99 on that. Don't forget about Rush Roll the Bones for $33.99. Don't forget about Rush Test for Echo for $39.99. Those are available. Our next auctions is going to go up right now. It's 2 Scorpions cassettes, Savage Amusement and Worldwide Live. This says includes 80 minutes of music on chrome tape. 2 Scorpions, those are going to be a $15 start. Next is Matt Marco on Smashing Pumpkins. That's sold to Matt Marco. Rights at $25. Are we done over here on Y&T? We're still tied. No one has set out. Scott Arnold has it for $40. Scott Arnold has it for $40. And the best of Bluest Occult, 2 LP blue vinyl numbered from Music on Vinyl, $54.99. Metallica is sold to Steve Weaver for $125. That's sold. Back here, Cinderella is new and sealed. It's called Still Climbing. It's a Music on Vinyl pressing, new. Still Climbing, $39.99. Motorhead Bomber, a half-speed master, $33.99. And David Bowie, Young Americans, the half-speed master, $33.99 on that. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's the Sword, Age of Winters. The Sword is a 2006 USOG limited edition clear vinyl, original under sleeve. The Sword is a $35 start. Y&T 41, Y&T 45. Wow, just one bid on Riot for $25. Jeff Brindley's about to get it. Ace Frehley now playing blue vinyl, $28.99. Now Riot's at $28. Now we have R30, Riot's at $30. And now over here, we have Jeremy Bryant on Bowie. That's sold to Jeremy Bryant. Cindy Yarborough on Cinderella. I got to make sure that who doesn't want it? I got to make sure that Steve Mason doesn't want it. Steve, if you don't want that, it is sold to Cindy Yarborough. El Terrible gets Ace Frehley. And then over here, we have Red Rider, Neruda. Red Rider is $19.99. Also, Utopia. This is a gold stamp promo 2 LP, $24.99. And Alan Parsons Project, Ammonia Avenue, $19.99 on that. Let's go back up the top. Riot has a high bid for $30. Y&T got a bid for $43. The Sword has a bid for $35. Riot, $33 again. We sold Ace, Sword, $35. Riot's at $40. Riot's at $30. Steve Mason said he does want Cinderella. That's sold to Steve Mason. Pickle, you were second on Ace. The Sword is at $37. Sword is at $40. Sword's at $45. And now, what is Roll the Bones? That's the newest sealed remaster of Roll the Bones. 180 gram, 1991. Original release, $33.99. Blaine Zapnick put SO. He meant AP for Alan Parsons Project. That's sold to Blaine. Over here, we have Emerson, Lake and Palmer. That's $19.99. And here's Vanilla Fudge Rock and Roll, $19.99. Squeeze, Cool for Cats is $24.99. And Jean-Luc Ponty, Upon the Wings of Music, VG Plus, $11.99. Okay? Now, somebody who originally asked for Rush Roll the Bones. The original person to ask what was Rush Roll the Bones was Mike Pierce. Mike said he'll take it. Josh Brown, I don't have any more as of right now, but if you want to go on the waiting list, I may be able to get that for you. So that is sold to Mike Pierce. He asked about it first. Dave Clark 5 back here, that is sold. Dave Clark 5 is sold to Samuel Kopich. Now Riot's at $48. Info on the Bowie, it's already sold. It was a half-speed master, and Y&T's at $50. All right, so let's go down the line here. First thing, nobody bid on the Scorpions. These two can be bought for a $15 buy now. Y&T, Black Tiger. This is OG, near mint minus. Y&T, their catalog is not in print. None of these albums have ever been reissued. They're not in print. This is an 82 OG EMW, near mint. Y&T just got a new bid for $52. In the middle is Riot, Thunder and Steel. It was a $25 start originally. An 88 USOG with the alternate cover with the title in white. The most recent bid on Riot that came in was Jeff Brindley at $50. $50 with Jeff Brindley. That's the high bid I'm showing. This is the Sword. It's called Age of Winters. It's a 2006 OG limited edition clear vinyl with the original under sleeve, and I'm showing this at $55 with Chase Arnold. Over here, Dr. Zebo on Warrant. Dr. Zebo on Warrant. And that was the Warrant's greatest hits here. Now, just so y'all know, we can start a waiting list for Rush Roll the Bones. I don't know if I can get those soon, but if you do want to try, I can put you on a waiting list. And same thing for Warrant. 2 LP red vinyl, $54.99. I can get more of those if anybody wants those. Over here, Smashing Pumpkins, Pure Acoustic Unplugged. It's a 2 LP unofficial. That is $38.99. We have Pearl Jam live in Las Vegas, another 2 LP bootleg unofficial. That is $39.99. And Slaughter, Stick It To You, new and sealed for $33.99. Kelly, same thing on David Bowie. It's a half-speed master of Young Americans. And I can still get these, or at least I can try. If you want it, it's $33.99. It's a half-speed master. Okay, and then what was BOC? That was a greatest hits, the best of BOC. It's a 2 LP blue vinyl. The best of BOC. It's on blue vinyl. It's $54.99. Don't Fear the Reaper, limited edition 2000. Okay, next is Ed Hickey on Slaughter. That's sold. Over here, Josh Brown on Test for Echo. Test for Echo is sold. That just leaves counterparts if anybody wants that. And we have Spooky Tooth, the mirror. Spooky Tooth is $19.99. If you're trying to buy something out of the bin, James was trying to pay $40 on Slaughter. Too late. These are first come, first serve. If I say 33, they're 33. Even if somebody offers me 100, they're all first come, first serve. These back here are auctions. You bid in the comments. For example, if you want BOC, you comment BOC. It's $54.99. These are no more and no less. If I only have one, that's all I have. They're first come, first serve. Morning Star, Venus. That's a prog album from 1979, $19.99. And Morning Star again, another prog album, Gold Stamp promo, $19.99. All right, did anybody else bid on Riot? Riot did get a new bid for $60. Now the Sword's at $61. And over here, Y&T is still getting bids. It's at $65. So $65 on the Sword. And I think we might be done on Riot. It's at $60 with Jeff Brindley. Next is New and Sealed Cherry Pie Warrant, $39.99. That is on limited edition cherry colored vinyl. Avalanche, Play for the Center. That is Pray for the Center. Avalanche is $19.99 and Fat Mattress is $24.99. The BOC is a new music on vinyl pressing, so it's music on vinyl. Really high quality as always. They're numbered and they're on blue vinyl, and it is $54.99. I have a feeling somebody's about to bite on it because we've had way too many people ask. That usually means there's a lot of people like, should I? Maybe, yes. Maybe Todd Fisher jump in. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, so let's go back over here. James, Chilcott on Warrant. Now, James, you're a first-time buyer, right? What I need you to do right now, I need you to message our page. I need you to send me your email address and your mailing address, okay? James Chilcott, send that to Collectco. I need your mailing address and I need your email address. And just say, yes, first-time buyer. And I will put you down here for the warrant. And I need you to message us right now, please. First-time buyer. This is so do you. Make sure this goes in for $39.99. Okay, next thing we have right here is Brian Auger and the Trinity, $24.99. And The Cure, I Hear No Sound, live, 1979. The Cure is $33.99. Ride is sold to Jeff Brindley for $60. Thank you, Jeff Brindley. That is sold to you for $60. Thank you, Jeff Brindley. That is done and sold to you for $60. Appreciate that. Riot is over, okay? Now, we have a request for this compilation. Let's go ahead and do that right quick. And about everything in here is requested. Everything's requested, I promise. I'm going to try to go through them as fast as we can, one at a time, and put them up for auction. This is right here. It's called Make a Difference Foundation, Stairway to Heaven, Highway to Hell. It's an 89 USOG with the original inner sleeve, near mint minus, cover, and vinyl. $45 start. Ozzy, Scorpion, Skid Row, Motley Crue. We also have Gorky Park, Cinderella, Jason Bonham, Bon Jovi. $45 start. It's up for bid. Robin Glenn on The Cure. What's The Cure? Already sold. Sword 71, Sword 75. Over here, are we done on Y&T? Are we finished? Y&T. I said MT Matt had it for $65. I hope everybody's done bidding. I've got to sell it. Next thing over here is Thin Lizzy, live in Chicago, Riviera, $29.99. Fred Carnell asked about these Venus albums. Venus, Morning Star. Venus, Morning Star is the name of the group, Craig or Fred. They're $19.99 each on those. I'd take Kiss and Scorpions cassettes for $20. The only cassettes that are left is Scorpions for $15. The Kiss already sold. Over here, Procol Harum, A Salty Dog, $19.99 on Procol Harum. This is David Bowie, another half-speed master of Ziggy Stardust, $33.99 on that. Uriah Heep, Return to Fantasy, VG $9.99, and New and Sealed Sonic Youth, Hold That Tiger, live, 2 LP blue vinyl, $44.99. Halloween, Pink Bubbles Go Ape. Halloween is pink and black splatter, sealed. Halloween, $29.99. Y&T is officially sold, and Y&T is done, and that's sold to MT Matt for $65. That is sold. Over here, Highway to Hell is at $50, and I hope we're done on the Sword. The last bid that came in on the Sword was Chase Arnold at $75. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Holy moly, everybody buckle up. Buckle up right now. Van Halen, live in Pasadena, October 1977. Van Halen is an unofficial, recorded 3 months before their debut album came out. This was at the Civic Auditorium in Pasadena, California, 1977. This was taken from a radio broadcast. And this is an EX edition. Let's go ahead and start that for $45. Holy moly. There it is. Ever since I posted a picture of that from that original Kiss collection, there have been between 2,000 and 3,000 people ask when they can purchase this. Chad, please, I will do anything if you let me buy this right now. Please, please, right now. Right now's the opportunity. $45 start. It's been between 2,000 and 3,000 people asked to buy that early. I don't do that. We put them up for auction or we put them in the bins. Ziggy is sold to Jeremy Bryant. And then Charlie Marks put Hell for Halloween. Let's sell these 2 Scorpions to Jeff Brindley for $10. Thank you. Now the compilation has 5 $50 bids. Michael second on Halloween. Van Halen 45. Van Halen 45. Van Halen 65. Next is Evergrey. Hymns for the Broke. Evergrey is sealed on cream colored vinyl for $34.99. ELO Discovery. ELO VG Plus $14.99. Fleetwood Mac Mystery to Me, VG $12.99, and the Sword. I hope we're done on that because I hadn't seen a bid in a while. I've already made it a final call, and the Sword is sold to Chase Arnold for $75. Now Van Halen's already $65. Make is at $55. That's Stairway to Heaven. Highway to Hell. Now Van Halen's at $75. Our next auction is going to go up right now. What do we have here, you may ask? Yes, I have it. It's the Scorpions, Crazy World. The Scorpions is a 1990 USOG club. Right now, there are currently none for sale on Discogs. It is out of print in the United States, at least, or maybe they've never reissued it. I think they've maybe reissued it overseas, but I know I can't order it right now if I tried. Original on the sleeve, a near mint copy, a $75 start. That's now up for bid. The Scorpions is a $70 start. The comp is OG. I don't think that's ever been reissued, but yeah, it's OG. Over here, I got to make sure the person who bought the cherry pie has messages. Let me jump over here and see if he has. The person who bought the cherry pie has not messaged us yet. All right, so I'm going to put that back in the bin. If you're a first-time buyer, you've got to message us immediately. Cherry pie is still available. I'll give him one more chance to make sure he sends us a message. $39.99. I need that immediately, please. And then we got Michael Grace on CO, and CO was for what? Michael Grace put CO. Not for sure what that was for. Over here, where did I leave off? Van Halen 65, Make 55, Van Halen 75, Van Halen 75. We got a request for Ace of Spades, Van Halen 79, Van Halen 75, Scorpion 75, Highway to Hell 52, Danny Thomason on Fleetwood Mac. Over here, this is Iron Butterfly, VG Plus $14.99. Over here is Mott the Hoople Mott. That's VG Plus $14.99. And Quicksilver, What About Me? Quicksilver's in VG condition, $9.99. And Bad Boy Back to Back. Bad Boy is a 1978 U.S. hard rock, $19.99. $19.99. Let me refresh my messenger here. Make sure that's come in, James Chilcote, okay? Let me make sure. Now, let me ask you a question. Did you send us a Facebook message, or did you fill out the first-time buyer form? Did you fill out the first-time buyer form, or did you send us a Facebook message, okay? If you send us a first-time buyer form, that is a little bit different, okay? He filled out the first-time buyer form, okay? Submitted 1 minute ago. Great. Okay, so thank you. That's sold to you. Now you're good to go. Appreciate that. I'm monitoring over here. We got to make sure we either have a Facebook message or the buyer form filled out. So make sure you let me know which one you've done. Let me go back up to the top. There's all of a sudden a lot of activity. Okay, I think some people are getting confused on what we're calling this, okay? How about we call, if you want to bid on this, we're going to call this COMP for compilation, okay? Some people's calling it Make. Some people's putting Stare. Some people's putting HTH for Highway to Hell. Let's call it COMP for comp, because I've had 2 people say I'm confused on what people's bidding on. This has a high bid right now for $65. $65 of Mark Buddha, okay? The Scorpions opened up at $75. $75. And right now, it has one $75 bid. Van Halen, the live bootleg Pasadena, is at $90. That's where we're at on all three auctions, okay? That's where we're at on all three auctions. The most recent claims was Fleetwood Mac for Danny. Amanda, you were second on warrant. He has filled out his information. Thank you and welcome, all first-time buyers. The BOC is sold to Carol Puckett. That's gone. And now Van Halen's at $95. Okay? Let's finish up this crate. Ohm, Advatic songs. Sealed, Stoner Metal, Doom, $39.99. Also over here is Nectar, Time Machine. Nectar is sealed for $19.99. Dirty Looks is a 1980 white label promo, EX $17.99. Talking Heads Live, A Bar Called Heaven, 1979, $29.99. And Twisted Sister, now playing orange vinyl, a greatest hits comp, $28.99. Van Halen's at $125. The Scorpions is at $80, and the compilation's at $80. $80 on the compilation. $80 on the compilation. There's only one no bid from yesterday, and that is Booker T for $15. I'm actually going to put it off the table. Booker T's $15. Okay, next, two more cassettes going up right now. I'm going to actually do, let's mix up two here. I have Queensryche and Rat going up for a $15 start. Queensryche and Rat going up for a $15 start. Those two cassettes, $15 start on those. Next was Fred Carnell on Nectar. Van Halen's at $125. Greg Lee on the Talking Heads. Slicker next on Nectar, and Fred first on Twisted Sister. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. They're $28.99. They're on orange vinyl. It is a greatest hits. It's called Now Playing. I can put anybody that wants on a waiting list on a waiting list, okay? Let's go through this here and let's read through these titles one more time, okay? Let's do it. Busy auctions, no doubt. Cassettes at $15.15. The Scorpions is at $115. That's a rare one. $19.90. None for sale currently on Discogs. Van Halen, the most recent high bid I remember saying was $125 with Tim Graham. Let's get some balloon action going. Come on, balloons. Where are you? Oh, we got to get some balloons. Come on. Jake, have you disengaged my balloons? Oh, thank God. There they are. Okay. Now, the comp, the last bid that came in on that was $82 of Mark Buddha. $82. Let's run through this crate. I'll do a big update on all the auctions before we go any further. First thing we have, 10 years after. If you need a price, let me know. Time of the Seasons, a 2 LP Zombies compilation. Asia was new and sealed. Jim Sullivan was new and sealed. Rush, Counterparts, $39. Motorheads, $33.99. These are all Hatchet Ed putbacks. Right over here, these are all new and sealed. Next thing, Red Rider Neruda, Utopia, self-titled, Emerson Lake and Palmer Works, Vanilla Fudge, Rock and Roll, Squeeze, Cool for Cats, Jean-Luc Ponty, Smashing Pumpkins Unplugged, Pearl Jam live in Las Vegas. I can't believe those didn't get claimed. Wow. Over here, Spooky Tooth. We have Morningstar, Avalanche, Fat Mattress, and Brian Auger, and Thin Lizzy back in Chicago's $29.99. All right, so right now, let's update first the far left auction. Crazy night here on Collectco. Has everybody hit the like button? Has everybody hit the share button? Have you subscribed? Have you followed? This is called Stairway to Heaven, Highway to Hell. It's a 1989 USOG compilation with the original inner sleeve. If you want to bid, please put comp. C-O-M-P. Okay, comp. The high bid on this is $82 with Mark Buddha. $82 with Mark Buddha. The Scorpions is an OG record, a 1990 USOG Club near mint minus. near mint minus. The high bid on this is $135. $135 with MT Matt. $135 with MT Matt. Paul S. is way behind on his feed because right now the Van Halen is about to sell. It's a final call, and the high bid on this has been $125 with 10 gram. Now, there's 2 people bidding on YouTube right now, but they're behind. They have no idea they're not watching live right now. I see 2 of them for sure. This is at $125, and I've got to sell it really quick if no one else bids. Matt Marco says he'll take the Smashing Pumpkins and the Pearl Jam. Smashing Pumpkins was a bootleg, unofficial, unplugged, $38.99 if anybody wants on a waiting list. Pearl Jam was Aladdin Las Vegas 93, $39.99. Both of those sold to Matt Marco. How much was Rush Counterparts? Rush Counterparts was $39.99. Van Halen's now at $130. The Comp is at $100. And now Scorpions is at $141. Here's the history on these 2 cassettes. They have a high bid for $25. We'll sell them together. We'll sell them together. They have a high bid of $25. I think we're updated. Scott Dwallow wants on the Smashing Pumpkins waiting list. Todd Fisher wants the Rush Counterparts. Okay, I'm separating all the new and sealed stuff. We also had Procol Harum, A Salty Dog. Uriah Heep, A Return to Fantasy. Sonic Youth is called Hold That Tiger, 2 LP blue vinyl. Evergrey was sealed, but it's pre-owned. Cream-colored vinyl, $34.99. Thank you for the crates, Paul. Thank you as always. Have a good 4th. We have ELO Discovery, VG Plus, $14.99. Robin Trower Caravan to Midnight. Iron Butterfly Metamorphosis, Mott the Hoople Mott. Quicksilver, What About Me? Bad Boy Back to Back. Ohm, this is Adved, I can't say that word. It is sealed for $39.99. And Dirty Looks is EX, $17.99. All righty. So thank you for buying stuff out of there. That was another Hatchet Ed crate. And a lot of pre-owned vintage stuff in there. I still got 2 more to go through. Paul's dropped off 2 crates. There's over 30 John crates that's been priced we've never gone through before. That's not an exaggeration. We've now built a backlog of over 30 John crates that's never been gone through. He just keeps pricing 3, 4, 5, 6 crates a day. And Paul and Laura have been marking so much. And I go through John stuff too. It's amazing. So we have like this huge backlog of stuff. And tomorrow, since I've given everybody the day off, it's good that I've got a backlog because we'll have new arrivals tomorrow, even though no one's really here. So great that they can celebrate the 4th, and we have plenty of stuff. What's the Motorhead in the crate? A half-speed bomber. That's a bomber, not at full speed. It's at half speed. I'm just joking. It's a half-speed mastering. Blue and black splatter, $33.99, okay? So Paul's marking crates. I got more Hatchet Ed. We got a lot of stuff. First of all, these 2 cassettes are sold for $25. I knew that would do good because this here has never been reissued. Rat, you still can't get a new copy of that on vinyl. Very desirable album. These 2 were sold to Heath Norman for $25. Now, Van Halen. Paul S. has no idea he is still behind. Van Halen's already at $160. Buddy Cordova wants that Thin Lizzy. And we have Squat Dwallow on the Smashing Pumpkins waiting list. What about the Comp? The last bid I see on the Comp is $102 with Oso Adventure. The Scorpions is at $155, also with Oso Adventure. So $155, $102, and Van Halen's at $160. Let's change out crates. Amazing. Fantastic. I've got, Tanner has pulled all the flip crates, all the claims from the flip crates the last 3 days. And guess what? I'm going to go through the leftovers on those. We usually sell out of all that stuff when we go through it. I also have new vinyl here I need to go through, like new and sealed stuff that I've been wanting to show. Just great titles that was new, that hadn't been eligible for discount. I need to show some of that again. I might go through a quick, like just a little bit of a blast right here right quick. Like boom, 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 and show some stuff in this crate. Since there's some interest in Smashing Pumpkins. And let me go ahead and show like 7 new titles here. That's really new stuff, okay? Here we have it. I have what? Smashing Pumpkins Melancholy, $114.99, new and sealed box set. Tenacious D, new and sealed, $38.99. Smokey and the Bandit, folks, East, Bound and Down, $34.99. Labyrinth, the soundtrack with David Bowie, $33.99. Madonna, her 1994 album, Bedtime Stories, that's tough to get, 1994, $33.99. And the anthology, A Tribe Called Quest, $33.99 on that. All right, so let's put up a couple more cassettes. I have, let's do Loudness and Hurricane. Loudness, Lightning Strikes, and Hurricane, Slave to the Thrill. Those two cassettes, if you want to bid, put CASS, CASS, $15 start on those. Tori Mercado on Tenacious D. Thank you, Tori Mercado. Those are sold to you. And I've already shown these tonight. Matt Marco on Smashing Pumpkins. Thank you, Matt. That continues our streak. Make a note, whoever's watching, order another Melancholy box. Okay, and then we've already shown these, but quickly, Onslaught The Force, $33.99. Onslaught Power from Hell, $33. Grateful Dead, Vinyl Me Please, $34. DJ Shadow, $38. And we still got Quicksand, that's $34, 30th anniversary. And Coil, Black Antlers, that's a 2 LP limited edition clear vinyl. All right, so what happened on the Scorpions? I remember saying $155 on the Scorpions with Oh So Adventure. 1990. Final call, $155. Okay, $155. No one else is bid. I've got to sell it quick. The Comp is still getting bids. $120, $115, $121. And Van Halen. I just want to make sure nobody else bid. Tim Graham has it for $160. Tim Graham has it for $160. I'm about to sell it. Tim Graham, $160. All done. Everybody out? $160. We have so much more stuff to get to. These have been slobber knockers, I'm telling you. David Pitts is still bidding, $165. Anybody else? So we sold an anthology. Did we pull that for Fred? We didn't. Tribe. That sold to Fred Cardinale. Anybody else? So that was Coil, Quicksand, DJ Shadow, Grateful Dead, Onslaught, Tribe, Madonna, Lambert, Smokey and the Bandit. All right. There's those. Thank you. That was quick. Told you it would be. Quick and easy. That's the convenience market my aunt used to work at in South Carthage. Or Carthage. Quick and easy. Aunt Judy. She used to make chicken biscuits and sell people cigarettes. Everybody in town knew her. They'd be like, hey, I think I know your Aunt Judy. She works down at the Quick and Easy Market. I'm like, yep, that's Judy. All right. Comp, $126. Van Halen, $180. Megadeth. Oh, yeah. All right. So let's go through these very quickly, okay? We sold a pre-owned copy last night. Here's one new and sealed. Life moves pretty fast. The John Hughes mixtapes, red vinyl, 6 LP, new and sealed, $139.99. Bernard Purdy, pretty good, $29.99. Legendary jazz drummer. Eagles, The Long Run, new and sealed, $33.99. Static X, Project Regeneration, yellow vinyl, $33.99. Rush, self-titled, $49.99. Rush, Fly By Night, $36.99. These are all new and sealed. Johnny Cash, American Recordings Volume 4, The Man Comes Around, with his iconic and now very famous cover of Hurt, $44.99. Soundgarden, Louder Than Life, $33.99. Madonna, Like a Prayer, $33.99. REM, Out of Time, $34.99. Guns N' Roses is $44. Rush Moving Pictures is $36. Let me pause there. Nobody else bid on Scorpions, right? Nobody else bid on Scorpions. It is done, and it is sold to Oh So Adventure for $155. Now, the compilation, Stairway to Heaven, Highway to Hell. The last bid that came in on this. The last bid on this that came in was $121. Mark Buddha, and then Oh So Adventure. And then $122, then $126, then another $126. Mark Buddha has this for $126. Van Halen, Live in Pasadena. Paul S. has it for $181. $181. And then these two cassettes, the most recent high bid was Heath Norman for $22. Man, those were up for a long time. Let's go ahead and put up something else. Somebody just asked about Megadeth. Here is an OG pressing. Oh my gosh. In shrink, almost near mint, minus EX Plus condition. What do we have here? Peace sales, but who's buying? Folks, an original 1986 specialty in shrink, with the original under sleeve, a top copy of Megadeth with the original price tag. Holy moly. A $95 start. Let the bidding begin. Over here, we have sold what? We have JetBlue, Amanda Darby on Rush, Fly By Night. That is sold. Van Halen has hit $200. Next is the Immaculate Collection. This is $44.99. This is Madonna, the Immaculate Collection, $44.99. Over here, we have Kill Switch Engage. This is Alive or Just Breathing. Kill Switch Engage is $33.99. The comp is at $127. So these two auctions are still live. Van Halen is a bootleg unofficial live in Pasadena. The most recent bid on Van Halen that came in was Tim Graham at $200. These two are still active. Two people have got on and said, what's the auctions? Van Halen's live in Pasadena, October 1977. This was recorded 3 months before their debut album came out. Over here is Megadeth. Peace sells, but who's buying? Megadeth is a $100 start with Jeff Brinley. He's in. The compilation, this right here, Stairway to Heaven, Highway to Hell. These are still available for bid if anybody just jumped on. This is Stairway to Heaven, Highway to Hell with Bon Jovi, Jason Bonham, Cinderella, Corky Park, Motley Crue, Ozzy Osbourne, The Scorpions, Skid Row, and they're in absolute war on this. Mark Buddha, 127. Mark Buddha, 127. Megadeth is in Shrink. OG copy. First pressing. This is it. First pressing. OG copy. Near mint. Shrink. Original under sleeve. Original high price tag. It is at $100. How much was Johnny Cash? $44.99. Iron Maiden Power Slave. $33.99. JetBlue is Janet Gray. If anybody's on Twitch and I mess up your name, you're going to have to correct me, or if you can change your handle, if I keep up messing it up. I now have to memorize YouTube handles, Facebook alternate names, and I'm now memorizing Twitch handles, and I'm now having to memorize Discord handles and X handles and everything else. So if I make a mistake, you'll have to correct me. Janet Gray is JetBlue 004. She got the Rush, Fly By Night. We got Iron Maiden Power Slave for $33. Bullet Boys 10 Cent Billionaire. That's $34.99. Cash is $44.99. Over here, this is Lamb of God, A New American Gospel, $39.99. And Volcano, Bloody Vengeance, $39.99. And Screw, Dusted Screw Texas Industrial Metal, $38.99. Over here, this is right here. This is these two cassettes. These two cassettes are sold, and these are sold to Sean Druin for $23. Those are sold. Okay, those are done. And we have an incredible batch of metal tonight. Yes. Now, over here, they have a cheat sheet in the back, but I have a problem selling to the handles and not their real. I accidentally say their real name and not their handle. And I do that, but they know they have, they have like a 2-page thing of like everybody's fake names. We have people under fake names, witness protection names. People's like, please never say my name, this and that. And we're like, okay. Who got the cash? The cash was sold to Greg Lee for $44.99. Now, Megadeth's at $1.25. What about the comp? That's got to be sold here pretty soon. My goodness, what a battle. Are we done? I think it's up to Oso Adventure. He's out. Mark Buddha, $127. Are we done? Jeff Brinley's out, $127. It's on an invisible 30-second timer after a battle. That's been up for about a half hour. Wow. Holy moly. Over here, Van Halen. I hope we're done. This has been all, I knew it was. That's why I went ahead and put it up early. Motorhead's on deck, yes. I don't know if it's OG or not, though. Tim Graham, $200. Megadeth is at $126. The best copy you could possibly get, possibly, except for a possible sealed copy. Wow. I've almost sold this whole first tray of cassettes, but I've got a few more to try. We're going to do Slaughter, and we're going to do Dokken. These are going to go up for a $15 start. Slaughter and Dokken. Those are $15 starts. Slaughter and Dokken. Van Halen is still getting bids. Megadeth is still getting bids. Anybody else? I'm going to go through another Hatchet Ed crate. I just wanted to show some stuff in here. Screw. Volcano. Lamb of God, especially these metal titles I ordered last week for Metal Week. Lamb of God, Volcano Screw, Bullet Boys, Be careful saying that word too. Iron Maiden, Kill Switch Engage, Madonna, Rush Moving Pictures, GNR Greatest Hits, REM, Madonna Like a Prayer, Soundgarden Cash, Rush, Static X, Eagles, Bernard Purdy, and Life Moves Pretty Fast. And earlier, Fred Carnell said, did I hear Coil? Fred, you did. Black Antlers, Coil, 2 LP clear vinyl, $34.99. Let's go through number 4 of 5 of Hatchet Ed crates, okay? Let's go ahead and sell this comp right now. It is done. What a war. Same thing for Van Halen. It's still getting bids. Now it's at $225. This is officially sold, and this is sold to Mark Buddha for $127. The cassettes have bids for $15 and $20. Van Halen's at $230. Megadeth's at $150. Next is Motorhead, the Ace of Spades. This is a reissue. It's a 2015 U.S. reissue, 180 gram with the original inner sleeve EX condition. Excuse me, a $20 start. $20 start on that. Okay. Let me pick out the next Bet's Hatchet Ed crate. This one here looks pretty dang good, honestly. Wow. Oh, there went my knees. Bear with me tonight. Last night I was very sick, probably about a 3. I would consider 1 like need to go to the emergency room. I was probably about a 3. Tonight I'm about a 5. I'm about a 5 tonight. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Let me move all these frame things up front before. I don't want to show these or let me move them right there. Okay. Here we go. First thing we have is 7 Mary 3, American Standard, limited edition numbered black and marble vinyl, $38.99. Framed items not for sale. Right now, that is. We have Coletco, non-payers, overdue invoices, irresponsible, reckless claims. This is a Hatchet Ed bin. Please only buy stuff you want and only stuff you can afford, okay? Collecting vinyl is a pretty expensive hobby. Make sure you have a lot of disposable income or some disposable income. Please don't go in debt with Coletco. We got to have money. You've got to have money too. So make wise decisions, okay? First thing we have over here, Van Halen was at $230, now $235. The cassette's $20, now $23. Now Motorhead's at $25, Megadeth's at $151. So first thing, let me work on the auctions. George Jones, the Van Halen's up to you. This could go into some long extended bidding with Tim Graham and George Jones. It's at $235. Megadeth's at $175. Motorhead is a reissue from 2015. It's at $25. These two cassettes are at $23 with Sean Hibbler. Yes, this is a Hatchet Ed crate. These are non-payments and putbacks. And first, we got 7 Mary 3 for $38.99. Rush, Roll the Bones, $33.99. That is the remaster. Also, we have Rush Presto, the remaster, $33.99. We have the Times Square soundtrack, EX Condition, a 2 LP, $27.99. I have What a Wonderful Day for a Daydream, a superb copy here of the Love and Spoonful, $14.99. Okay, first of all, Van Halen's at $245. I hope we're done on Megadeth because I'm saying it's a final call for a $175 start. Now, El Terrible put Motorhead, but there's no bid. And then over here, Dokken, the last bid on Dokken was, these two cassettes were $25, and then Sean went out. So these are sold for $25 to Sean Druin. Sean Hibbler went out. Those are sold to Sean Druin for $25. Thank you. Now, Melanie Clausen first on 7 Mary 3. Josh Brown on Rush, Roll the Bones. Thank you on that. Next is Elton John's classic, Tumbleweed Connection. This is an early 80s pressing, $19.99 for Tumbleweed Connection. George Jones, You're Out on Van Halen, $245. Over here is Jackson Brown, Running on Empty, $19.99. Has a beautiful disc. This is Running on Empty. Has the book, Jackson Browne, a classic, new and sealed psychedelic furs. Talk, talk, talk with Pretty in Pink, $39.99. Now Motorhead has a bid for $25. It already was at $25. Michael Hamburger was already at $25. My question is, are we done on Megadeth? Because the bidder before that $175 was Manish Puri. Haven't heard back from Manish, but I got to sell it really quick. New and sealed, the Smiths, live, Markethale, Hamburg, 1984. The Smiths is $33.99. Megadeth does not have a parental advisory at the bottom. Megadeth is a 1986 U.S. Specialty OG in shrink wrap. It's EX Plus, nearly near mint minus, with the original inner sleeve. Over here, Motorhead's at $27. Clock's on for Van Halen. I've got to hear back from George Jones. However, we got to give it a reasonable amount of time. Alice in Chains live at the Palladium. Alice in Chains is $29.99. Now Megadeth is still getting bids. Now it's at $180. We have the Smiths, Strange Ways, Here We Come, $33.99. George Jones bid $25 on Van Halen. The current bid is $245. I think he meant $250. Now Van Halen's at $250. Now we got Cat Stevens' Greatest Hits with poster, $19.99. Let me put up some more cassettes because these auctions have went into extended bidding at this point. Let's go over here to Bon Jovi. This is Bon Jovi Slippery When Wet. And we have New Jersey, 2 classics from Bon Jovi. This one looks bizarre. It's in a different kind of cassette case than normal. It's got like rounded corners. 2 Bon Jovi cassettes, a $15 start. Now Megadeth is still getting new bids. Now Motorhead's getting new bids. Stephen Parton got the Alice in Chains live. I don't know if I can still get these anymore or not, but if anybody wants me to check, let me know. That one sold to Stephen Parton. Here is another Jackson Browne holdout, $14.99. George Jones, you're immediately outbid on Van Halen, $255. Somebody just go ahead and bid $500 and we'll wrap this thing up. Right now it's at $255. Now Megadeth's at $200. Now Motorhead's at $30. I have new and sealed Slipknot Iowa. That's on translucent green vinyl. $36.99 on Iowa Slipknot. We have Rammstein. This is Sinjut, something like that. 2 LP remaster, $46.99. And the Sisters of Mercy Floodland. This is new from MoFi, $34.99. Final call on Van Halen. The bid's at $255. Megadeth's at $200. I got to hear back from Manish Puri. Motorhead's at $30. I got to hear back from one person, Buddy Cordova. Over here is these 2 Bon Jovi cassettes. No bids yet. Now Megadeth's got a new bid for $210. We have Susie and the Banshees, All Souls, $36.99 on that. NXS, listen like these. No price. That might have been sold at auction. I'll just set that back here behind me for another time. And Green Day, live in New Jersey, $29.99 on that. Over here is Kiss, Alive 3. $46.99. Now Motorhead still getting bids. Now Megadeth still getting bids. I got to wait for George Jones on Van Halen. It is a final call. It is at $255 with Tim Graham. Now Megadeth's at $215. Over here we have Radiohead OK Computer. This is a 2016, $34.99. Over here is the Misfits. This is new and sealed for $33.99. Nobody bid on the Bon Jovi cassettes. Those can be bought for $15. Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comic Live Plus One, the expanded edition. Hand-poured colored vinyl, $44.99 from Friday Music. JetBlue 004 on the Radiohead. That's sold to JetBlue 004. Van Halen has a new bid for $260. George Jones is bidding, but he has got definitely a heavily delayed connection. His bids come in about every 2 minutes. Now we have Megadeth at $225. And now Tim Graham has immediately bid again on Van Halen, $265. Now Motorhead's at $35. And we have Moondog Matinee, the band, VG Plus, $19.99. Brian Campbell says, Misfits for me, quality. This is new and sealed, $33.99, sold to Brian Campbell. Scott Fellow said he would do the 2 Bon Jovi cassettes for $15. That's sold. Greg Gabhart, are you a first-time buyer? Did I say Greg Gabhart? That's sold to you. Have you already registered with us? Thank you and welcome. Cost on Ace Frehley's Comic. Ace Frehley is $44.99. Friday Music Live Plus One. Seether, Holding On to Strings, Better Left Afraid. New and sealed, $33. Now Van Halen's at $270. Tim Graham, I guarantee he's going to bid again. Megadeth at $230. Now it's up to Manish Puri again. They're still bidding on Motorhead. The last bid was $35 on that. The next cassette I have is Ozzy, and we're going to put Ozzy with a Let's just do Ozzy by itself. Just Say No. Ozzy is a $7 start. Geezer Butler, Zach Wild, Randy Castillo. Ozzy, Just Say No, a $7 start. Van Halen 270, Van Halen 275. Tim Graham says, you know what? I'm already at $300. Now Motorhead's at $37. Now Megadeth is up to Manish Puri. The most recent bid on that is $230 with Jeff Brinley. Bullet Boys, there's another copy, 10 Cent Billionaire, clear vinyl. There for the longest, I couldn't get enough of these, and now I've got 4 or 5 copies. Over here is another copy. And we got Gary Wright, the Dreamweaver, EX 1799. If you're a first-time buyer, thank you, and make sure you've messaged our page on Facebook, or make sure you have filled out the first-time buyer form. We love first-time buyers. I actually spent quite a lot of money on Facebook the last couple basically, the last 24 hours, I have sent Facebook a lot of money to hopefully get some people recruited to watch the show tonight. Thank you, Facebook ads. We have had several new buyers tonight. Facebook's working. A lot of people don't like Facebook, but I tell you what, if you want to grow a small business, you send them enough money, you'll find new customers. Welcome, everybody. Thanks, and welcome to CollectCo. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Here on turn 3, we have Van Halen. The high bid on that is $300. It's up to George Jones. The high bid's $300. Over here is Megadeth. It's at $250. I do sound like I'm announcing a horse race. Now the Motorhead's at $40. I can't put up anything new because I won't be able to keep up with the bids. If I put up another auction right now, we would get absolute chaos over here. Next thing over here is Charlie Daniels Knight Rider. That's VG Plus $17.99. What's the tracks on Seether? How much is Bullet Boys? What is the Smiths? And what's the Aussie at? First thing we have here is Foghat Slow Ride Live in Concert 2 LP Orange Marble Vinyl. Sealed for $34.99. I'm waiting for one person on Van Halen. That's George Jones. I'm waiting for one person on Megadeth, and that's Manish Puri. Guess what? Van Halen's at $305, and now Megadeth's at $260. Motorhead's at $44. Ozzy's a $7 start. Back here, what was the Smiths? That's live. Market Hall, Market Thale, Market something. It's live in Hamburg, 1984. It's hand numbered. No, it's not. It is limited edition. It's on Lagoon colored vinyl, $33.99. Over here, Megadeth at $260. William APM on Iowa Slipknot. So do William APM. What's the price on Psychedelic Furs? $39.99. Ozzy's at $7. Van Halen, $350. Ozzy's at $15. And Motorhead's out with Michael Hamburger. Final Call Del Terrible Torio for $44. Next in here, New Order Substance, $39.99. Over here is Madonna. This is, I don't know, we sold it one time at auction. We lost the sticky note. I got Volbeat. That's their newest album, $46.99. Jeremy Bryant on Smiths. Now, I lost somebody else's question. There was a track on Seether. The groundbreaking album, classic for the first time on vinyl, featuring chart-topping hits, country song, No Resolution, Here and Now and Tonight. Exclusive limited edition Twilight colored vinyl. Over here is the Cranberries. No Need to Argue, the new deluxe edition, 2 LP, $46.99 on that. Foghat Live, sold to George Samberes. Megadeth's out with Jeff Brinley. We might have found our new buyer with Manish Puri, or the right buyer, not our first time buyer. Manish is a long-time customer, $260 on that. Yeah, Bullet Boys, $34.99. Van Halen still getting bids, $355. Ozzy, $15 with Rebecca Howard. Now $20 with Shane Devers. Jazz Sabbath, $36.99. New and sealed. Also Rush Test for Echo, $39.99. Elvis, 1956. Limited edition 2000 numbered, $44.99. Blue vinyl. All right, it is time to sell these. Wow. I am absolutely exhausted, and we have, y'all don't even want to know what's on deck. I mean, this, we're going to have to continue tomorrow. I know it's only 8 o'clock, but I'm going to be like, tomorrow is Metal Night Part 2. Goodness gracious. Motorhead, $44, and that is So Del Terrible Torio. And Megadeth is Manish Puri, $260. I mean, we hadn't even got started on auctions over here. That was like the first 5 of 50. And they're still bidding on Van Halen. It's at $376. Ozzy's at $25. Ozzy's at $30. And our next auction is going to go up right now. Holy moly. Metallica. Fast as F-U-C-K. Laura has redacted it, though, so we don't get censored on Facebook. Wow. This is allegedly the fastest set Metallica ever played. Recorded live at Maple Leaf Garden something, Toronto, Canada, December 9th, 1986. They didn't get their money worth. They played too fast. Master of Puppets sounded like this. Dun, 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 dun. They kicked it up a few notches. Metallica, $65 start. Let the bidding begin. Ozzy's at $31. Van Halen's at $378. Our next auction's going to go up right now. You may ask, Chad, what is the next auction you plan on putting up for bid? My answer is this, the heavy metal soundtrack. Holy moly, it's a nice copy too. It's a 1981 Pittman OG with the original inner sleeves. Nice jacket, EX or better. How much? A $30 start. We got Metallica, we got Van Halen, and we got heavy metal and Ozzy all up for auction right now. Let me make sure I didn't miss any claims in here. The other Smiths info. The other Smiths info. The Smiths. Strange Ways, Here We Come. New and sealed, $33.99. Over here, Glam Rock Collected. 2 LP, limited edition 2000, numbered. Glam Rock Collected. Great price, $34.99. Another Best of Blue Oyster Cult. We sold one earlier. There's another one. $54.99. 2 LP, blue vinyl. Rush Counterparts, $39.99. Rush Roll the Bones, $33.99. Now we're into some of our non-paid auctions. Duran Duran can be bought for $35. 7 in the Ragged Tiger. Pink Floyd Animals, it's an OG Pittman press. That can be bought for $50. Neil Diamond, Mo-Fi, the jazz singer. That can be bought for $63. That was Hatchet Ed crate number 4 of 5. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Sorry, I had to cough. It sounds horrible too. All right, those are done. Thanks everybody for tuning in. It's Thursday Night Metal Night, and we are in full force. We are in full force. Let's go back up to the top and let me read off some bids. I remember saying Ozzy was at 31 with Rebecca. And then Van Halen got a bid for $378. Metallica opened at $65. Metallica opened at $70. Van Halen got a bid for $70. Metallica got another bid for $70. Van Halen got a bid for $380. Ozzy got a bid for $35. Heavy Metal got a bid for $30. Metallica $75. Heavy Metal $35. Van Halen $385. Heavy Metal $35. Heavy Metal $40. Heavy Metal $40. Over here, we have how much was Substance, $39.99, new order. Heavy Metal $35, Heavy Metal $45, Pickle $23.69. Pickle $23.69, that is on Rush Roll the Bones, Heavy Metal $40. Metallica $100, Heavy Metal $46, Heavy Metal $50. Show the Metallica again, give me 1 second. Heavy Metal $47, Metallica $80, Heavy Metal $50. Track list for Glam, Heavy Metal out, Heavy Metal out. Metallica $110. Let's start from left to right and tell what these are one more time, and I'm going to give the most recent high bids. Thank you. I definitely need that. Lord just dropped me off a bottle of water, probably because it looks and sounds like I'm about to pass out. Van Halen, live in Pasadena. This is a live concert. This was released 3 months, or the concert was 3 months before their debut album even came out. George Jones is out. Tim Graham has this for $385. $385. That is now a final call. They're always final calls. $385. In the middle is a live Metallica concert. It is live at Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto, Canada. It is evidently the fastest Metallica concert. This is a live unofficial. I do not think it's numbered. It doesn't appear to be. Nice jacket, a really well done bootleg. It is called Metallica Fast As. There it is. I'll let you look at it quickly. Okay, and then that has a high bid of $125. $125. Heavy Metal, now $140 with George Samberes. Heavy Metal's the OG soundtrack. There for a while, these were in print. I remember having them. I wish I still had them in print. They were reissued on red vinyl. $53 on this. What about the Ozzy? The Ozzy. The last bid on this, Ozzy was with Shane Devers at $35. I had to make sure Rebecca Howitt's out. 35 on that. He is out on Van Halen. George Jones says he's done. Now, 4 different times, people have went out, and I have said final call to Tim, and more people keep bidding. I'm going to do it, I think, for the 5th time, and say final call on Van Halen. Tim Graham, $385. This was a great crate with a lot of great stuff left over. A bid on heavy metal just came in for 55. Now Metallica's at 160. Shane Devers gets the Ozzy cassette for $35. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Buzzer. Sold to Tim Graham, $385. Now, I bet between the ad, messages, phone calls, no exaggeration, about 50 different people was wanting to know, can they just go ahead and buy that? And I said, no. It's going to be sold at auction at a certain night. Tonight's the night, and it's sold to Tim Graham. That was probably, most recent ads, probably one of the most desirable requested records I've seen in a while. Stryper, Soldiers Under Command, the original limited edition white vinyl, no condition notes, a $35 start. Nice jacket, Stryper on the original white vinyl, a $35 start. I'm going to read through these one more time. And yes, Pickle is Melanie Clausen. Same thing. I think they've got that down now. Thank you. Pickle is Melanie Clausen. Same thing. Thank you. Okay? Stryper has already got a bid for 45. I've got 2 Quiet Riot cassettes to put up for a $15 start. Quiet Riot 3 and Condition Critical. Here's what's left in here very quickly. New and sealed Rush Presto Remaster, $33.99. Times Square, great soundtrack. XTC, The Ramones, Talking Heads. It's a gold stamp promo 2LP EX, $27.99. Daydream, an original album from the Lovin' Spoonful, clean, $14.99. Elton John's Tumbleweed Connection, $19.99. Jackson Browne, Running on Empty, $19.99. This is a Hatchet Ed crate, by the way. New and sealed Psychedelic Furs, Talk, $39.99. Smith, Strange Ways, Here We Come, new and sealed, $33.99. Metallica, the new bid just came in of $200. What about heavy metal? The last bid on heavy metal was George Jones for $60. And now Stryper is at $50 with Jason Wilsky, Michael Hamburger's Totem, Metallica 201. Scott Fellows on Times Square. So does Scott Fellows. Next is Cat Stevens' Greatest Hits with poster, $19.99. Jackson Browne, Hold Out, $14.99. Rammstein, Chanut, $46.99. New and sealed Rammstein 2LP remastered. That is new and sealed. Also new and sealed Floodland from MoFi, Sisters of Mercy, just $34.99. New and sealed Susie and the Banshees, All Souls, $36.99. New and sealed Green Day, live in New Jersey, colored vinyl, $29.99. Now Stryper's at $55, Metallica $210. But are we done on heavy metal? George Jones at $60. I think it's up to Michael Hamburger to say if he's out. And now these 2 Quiet Riot cassettes can be bought for $15. If anybody wants to grab those, $15 on those. Next is The Band, Moondog Matinee, VG Plus $19.99, and Ace Frehley Live Plus One, the expanded version. Ace Frehley is $44.99. Bullet Boys, that's on silver vinyl, $34.99, new and sealed. All right, what we're going to do is I'm going to bundle the last 5 cassettes in this tray all together. Okay, Best of Ted Nugent, Kiss Animalize, Judas Priest Screaming for Vengeance, Jafria, and Jafria Silk and Steel. Those are 5 cassettes Let's put those up for a $15 start. 5 cassettes. If you want a bid, just put CASS. The buy it now that didn't get a bid was Quiet Riot 3 and Condition Critical, both for $15. Okay, so Bullet Boy and Ace Frehley's new and sealed too. That had been long out of print, and plus that's an expanded edition. Those are new and sealed. We had Gary Wright, a classic album, Dreamweaver, EX 1799, Charlie Daniels, VG Plus 1799, Volbeat's newest album. It's on mystery colored vinyl, new and sealed, $46.99. Jeff Braley wants this buy it now. Those 2 Quiet Rides for $15. That's the last in this tray, and then I'm going to get into a new box, okay? I will get into a new box, and that means there's probably going to be really good titles. Seether, still available, new and sealed, $33.99. Also, new and sealed The Cranberries, a 2 LP. The album is remastered, plus previously unreleased Yesterday's Gone from MTV Unplugged, $46.99. All right, so did Heavy Metal, are we done? I never did see anybody say out, but it was a final call, and Heavy Metal is sold, and that was sold to George Jones for $60. That is sold. Now Stripers at $70. Now Samuel Kopech on the Love and Spoonful. What a wonderful day for a daydream. Now the last bit I remember saying on Metallica was $225 with Steve Weaver. George Samberes, you have been outbid. These cassettes, if you want to bid, CASS, $15 start. Nugent Greatest Hits, Kiss Animalized, Pre-Screaming, and then 2 Jafrias. All right, we have Jazz Sabbath. That's new and sealed, $36.99. That's jazz covers of Black Sabbath music, really good. Rush, Test for Echo, $39.99. Rush, Test for Echo. We have Elvis, 1956, limited edition 2000 blue vinyl, includes Hound Dog and Don't Be Cruel. 4-page booklet, audio file, 180-gram vinyl from Music on Vinyl, $44.99. New and sealed Elvis. Somebody asked the track listing on Glam Rock. I can't give you all of them. But you know what? I can tell you some of the artists. Sweet, Lou Reed, Mott the Hoople, T-Rex, Slade, Mud, Roxy Music, Sparks, Wizard, Elton John, Alice Cooper, Susie Quattro, Pilot, New York Dolls, Mick Ronson, The Rubettes, and many more. That's a 2 LP, silver vinyl, and that's on sale technically for $34.99. Put that on me and send it to Kevin Voitosh. George Jones, who bought the Heavy Metal soundtrack, George Jones wants to pay for this and send it to Kevin Voitosh. We can do that. Next is the Best of Blue Oyster Cult. That's a 2 LP, $54.99. The cassettes are at $15. B-sides, thank you. Rush Counterparts, that's 2 LP, new and sealed, $39.99. And then here's some unpaid for auctions. Duran Duran, Japanese pressing, $35. An OG Pittman press of Pink Floyd Animals. I don't have a note for the grade, but it is $50. It is OG Pittman. OG Pittman. It looks pretty nice. I'm going to call it EX just to be safe. $50. OG Pink Floyd. MoFi, Neil Diamond, the jazz singer, $63. And New Order Substance. Dun, 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 dun. That's New Order. Blue Monday, $39.99. All right. Metallica, George has it, $280. Steve Weaver's done. Striper was a final call to Michael Hamburger for $70. And now the cassettes have a bid, and we are about to sell that right there. Okay, there is that. Next thing is this, and let's go ahead and put up another LP. Next LP I have right now is Queensryche, and this is the warning. Queensryche is an 84 US OG Winchester with the original on her sleeve. A nice copy, nice jacket, original on her sleeve, EX Plus or better. Folks, let's go ahead and start that for $45. Plus, we're about to sell these two. All these cassettes are sold to B-sides for $15. Thank you, those are sold. Those are done. Let me flip over this cassette case, and let me see what's on this other side. And let me figure out what's the next crate I want to go through. I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. Man, what a busy night already. Let me mute my mic and take a drink of water right quick. And let me mute my mic for All right. Whew. Why am I putting that there? Let me put it right here. Wow. Okay. Most recent activity. Metallica. Natasha. That was me. Did you want it? I guess you do. So give Natasha Glam Rock Collected. Metallica 280. Steve Weaver went out. Shane's in at 285. We're not done. Striper is sold to Michael Hamburger for 70. John, I see your comment, but you probably need to send us a message and reach out to Ed before you do any buying or bidding, okay? You'll need to reach out to Ed and have us review that, okay? So that's sold to Michael Hamburger. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. We're not done on Metallica. And let's go ahead and put up an Iron Maiden. Holy moly. Metallica, Queensryche, and Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden is OG. It's nearly a VG Plus copy. This is an OG copy of Iron Maiden Killers. My goodness. Let the bidding begin. Laura has graded it VG, almost VG Plus. OG Killers, a $35 start. $35 start. Queensryche is still getting bids. Don Nicole wants that Elvis Presley. You got it. That's sold to Don Nicole. All right, we've already filled up 4 full crates here. Iron Maiden's already getting bids. And let's go ahead and put up some new auctions. And the next auctions I'm going to do are 2 K-Tel metal compilations. $15 starts, okay? So if you want to bid, put CASS for cassette. It's called White Hot, Masters of Metal, and Masters of Metal. They're different. They're both K-Tel, and those are going to go up for a $15 start. How about we just go ahead and do the 5th and consecutive Hatchet Ed crate in a row, and that way we can say those are done. Unless I want to go ahead and try to show a quick crate of new vinyl. I actually have so much stuff around me I can't even walk right now, so let me shift this over. There's an empty crate. How about I knock these out right quick? Oh, man. Oh, knees are popping. Palms are sweaty. You need to fill out the first-time buyer form. The first-time buyer form link is in the description of this video. Okay? One second, please. Making sure I have everything taken care of over here. Okay, so let's see what we got in here. I left off up here by saying, I remember saying Queensryche was at 52, Metallica 300, Queensryche 60, yep. Don got Elvis, Metallica 305, Iron Maiden 40, Iron Maiden 60, Metallica 310, Iron Maiden 70, no merch inserts with Iron Maiden. The 2 cassettes are a $15 start. We have 1 bid. Metallica 325, Iron Maiden 75, Metallica 330, and Iron Maiden 78. So very quickly, 4 auctions currently. Metallica 330, Queensryche in the middle, Queensryche in the middle, 60 with Jackie Long. Iron Maiden on the end is at 78. And these 2 cassettes just have officially 1 bid for $18 with B-sides. Okay? Here's what's in here very quickly. New and sealed. White Line, the best of White Line. That is a limited edition clear vinyl from Music on Vinyl. The Best of White Line, music on vinyl, $56.99. Slayer, Rain in Blood, $36.99. Queensryche has a new bid for $62. Metallica has a new bid for $340. 2 Slayers available. Mayhem, Out from the Dark. Mayhem, $29.99. Only 1 available. More Slayer, World Painted Blood. Slayer is $36.99. Tool's Fear Inoculum. Tool's Fear Inoculum is a triple LP, $76.99. And new and sealed Tool Undertow, $33.99 for that. And new and sealed Prince. That's live from Spain and Tokyo. It's a compilation, $29.99. David Saunders, if you're done on Iron Maiden, just say out. I'm assuming nobody else wanted to bid on the cassette, so I'm about to sell those for $15. John Mincemoyer picks up the Mayhem. That's sold to John Mincemoyer. That officially fills up this crate. So let me go ahead and set that over there. And now we have a 4th full crate already tonight. Amazing. Fantastic. Hatchet Ed crates on deck. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. Believe me. David's thinking. We have Queensryche at 62. Metallica 340. Think long and you'll think wrong. New and sealed from MoFi, the B-52's Cosmic Thing, $34.99. New and sealed from MoFi, Tiger Lily by Natalie Merchant, $59.99. And Jackie Long, I need to know if you're back in on Queensryche at 62. Bill Withers, Steel Bill, new and sealed from MoFi, $44.99. Jackie's in on Queensryche at 65. B-sides, you get those 2 metal compilation cassettes for $15. Next is going to be what? What? 2 Guns N' Roses cassettes. Appetite and Lies. Appetite and Lies. Guns N' Roses, both of those are going to go up for a $15 start. New and sealed from MoFi, Billy Joe 52nd Street, a 2 LP 45 RPM, $59.99. New and sealed from MoFi, Miles Davis in a Silent Way, $44.99. John Williams Conducts John Williams, $46.99. Blue vinyl numbered. AC/DC, Rock or Bust, new and sealed with lenticular cover, $33.99. Hello, I'm Dolly Parton, new and sealed from Vinyl Me Please, all analog lacquer cut on Flame Galaxy colored vinyl, $34.99. New bids. Metallica 350, Queensryche 68, Iron Maiden 81, Metallica 364, GNR 15, GNR 20, GNR 15, GNR 15, GNR 20. Susie Breedlove on Prince. Susie Breedlove got the live Prince. Anybody else? That was just a quick recap of some new sealed stuff we have in here. Steve Weaver on AC/DC. That is sold to Steve Weaver. GNR is already at 21. What is left in here? Dolly, Hello, I'm Dolly. John Williams Conducts John Williams. We got Miles Davis. We got Billy Joe. We got Bill Withers. We got Natalie Merchant. We got B-52s. We got Tool. We got more Tool. We got Slayer. We got Slayer. White Line is sold to Mike Torres, and he also wants a Dolly Parton. Those are sold and sold. Greg Gabbert, I can put you on a waiting list. Are we done on Metallica? It is between 2 people, Sambaraz and Devers. Sambaraz has it for $364. The last bid on Queensryche is $69. The last bids on the Guns N' Roses was $25. Jackie's out on Queensryche. I think it's down to 2 people, John Bobing and Stuck 73. The last bid that came in on Iron Maiden over here was $81 with Paul Catrich, and that's an 81 US Jacksonville. All right, and price on the record to your left in blue crate. That is the new album that comes out tomorrow by the Turnpike Troubadours. It's called The Price of Admission. It is $29.99. It is on independent record store, indie exclusive Hunter Orange vinyl. Hunter Orange vinyl, $29.99. The cassettes are still getting bids. Metallica still getting bids, and Queensryche still getting bids. But Iron Maiden is a final call, and that is with Paul Catrich at $81. Hope everybody's done. If you decide you want anything else in here, just let me know. Okay? We can take care of you. I'm about to go through the 5th Hatchet Ed crate of tonight. Let me jump over here and check on something. All right, there's that. And I'm going to put this over here with the other new vinyl we went through. All right, let's get this next Hatchet Ed crate up. Wow, what a busy night. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. And as always, please make sure you have hit the like button on Facebook for me. Make sure you've hit the like button on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed. We do this every night. Thursday is our heavy night. No pun intended. We got heavy metal auctions, typically, or hard rock, whichever. Most of the time we call it Thursday night metal night. Sometimes when we're low on metal, we pull out our high-end stuff that may not be metal, maybe like autographs or other genres. We kind of keep stashed away. Tool is Fear Inoculum and Undertow. Fear Inoculum is a triple LP, and Undertow is a double LP, 76 and 33. Here's our fifth and final Hatchet Ed crate tonight. And this has a lot of vintage and pre-owned, but there's also new and sealed stuff in here as well. All right. So Metallica has hit $400. The cassettes are at $30, which means Brooks Valder, you're out. Iron Maiden is still getting bids. It's at $86, but we're done on Queensryche. Maybe. It was at $70. The bidder before that was $69 with Joe Bobing, and now it's at $70. Okay. We do this every single night. Like tomorrow when I'm live, we'll have new auctions. We'll have new stuff like this you've never seen before. If you have seen it before, it's probably going to be on sale or discounted. We do this stuff every night here. Greg Lee got the new Turnpike Troubadour. Yes, sorry, I hadn't got back up there to you. All right. Now, I'm going to read off some of the auctions that have not sold. I know everything has to be put up. But listen to what still is going to be auctioned. The Misfits, Twisted Sister, Great White, Iron Maiden, Hurricane, Motley Crue, Van Halen, Whitesnake, Dio, Ozzy, Black Sabbath, Badlands, Motorhead, Ozzy, Autograph, Dangerous Toys, The Decline of Western Civilization, Tesla, Rat, Motley Crue, Fastway, Ozzy, Black Label, Ghost, Skid Row, Metallica, Black Sabbath, Rat, and Wasp, and another Black Sabbath, which is a box set. Now, I know everything there is requested. If I get enough people asking, we'll try to do something next. But everything there, I've got to sell in the next few hours, okay? I'll start getting them on deck as soon as possible. Okay? We have 2 crates up here from Paul I hadn't even touched. Laura's working on marking a crate right now. And I have buy it now best offer galore to go through over the next couple days. But they're still going to be marking new stuff. Whew. Okay. Let's go back up to the top. And let's sell Queensryche for $70 to Stuck 73. Okay? Metallica is a final call. George Sambaraz, $400. Shane says he's done. The last bid on Iron Maiden was $86. These cassettes were at $31. Now they're at $35. We got a request for Dangerous Toys, a request for the Misfits, a request for Van Halen, a request for Decline, a request for Tesla, a request for Decline, a request for Sabbath, a request for Poison, a request for Skid Row, a request for Van Halen, a request for Tesla, a request for Tribute, a request for Black Label, a request for Fastway. Everything that we auction on Thursday night is always pre-posted in a hype gallery, a gallery of pictures. We call it Hype Post. That's posted on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Here we go. I'm going to mute my mic 1 second. Okay. Here we go. Metallica sold George Sambaraz $400. Thank you. Let's put that away. That's done. These 2 cassettes are sold. Brooks, I got to find that Poison. I've been going through all the cassettes just in order. I have no idea where that one is, but I'll try my best. These 2 are sold to Tim Graham for $35, the 2 GNR. And then over here is Iron Maiden, and this is sold. Now we're reset with all new auctions, new crate, everything. Iron Maiden is sold to Paul Catridge for $86. Okay, that probably was worthy of a gavel. Where is my gavel? It's over here buried underneath the cassettes. Give me 1 second, I'll dig it out. Okay, let's chip away at some of those auctions. First thing is Misfits. Die, Die, My Darling. A 2005 U.S. reissue in shrink, VG Plus, a $20 start. Die, Die, My Darling. Next thing we have going up right now is Dangerous Toys. This is Dangerous Toys. It's called the artist formerly known as Dangerous Toys. It's on pink vinyl. It's kind of got a Prince play-on cover title there. A 2023 U.S. limited edition of 1,000 on pink vinyl. $35 start on that. This is a Hatchet Ed crate. Some of this stuff's OG and pre-owned. Some of it's new and sealed. We'll get started with Peaches. Pick of the Crop. Peaches is a 2 LP Southern Rock compilation from Capricorn Records. VG Plus $14.99. Walt Disney's Babes in Toyland. That is $19.99. Walt Disney's Babes in Toyland. 3 Little Pigs from Disney. Again, no condition notes. It does have a stain up here in the corner, but $19.99 on that. And new and sealed Pink Floyd live at Pompeii, $46.99. New and sealed Pink Floyd live at Pompeii. Our next cassette is going to go up by itself. It's music from the motion picture of Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. That's going to go up by itself. A $7 start on that. Next thing over here was Misfits got bids for 20, 30, 25, 20, 20. Dangerous Toys 35. Space Orca on Pigs. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Dangerous Toys 35. Kristen Barnett on Peaches. Misfits is at 30. Andy second on Peaches. Brad Waits next on 3 Little Pigs. Susie first on Babes in Toyland. Vlodarchek Space Orca next. I have confused. I've lost my memory on Twitch handles now. And then Misfits 50, Bill and Ted 10, and all the Disney records sold. Next is the Beatles' second album. That's in shrink on the Apple label, $29.99. The Beatles' second album, $29.99. Lou Reed, Sally Can't Dance. Lou Reed is in VG Plus condition, $24.99. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, $34.99. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, original inner sleeve, Don't Come Around Here No More. Dragon on Twitch is Rebecca. Space Orca is Kelly Vlodarchek. All right, Misfits is at 70. Dangerous Toys is at 45. Bill and Ted is still at $10 with Scott Fellows. Brian Call on the Beatles. Thank you, Brian. That's so to you. And then we have the Life Project. It's signed. These were only numbered to 30, and they were signed. $19.99. And Sturgill Simpson, Metamodern Sounds and Country Music. That is the new 180 grand Stoughton tip-on old style jacket, $38.99. Okay, first thing I'm going to do, I have a crazy stack of sold cassettes here we have sold tonight already. That's a Tower number 3. Tower number 3. Let me take these in here before they spill over. I have a huge collection of metal cassettes we are knocking off tonight, 1 by 1 or 2 by 2, and we have sold lots of 5 as well. So let me put all those right there. Those are done. Nice. And I do have something special here for CDs. This was in the bottom of a tub, and I'm just going to sell them all together because I know we have some serious Iron Maiden fans watching. And when I was going through some of these $9.99 CDs, I skipped over all these, and it looks like a heck of a collection. So let me get updated on our current auctions, and I'll show you what I have coming up for Iron Maiden. a CD surprise, okay? So next was details on these auctions. The Misfits, Die My Darling, is a 2005 US in shrink VG Plus condition. The most recent bid is $70 with Charlie Marks, Headnut65 over on Twitch. Dangerous Toys is a 2003 US sealed, and the most recent bid on Dangerous Toys was Brian Thurman at $50. Bill and Ted, this has one bid for $10. Two people have asked what it is. Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. It has one bid for $10. Scott Fellows has had it since day one, and we're about to sell it. Over here, we have Angela Lewis on Life Project, sold. Then two people have asked what it is. Now Dangerous Toys is at $55. We also have Brad Guitar Man, VG $9.99. New and sealed Badfinger, head first time on vinyl, $38.99. And Tom Petty, Wildflowers and All the West, a 3 LP sealed for $34.99. And Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever, new and sealed, $36.99. So those are new and sealed albums. I'm going to put it back here with Pink Floyd and Sturgill Simpson. Those are all new and sealed. The Police, Regatta de Blanc, VG Plus, $17.99. Are we done on the Misfits? The Misfits was at $70 with Charlie Marks. I haven't seen anybody but maybe one person say out, so we're about to sell it. Okay? Now, I'm really confused on Bill and Ted because since I said it was at $10, we've had one person say cassette, one person said Bill and Ted, and then someone has put B and T, and now another bid for $10. Bill and Ted is at $10 with Scott Fellows. He's probably about to shoot me because he's had the high bid for $10 for about 6 minutes now. But since then, it's had about 5 questions. So I'll show this one more time. Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, the original cassette. It has had 3 $10 bids now since Scott bid 10 5 minutes ago. And now it's at 11. Somebody go ahead and bid 30 and we'll wrap that thing up. 2 more people have asked, what is the Misfits? The Misfits Die My Darling is a 2005 US reissue. It is in shrink. And Charlie Marks is probably like, Chad, are you ever going to sell this? It's at $70. Dangerous Toys is still getting bids. It's at $55. Then somebody else has bid $55. That's at $55. Chris Sheridan on The Police. And now Bill and Ted's at $12. And John Bobing on Wildflowers, which was right here. It was also sealed. That is sold. Life Project is long gone. Next is Air Supply's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $11.99. Eurythmics Touch is $19.99. The Police is already sold. Life Project's already sold. The Pointer Sisters Breakout in shrink wrap, $14.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's another LP. I hope y'all are ready. It is Black Label Society, Shot to Hell. Black Label Society is a 2020, the first and only time it was ever pressed on vinyl. The OG album and CD came out in 2006. This is out of print. It's the only time ever pressed to vinyl. The cheapest for sale right now is overseas for over $157, not including shipping. This is sealed. We're going to start it for $85. Black Label Society, Shot to Hell. Zach Wild. Now Dangerous Toys is at $56. RJ66 wants Tom Petty. Now Bill and Ted's at $15. Now the Misfits is sold to Charlie Marks for $70. Now we're going to move these 2 over. And now we're going to keep showing this Hatchet Ed bin. That is the Rolling Stones Sucking in the 70s. $34.99. Nice. The Mad Season. Wow. That limited edition version that is out of print. Folks, this is why you watch Colectco. I think these are selling on Discogs right now for like $150. Mad Season Above, $49.99. Return to Forever, Romantic Warrior, a white label promo, $24.99. And Moody Blue Surlommer, Shrink and Hype, $14.99. And Now That's What I Call Country Music, Outlaw Country, $29.99. For Now That's What I Call Country Music, Outlaw Country. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction, without further ado, is going up bid right now. Holy moly, everybody get ready. Buckle up, tighten your boot straps, put on your goggles. It's about to be a heck of a ride. Van Halen, live. A soundboard recording from Hammersmith Odeon in London, June 1st, 1978. We are talking about Van Halen. Live, Hammersmith, red vinyl, $35 start. Good luck to all involved. Bill and Ted's at $15. Now it's at $17. Now Black Label Side is at $85. No one else has bid on Dangerous Toys since Todd Fisher bid $56. Scott Fellows was first on Mad Season, then Craig, then Kristen. Melanie Jennings wants some Publix bread. I love bread from Publix. That is so to Melanie Jennings. Jackie's out on Dangerous Toys. Here is the Marcus King Band. That is sealed, a 2016 US, $29.99. Black Oak, Arkansas Street Party, VG Plus, $14.99. Is that one bid? On Black Label Side, he really going to do it for Bob Riger? He's crossing his fingers. It has an $85 bid, and now it has a $90 bid. And now here's another Black Oak, Arkansas, Ranch and Roll Live, VG $9.99. And Yola, Stand For Myself, sealed on neon pink vinyl, $19.99. Dangerous Toys is sold to Todd Fisher for $56. That is sold. Van Halen's already at $150. Black Label Society's at $90. Bill and Ted is at $20 with Autumn Bets. Somebody asked in the ad I've got running for tonight. They's like, why don't you just start off your auctions at $1? We would be here all night long, and we wouldn't make a dent in what we sell. It makes no sense. Some of these, I'll even look at the tag, and I'll go ahead and start it even $20 higher, because I'm like, you know what? This is going to take off like a rocket ship at this starting bid. If we started everything at $1 here, holy moly, we'd be here for ages. It doesn't make any sense for us to do that. Has nothing to do for the money. It has everything to do for the time, and time is money. Could y'all imagine when I put some of these up for $1, some of these metal rates, there would be 10,000 people bid $1 just to start it off. It would flood the comments. Okay. I have an incredible lot of Iron Maiden CDs. We're going to sell these all together. It looks like it's part of another set they did. Sorry that Eddie's face, I don't think I have them all put together right. But I have an incredible lot of Iron Maiden CDs. We have Iron Maiden Self-Titled. We got Iron Maiden Killers. We got Iron Maiden Number of the Beast, and these come in little slip cases like that. We got Iron Maiden Peace of Mind. We got Iron Maiden Power Slave. We've got Iron Maiden Live After Death. We've got Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time. We've got Iron Maiden Seventh Son. We've got a Laura crate that was just stripped off. We've got Iron Maiden No Prayer for the Dying. We've got Iron Maiden Fear of the Dark. We got Iron Maiden A Real Live Dead One. We got Iron Maiden Live at Donington, 1992. We got Iron Maiden Dance of Death. And we got Iron Maiden A Matter of Life and Death. And we got Iron Maiden Final Frontier that comes in this metal case. Okay? So you may ask, Chad, what do you want for all those Iron Maiden CDs? I would really love to have all those. Well, to answer your question, we're going to put them up for auction. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There are 15 Iron Maiden CDs there. Okay? The starting bid is going to be $95. $95 for that entire stack of Iron Maiden CDs. They're now up for bid. Let's go back to the top and read off where I left off. Black Label was at $90 with Sean Drew, and it was up to Bob Riger to bid again. Van Halen jumped up quickly to $150. Bill and Ted's at $20. Michael Rudolph got the Now Country. Mortgage is out on Bill and Ted. And then Black Label got a new bid for $95 and then $100. Van Halen at $155. Van Halen at $175. Now Country's already sold, but if you want to go on a waiting list, it is $29.99. Iron Maiden already has bids for $95, $100, and $110. We're about to sell Bill and Ted cassette for $20. Next is His Best, the Electric BB King, $24.99 for BB King. Batman, music from the TV show from 1966. This is new and sealed. It is $33.33. $33.99. Johnny Cash, Volume 6, The American Recordings, Ain't No Grave, $33.99. Van Halen just got a new bid for $200. The Iron Maiden CDs are at $140. Bill and Ted's at $21. Black Label Society's at $100 with Bob Riger. That means that several people's out. This is Rock Festivals of the 70s. This is a great live compilation, $39.99. New and sealed, John Prine, Sweet Revenge, $34.99. And Paul McCartney was a Japanese auction. It sold for just $16 if anybody wants that. $16 if anybody wants that. Okay? Travis Woods gets Batman. I can get more of those if anybody else wants one. The Iron Maiden CDs have hit $150. That's with Oso. Chris Gardner's out. Van Halen's at $205. Black Label's at $100. Final Call. And Brooks, Autumn is out on Bill and Ted's. El Terrible has that for $21. And Nick Galetti, I believe, wants the Paul McCartney, right? That sold to him for just $16. That was our 5th Hatchet Ed crate. Now, I'm about to do the Laura crate because she brought it up here next to me right now. And you know what I'm going to be doing now? I'm going to be going through the Laura and Paul crates, the new arrivals. And also, I'm going to be trying to slip in other new vinyl. I've kind of jumped around and shown a few other crates here and there of our most recent, newest stuff. Bill and Ted's now at $22. Now Van Halen's at $250. First, let me sort through this and show you everything that's new and sealed. And then that's new from distributors and everything that's pre-owned. And even some of the pre-owned stuff is sealed, okay? So there wasn't much new sealed stuff in here. But let me go ahead and show you what was left. These are all new and sealed right in here. Sturgill Simpson, $38.99, the 10th anniversary of Metamodern Sounds. Pink Floyd Live at Pompeii, that's $46.99. Badfinger Head First is $38.99. Johnny Cash is $33. Ain't No Grave. John Prine Sweet Revenge is $34.99. All right, Van Halen's at $255. Bill and Ted's at $23. The CDs are at $160. And Black Label Society is sold to Bob Riger for $100. No, there was a bid. Oh my gosh, what a tease I am. There was a bid right there for 101 with Jim Gerhardt. Oh wow, 101, Jim Gerhardt. Bob is going son of a bang, son of a boom. It's at 101. That was on my screen. Sorry about that. I'm going to take a drink of water after that. Whew. Okay. Wow. What's left in the vintage stuff? Lou Reed, Sally Can't Dance, VG Plus $24.99. A great Tom Petty, Southern Accents, $34.99. Air Supply's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $11.99. Eurythmics was $19.99. Eurythmics Touch. Pointer Sisters was $14.99. Slicker Van Slyke on Pink Floyd. So that 101 may do it because he's out on Black Label. Gerhardt has it for 101. Van Halen's at $275. The Iron Maiden CD collection is at $165. And Bill and Ted is between Brandon Lack and El Terrible. El Terrible has it for $27. The Rolling Stones compilation, $34.99. Chick Corea, Return to Forever, White Label promo, VG Plus $24.99. Sturgill Simpson is Metamodern Sounds, $38.99. Moody Blue Sir Lammer, Shrink and Hop, $14.99. Melanie Clausen on Air Supply's Greatest Hits, sold. Marcus King Band. It is pre-owned, but it's sealed. $29.99, a 2016. Van Halen's at $295. Black Label Society, $120. Black Oak, Arkansas, VG Plus, $14.99. Black Oak, Arkansas again, VG, $9.99. And then Yola, we had several recommendations. Neon Pink Vinyl, sealed, $19.99. His Best, BB King, $24.99. And Jimi Hendrix, Sly and the Family Stone, Miles Davis, Rock Festivals of the 70s, $39.99. All right, Kristen Barnett takes the Yola. All right. And we have George Jones is at $300 on Van Halen. Anthony Clark on Marcus King. That is sold. And Bill and Ted is up to Brandon Lack. And the high bid on that is with El Terrible at $27. There's a new bid on Black Label Society for $120 with George Samberes. Chad, can you turn to CD Sellways? I think the spine position right is a pitch of Eddie. It is. Yeah, I think I got one out of order, though. Hold on a second. No, let me take a few of these off. Yeah, they're in the right chronological order. Yeah. Yep. Very cool. Kind of like the Judas Priest we had earlier. All right, those are at $178. Anybody else? I'm very excited to see what we have over here in this Laura crate. All right, Bill and Ted. Black Label. Now we're up to Gearhart. Gearhart, are you still watching? Where is he? Jim Gearhart, up to you on Black Label. Bill and Ted is sold El Terrible for $27. Let me go ahead and introduce two more right quick. The next two I have are Cinderella. Let's do their two classics. Cinderella's right here. $15 starts. Long Cold Winter and Night Songs. $15 start on Cinderellas. Oh boy, let me see if I can do some condensing too. I'm in a pickle far as space over here. This is 417. I don't know what that is. I think that's a paw crate of some sort. All right, so let me put this hatchet there. And I'm going to move these into that. And we got lots of requests coming up. Coming up. Let me empty some more crates over here. Bear with me. Space is at a premium here around my auction station, so I'm constantly trying to essentially trying to keep everything managed the best I can here. So, say those are 24. Okay, we'll put all those in there. Great, there's another empty crate. Plus, you know, I post those flip crates every morning, and I hadn't shown any of the leftovers of those anymore. So it's essentially like vintage discount records. So let me try to find some of those. Let me move this here. We've gone through that crate. Stand by, everybody. Trust me, you do not want to go anywhere. Trust me. But if I don't figure out what I've got going on over here, we could get into a pickle. Just like the person watching. Their name is Pickle. Pickles. All right, we don't want to get into pickles. Unless you get the ones from Panera. Those ones that they give you with your Panera sandwiches are pretty good. I like the ones Panera gives you with your sandwiches. Those Panera sandwiches they give you. Man, that's good stuff. The pickles Panera gives you with the sandwiches. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Okay. Let me honestly see what this is. What was this? Okay, I've got the leftovers of a vintage discount crate just to make some room here. Look how fast this is. Okay? Speaking of food, I probably need to order some. I don't have anything prepared for after the show. 1 second, please. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? That's a very important question all the time. Have you hit the like button on YouTube? Have you hit the like button on Facebook? I got to constantly be asking everybody that. Okay? Van Halen. Have you hit the like button on Van Halen? That's my next question. Okay. So, well, actually, let me leave those there. Sorry I had to step away. I had to get reset. I remember that Samberez had bid 120 on Black Label Society, and Gearhart came back in at 122. There's the Cinderellas I introduced, and they got a bid for 15. And then they got a bid for 20. Van Halen 316. Black Label Society 130. Cinderella 22. The Iron Maiden CD's got a bid for 210. Cinderella 25. Iron Maiden 215. Van Halen 320. Okay. Van Halen 321. The CD's 216. Van Halen 322. Black Label 132. Van Halen 233. Van Halen 324. Van Halen 325. Okay. Now, right here, we got Van Halen at 325 with Tim Graham. Black Label Society, the last bid was Jim Gearhart at 132. George Samberez, you are outbid. Laura, I'll take a Monster, actually. I'll take a Monster out of the fridge. I actually just ordered some Arby's, and I didn't eat before the sale. And whenever my Arby's gets here, I may take a quick break because I definitely going to have to eat. We got Cinderella, and that is the two Cinderellas. The two Cinderellas is at 20, and that was 25 with Jeff Brindley. Now, what about the Iron Maiden CDs? Holy moly. Doug Reeder, 216. Doug Reeder, 216. These are $9.99. Just a few of them. $9.99. The Allman Brothers Win, Lose, or Draw. VG Plus condition, $9.99. Aretha Franklin Arrives. VG Plus, $9.99. Aretha Franklin. The Eagles, VG condition, Hotel California, $9.99. Hall & Oates is sealed, $9.99. Sealed, $9.99. So this was what was left of a discount vintage bin. These are all $9.99. Hall & Oates, Hotel California, Aretha Franklin, Allman Brothers, $9.99. These two Cinderellas are sold to Jeff Brindley for $25. Final call on the Iron Maiden CDs. The Iron Maiden CDs is a final call. Iron Maiden CDs, Doug Reeder, $210. The Van Halen's at $328. And then Black Label Society. The last bid on Black Label Society was George Samberez at $140. It's up to Jim Gearhart. It's up to Jim Gearhart, and he's out. Greg Smith gets the Eagles. That's sold to Greg Smith for $9.99. Michael Rudolph was next. Now, the rest of these are $6.99. We have Moog, the Electrics of Dick Hyman. VG Plus, $6.99. Greg Gabhart wants Eagles and Allman Brothers. Eagles is already sold, but I will give you the Allman Brothers for $9.99. Michael Rudolph was second. Now these are $6.99. the Moog synthesizer, Todd Rundgren's VG Plus, and that was the Hermit of Mink Hollow. That's just $6.99. Nancy Sinatra Sugar, VG $6.99. The Moog synthesizer sold to Michael Rudolph for $6.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, VG Plus, that's $6.99. And we have Quicksilver, VG $9.99, another hit of Fresh Air. Doug Reeder, thank you on Iron Maiden. Those are sold to him for $210. I am actually going to go take those right now in the operations room. We got a Laura crate on deck, and Paul crates, and John crates, and more discount crates like this. I thought somebody was knocking on our back door, and that's fireworks going off. I was like, well, if someone's knocking on our back door, that means they've jumped over a fence. All right, and then we sold Moog. We got Jetstream on Nancy Sinatra for $6.99. Michael Rudolph on Blood, Sweat, and Tears for $6.99. And Black Label Society is sold to George Samberez. We got a lot of auctions to put up still. Holy moly. This is sold to George Samberez for $140. Van Halen's at $332. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Oh my gosh. It is... What do we have here? Tesla, mechanical resonance. Tesla is an 86 OG, original under sleeve, VG Plus condition. Let the bidding begin. A $35 start. $35 start, Tesla. George Samberez says he wants to pay for this Black Label Society album, and he wants to send it to George Samberez, or excuse me, he's George Samberez. He wants to send it to Bob Riger as a gift. As a gift. Thank you. Thank you. That is sold. That is sold and now paid for by Samberez, and send it to Bob Riger. Okay, Tesla's opened up with lots of bids. Thank you. Looks like she's got some kind of Chipotle. I just ordered Arby's. It says it'll be here between 9:25 and 9:35. Trust me, I'm watching it. I might just wait and eat it after the sale, but I would love to do it now. Okay. We got Tesla 55.55, Tesla 60.75. We have the Rascals' Greatest Hits, VG $9.99. Did you get my claim for R.E.R.E. Aretha? I didn't. This is sold for $9.99 to Donna Turner. Also in here for $6.99 is the Beach Boys Surfs Up. That's VG just $6.99. Boskag Silk Degrees, that's VG $6.99. And we have Tina Pentankle, Sam the Sham, that's VG $6.99. Eat, Chad, before your food gets cold. Well, they hadn't even cooked it yet. They hadn't even cooked it. Next auction is Badlands. This is a bootleg unofficial. This is a bootleg unofficial. A unofficial 2023 on white marble vinyl. Badlands is a $45 start. $45 start on Badlands. That's now up for bid. Okay. Next thing over here is what? Van Halen, Tesla, and Badlands. That's our current three auctions. Van Halen was at Van Halen. The last bid on Van Halen that come in just came in for $340. $340 of George Jones. The last bid on Tesla that came in was $100. And Badlands is now up for bid. Next thing we have is what? We have Michael Rudolph on the Beach Boys for $6.99. Anybody else on anything in this crate? These are $6.99, okay? Badlands is at $75. She didn't microwave it enough. Going back for more. There's only one $9.99 record left. A sealed copy of Hall & Oates No Goodbyes, $9.99. $6.99 Todd Rundgren, VG Plus, $6.99. There is Quicksilver Just for Love. This is VG $6.99. We have Timepiece, The Greatest Hits of the Rascals, $6.99. What is the track listing for Todd Rundgren? All the Children Sing, Too Far Gone, Out of Control, Lucky Guy, Onomatopoeia, Determination, Bag Lady, Can We Still Be Friends, Bread, You Cried Wolf, Hurting for You, and Fade Away, $6.99. Boskag Silk Degrees, VG $6.99. Antenna Pentangle, Sam the Sham, VG $6.99. Michael Rudolph wants a bundle deal. We'll make sure El Terrible doesn't want Todd Rundgren. If he says pass, I'll price them to you. Okay? We got a next question if somebody wants a bundle deal on all of them. What about Van Halen over here? 10 grams out. This is sold to George Jones for $340. Sold. Michael, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 records left, $30. 6 records left, $30. Tesla. 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 Last bid on Tesla. It jumped up quickly. Oh So Adventure, 100. Badlands is an unofficial. I have not played it. I'm sure it's okay. I'm sure it was probably ripped from like an audio file, like an MP3 file or something. That's usually how they do those counterfeit records like that. Now that's at 100. Now it's at 95. The rest of this auction lot here is sold for $30 to Michael Rudolph. Done. New auctions, new Laura crate, new everything, new this, new that, all kinds of new stuff. New haircuts. I got new shoes, new car. Sounds like Iraq outside. There's so much explosions going off right now from fireworks. Let's go ahead and put up a couple more cassettes. We'll do these two together. If you want to bid on these, put CASS, okay? CASS if you want to bid on these. CASS. Brittany Fox and Tesla. 5-man acoustical jam and Boys in Heat. $15 start. CASS. Badlands is at 105. Tesla is still getting bids. Now it's at 105. Badlands 105, Tesla 105. Next thing we have right now is what? We have an auction going up for bid. You may ask Chad, what is the next auction you have going up for bid? Ozzy Osbourne tribute album to Randy Rhoads. It's a 1987 U.S. Carrollton OG. Nearly VG Plus condition. Let's start it at $45. $45. When's the next Metallica and Decline? Next. However, we do have 4 hours of auctions left. Hopefully you have drunk your coffee. Nobody has to work tomorrow. Everybody has the day off. You don't have anything else to do to sleep. Why sleep when you can watch Coletco? Go ahead and drink an energy drink. Go ahead and put on some coffee. If you need to, grab a set of headphones. Go ahead and head down to the Waffle House. Sit at the bar. Just get away from everybody. Zone into Coletco. Let's grab this lower crate. There's about 17 straight hours of auctions left. Then we got to do CDs. So CDs are looking like at 6:30, 7 a.m. Hope everybody's awake still then. Oh my gosh. Okay, this crate is going to get out of hand. This crate is absolutely going to get out of hand. Wow. I know I'm a legendary hype master, but this crate is truly going to get out of hand. When I get done with this crate, there will be 0 records left. Okay? When I get done with this crate, there's going to be 0 records left. Laura crate. Snoopy in his Pantera t-shirt. Snoopy been singing Mouth of War. Snoopy singing A New Level. Okay. Here we go. I don't even know where we're at. Now there's 4 slobber knockers up for auction. And when I say slobber knockers, I mean it. I mean, these are absolute riffraffs. These are hoedowns. These are shindigs. When I stand up, because I'm popping my knee back into place right now, I am going to tell you what's going on. Okay? Before I show the first lure crate, we have 4 live auctions right now. Tesla, an OG, Badlands, a bootleg unofficial on colored vinyl, an OG Aussie. They're only OGs. They've never been reissued unless you bought the Aussie box set. And 2 cassettes we're selling in one lot. Let's start over here with Tesla. I remember saying it got a new bump for 105 and then it got a bid for 110. There are no bids. Everything has sold tonight. The Tesla is up to one person to continue it, unless somebody else bids. Andy bid 105, Oso bid 110. Final call to Oso Adventure for $110. $110 on the Tesla, Oso Adventure, final call. Badlands. Badlands is an unofficial on white marble vinyl. This will probably never be officially reissued, ever. One of the most desirable metal albums out there. Badlands. Jackie Long has it for $110. This is a bootleg, unofficial pressing. 110, final call. Tesla just got a new bid for 113. Oso, you're out. Aussie Randy Rhoads Tribute. Aussie Randy Rhoads Tribute. Jim Gerhardt has it for 105. David Saunders, you are outbid. 105 on this. Tesla 113, Badlands 115. These 2 cassettes here. These 2 cassettes. The last bid was Richard Miller at $17. Richard Miller at $17. We invoice through Square. We send all invoices through email. Square manages all of our payments. They're the best in the world. They get a big chunk of our money every day. They're great at it. Perfect billing and security. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Hopefully everybody's hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. Here we go. I'm going to show 3 lure records. Let's just do 2, okay? Because I know they're going to get claimed. We're going to do 2. The first person who claims one gets the lure crate sticker. Skid Row, Slave to the Grind. A 2020 U.S. reissue on red vinyl from Record Store Day, $59.99. Ghost. Limited edition baby blue vinyl with slip mat and book, $44.99 on Ghost. This crate is completely full of metal. It is completely full of metal. This is going to be wild, okay? Now, Oso Adventure came back in on Tesla at 115. Andy Wade, you're back out. Badlands is at 125. Nobody else bid on Aussie. This is sold. Aussie, sold, gone. See you later. Surprised it didn't bring more. Sold to Jim Gerhardt for $105. Miller. Todd, let me confirm his first name. These 2 cassettes, way up here. Richard Miller. Richard Miller, these 2 cassettes sold to him for $17. All right. Skid Row. That was a lot of Skid Rows, but Ken Crooker was first. And you get the rare, highly desirable, now iconic and extremely valuable Lure Crate Hop sticker. And folks, this isn't some parlor trick that we just hand out willy-nilly. This is a work of art. And now it belongs to Ken Crooker. Jeff Brindley was second. Wade Lucas third. Mark Stanley fourth. Jackie's out on Badlands. That's a final call to Alonzo for $1.25. Matt Marco next on Skid Row, then Todd. Rebecca Howitt first on Ghost. Isaiah's next on Skid Row, then Oso, then James, then Matthew. Tesla's at 120. Tesla's at 125. I can get Skid Row, but not that version. I can get new and sealed copies, just not that version. I can really only do these 2 at a time. They're so crazy. Metallica is blue Walmart vinyl, sealed for $39.99, sealed. Black Sabbath, we sold our soul for rock and roll, green vinyl, $24.99. How crazy is that? Back-to-back Walmart exclusives. Badlands is sold for $125 to Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. Okay, let's do the decline of Western civilization. This is the original motion picture soundtrack to the decline of Western civilization, part 2. An 88 U.S. Carrollton OG, Columbia Clubhouse copy, steel and shrink. A top copy, a $35 start. A $35 start. There it is. Okay? We will do a waiting list. Well, if you just want a copy of Ghost, I don't think I can get maybe that exact version or that, but if you want a copy, those are still in print, yes. Not guaranteeing I can get you that copy, but I can get you a copy. Scully Mack on the Black Sabbath compilation. Scott Dwallow wants on the waiting list for Skid Row. And JetBlue got Metallica. So the decline of Western civilization, $35 start. Shrink. The shrink is a little torn here, but we have graded it top copy. The last bit on Tesla, Andy Wade went out. This is sold to Oso Adventure for $125. There's the decline. Uh-oh. You may ask, what do we have next? Metallica. We had one earlier. This is a half-speed master cut at Bernie Grundman Mastering from the original analog tape of the Black Album. Pressed at Palace and the lacquers cut at Bernie Grundman Mastering. A $65 start. Now, my only question right now is why doesn't the decline already have bids for $35, $40, $45, $50, $55, $60? Is everybody still out there? Is everybody still alive? Is everybody's connection still good? Is everybody focused? We're going through a crazy crate right now. Crazy crate. That's CC. Right now, I'm going to put up 2 more cassettes for auction. Here's the next 2 cassettes. Easy Stradlin and the Juju Hounds and Guns N' Roses Use Your Illusion 1. $15 start on those. Facebook may be hung up. Let me give it a second. Facebook may be hung up. There might have been so many bids. Maybe not. Test 1, 2. Facebook's locked up. I figured. That's why I hadn't shown any more records. Okay, there we go. Let me make sure everybody's good to go now. All right. So we were still live, just comments didn't come through. All right. The decline is at 125. The cassettes are at 20. And Metallica's at 100. That's where we're at. Slash, Orgy of the Damned, sealed, $24.99. Black Sabbath, Syracuse, 1976, the New York State broadcast, sealed, $34.99. Pantera, The Great Southern Trendkill, a 2020 pressing, 180 gram vinyl. That's the 2 LP edition, $34.99. Okay. Now, over here is the decline of Western civilization. The most recent bid is with Steve Weaver at $125. This is an 88 U.S. Carrollton OG Columbia Clubhouse copy, a top copy and shrink, $125. Auction number 2 is the Black Album, a 2008 Palace pressing with the lacquers cut at Bernie Grundman Mastering, near mint and shrink, Palace pressing. The most recent bid on this is $100. $100, David Saunders. Then we got 2 cassettes up. Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 1, and Izzy Stradlin and the Juju Hounds. Those just got a bid for $27. Susie Breedlove on Black Sabbath. That is the same Pantera 2 LP version that is now out of print. Okay? Y'all remember we had Vulgar and Far Beyond Driven? Southern Trendkill is out of print. So is, I guess, the other ones, because I can't order them anymore. That's the 2 LP. I think Rhino, Analog, $34.99. Black Hell, Danzig, sealed, limited to 666. Danzig is on Fire Splatter, $34.99. Slayer, South of Heaven, sealed, 2023, $34.99. Pantera is So to Charlie Marks. The Black Album is on Metallica Black Album Black colored vinyl. It is pressed at Palace, lacquer's cut at Burning Grumman Mastering. This has a new bid for $110. Matt Marco second on Pantera. Jamie Butler third on Pantera. Kelly Cook first on Danzig. Matt Marco second on Danzig. Now Metallica's at $115. Shane next on Danzig. These 2 cassettes are sold to Sean Hibbler for $27. Steve Weaver gets The Decline of Western Civilization for $125. Speaking of $125, that's what Metallica just got a bid for. Our next auction is, holy moly, everybody, get ready. Ozzy Osbourne is a limited of 60 on black vinyl with a 12x12 metal wall hanging of Ozzy, like this copy, numbered 46 out of 50, recorded live at the Kemper Arena in Kansas City, Missouri, $75 start. So this comes with a Ozzy metal sign, essentially, like a metal hanging sign. That is included. It's a 2 LP black vinyl, Kemper Arena, Kansas City, Ozzy, a $75 start. Metallica and Ozzy are currently up for bid. Next is Deceased, Luck of the Corpse. Deceased is a picture disc, a 2009 reissue, $37.99. Ozzy already has a bid. Our third auction is a hair metal classic, Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. We're not going to take it. An 85 US repress club copy, clean, no condition notes. That means EX Plus or better with the original inner sleeve. A $35 start. Next, Mr. Big, Lean Into It. $29.99, 30th anniversary. Mr. Big, Lean Into It. Black Label Society, Stronger Than Death. Sealed, $34.99, limited edition clear vinyl. Steve Weaver on Deceased. JetBlue put NOS, which was for BLS. Are we done on Metallica? The last bid was Stephen Total at $125. I haven't heard back from David Saunders. Ozzy's already at $150. Twisted Sister, $35. Kristen Barnett on Mr. Big. Chris Martin was second. Our next cassette auctions are going to be these right here. Yngwie Malmsteen, Fire and Ice, and Eclipse. $15 start. Both are being sold together. Smashing Pumpkins, Monuments to an Elegy. Sealed Smashing Pumpkins, $34.99. AC/DC, Let There Be Rock. 50th anniversary gold vinyl, sealed for just $29.99. Let There Be Rock. King Diamond, In Concert, Abigail, 1987, sealed, 2015, $24.99. David, you got very lucky. He did bid $130 on Metallica. Stephen Tuttle, you're out. Now Ozzy's at $175. Twisted Sister has one bid for $35. We're about to sell it to Melanie. Next was JetBlue 004 on AC/DC. Sold to JetBlue 004. How much is Slayer? Slayer South of Heaven is sealed, $34.99. Mike Andretta, new buyer tonight, in on the Smashing Pumpkins. And with that, I'm going to swap out crates because that one just got really full. Wow, 5th full crate already sold tonight. And we're just getting started. Wait till we go through these other leftover discount bins from the flip videos. Michael Rudolph's going to be racking up on the bundle deals. All right. Next was Todd Fisher, next on AC/DC. Josh Brown, next on AC/DC. Shane bid $200 on Ozzy. Ivan R. did get the King Diamond. The Ingve cassettes got a bid for $15. Metallica got a new bid for $131. Twisted Sister got a new bid for $36. Buddy Cordova next on King Diamond. Twisted Sister $37. What Smashing Pumpkins already sold. Jeff Brindley wants Slayer. Was that Abigail? It was Abigail Live, already sold. Next is Zach Sabbath. Forever Doom, Doom Forever. Purple vinyl, $34.99. Mr. Bungle. Mr. Bungle is sealed on Baby Pink Splatter, $29.99. Are we done on Ozzy? Shane has it for $200. It's up to Oso. Melanie Clausen, you've been outbid on Twisted Sister. It's at $36. Mark Stanley on Zach Sabbath. The Ingve cassettes. Melanie bid $37 on Twisted Sister. My bad. The Ingve cassettes are sold to Cindy Yarborough for $15. Thank you. Next is Black Flag, In My Head. Black Flag is a recent reissue, unknown year, $22.99. And Slayer, Show No Mercy, flesh pink and orange marble vinyl, sealed for $34.99. Twisted Sister out. What's the track listing on Ozzy? Charlie, we have already sold Mr. No. Charlie wants Mr. Bungle. And then Brian asked which Mr. Bungle was that. Already sold to Charlie Marks. Melanie Clausen gets Twisted Sister for $37. David Pitts is in on Ozzy for $205. The track listing, oh my gosh. We have The Opening and Carmina Burana, Bark at the Moon, Suicide Solution, Never Know Why, Mr. Crowley, Shot in the Dark, I Don't Know, Killer of Giants with extended guitar solo, Thank God for the Bomb, Flying High Again, Secret Loser, drum solo, Secret Loser reprise, The Ultimate Sin, Iron Man, Crazy Train, and Paranoid. 205. David Saunders on Slayer, Matt Marco second, Ozzy's at 225. Metallica's at 136 with Stephen Tuttle. Have not heard back from David Saunders. I've got to sell it very soon. 136. David Saunders also just bought Slayer. Orange vinyl, Metallica hardwired, $34.99. Next auction's going up for bid right now. You may ask Chad, what possibly could you have left to put up for auction? And I'm like, folks, we're just getting started. Wasp. Wasp is live. Limited to 50 on green vinyl. Recorded live at Lielsi, Montemarty. I'm sure I just butchered that because it's French. In Paris, France, June 7th, 1989. Wasp is on green vinyl. A live Wasp, $65 start on that. $65 start on that. Matt Marco got Metallica. What was the BF price? Black Flag was $22.99. Metallica, he's out. This is sold to Stephen Tuttle for $136. Ozzy's at $250. Shane and David Pitts, you're out. Wasp is a $65 start. This is an insane bin, by the way. Dokken, Tooth and Nail, lenticular cover. It's on blue vinyl, $29.99. Wasp in the bin, live and raw. It is unopened, $29.99. Cut Like a Beast for 2 LPs for the first time with bonus material. A 2 LP. Wasp is a bootleg, unofficial. Bootleg, unofficial. Next auction's going to go up right now. You may ask, gosh, Chad, what else could you possibly have up for bid? We're just getting started. Motorhead. This is a live unofficial. It is limited to 200 copies on red marble vinyl. It's a complete soundboard recording from the Festival des Villes Charus and La Prairie de Cambalou and Carhax, Pulvover, France. Let me abbreviate that. This is live in France, 2008. red marble vinyl, a $45 start. But luckily, you'll have all that information when you get it. Laura's got everywhere that was made. Thank you. Aussie's at $255. Wasp is at $85. Greg Smith on Dawkin. Isaiah second on Dawkin. Wasp and the bin still available. Hey, there's 72 seasons. Red and black marble vinyl. That's the Target exclusive. $29.99. $29.99. Metallica 72 seasons. Target exclusive. Black Sabbath Volume 4. Sealed, a 2016 remaster. $39.99. Folks, that's Snowblind. Folks, that's Superdot. Folks, that's Black Sabbath Volume 4, remastered, $39.99. Shane Devers on Metallica. Wasp is at $85. Jackie Long wants Wasp in the bin. Are we done on Aussie? It's up to Oso. Nobody's been on Motorhead yet. Are we done on Wasp? But there were several other bidders. I haven't heard back from Paul Catrich. I hadn't heard back from Jackie Long. Motorhead has a bid for $72 with Pickle. No, that was for 72 seasons. I'm assuming, yeah. So Shane got Metallica, Josh was second, David was third, Pickle was fourth. Motorhead has a bid for $45. Aussie's at $300. Slaughter, stick it to you. Slaughter is on red vinyl, a 2020 pressing, $44.99. Black Label Society, absolutely, alcohol Field Brutality. Black Label Society, sealed, $29.99. I might have been smoke on Motorhead. I thought he was bidding. Motorhead's only at $45. So, George, if you want to bid again, I thought Pickle, he was buying M72 seasons, not bidding on Motorhead. I don't think. Isaiah's on Slaughter. And Oso said, scroll up. If you bid on Aussie, it never did come through. If you bid, it never did come through. But evidently Shane can see it because he's bid $300. And nobody else bid on Wasp, so that is sold to Mike Andretta for $85. Okay? But George, if you want to bid 80 on Motorhead, it's up to you. Isaiah wants to put back Slaughter. That is a Friday music pressing on red vinyl. It's still available if anybody wants it. $44.99. 2 quick cassettes. Those 2 cassettes are going to go up right now. We're going to do Fate's Warning by itself. Fate's Warning Parallels. Fate's Warning is a $7 start. This is called Parallels. $7 start on that. Okay? So Greg Smith says he'll take the Slaughter. George says he's in on Motorhead at $60. So that's the new official bid. So Ken Crooker, you're out. Next, Metallica, Jumping the Fire, Engine Red Vinyl. Walmart exclusive, $39.99. Search in, Seek and Destroy. Fate's Warning is a $7 start. Oso's out on Aussie. Thank you for letting me know. Hammer's up, final call to Shane for $300. Hey, there's the other 2 LP. No, this is a gatefold single LP of Reinventing the Steel, but that's the Rhino edition that's no longer in print. Reinventing the Steel, $27.99. Shane on the Metallica Walmart exclusive. Next auction, you may say, my gosh, Chad, what else possibly could you have up for auction? And I'm like, guess what? We have even more. Fastway, all fired up. Fastway is an 84 OG, not in print. Original under sleeve, and it's near mint. It's a Euro edition. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of writing right here. Awesome cover. $25 start on that. Josh Brown on Pantera. That's sold to Josh Brown. Motorhead. Ken Crooker's out. It's time to sell those auctions after I show one more record. Danzig. Black Area 2. Danzig is sealed for $29.99. Sealed for $29.99. Let's sell these. Aussie, sold to Shane Devers for $300. Thank you on that, sir. Comes with a metal sign. Awesome. We got a lot more stuff still left to auction. Y'all don't even know about the surprises over here. You may ask, wow, what other surprises you may have? And I'm like, don't you worry about it. That's why they're surprises. And then over here is Motorhead. And Motorhead is sold to George Sambaraz for $60. George, you owe me 20. I saved you 20 bucks there. Just joking. 25, 25, 26. Over here, we did pull that Slaughter out, right? Yeah, okay. And then Pantera, so did Josh Brown. JetBlue second. Shane Devers on Danzig. Fastway, Fate's Warning does have a bid for 7. Okay, so that's getting bid. So is Fate's Warning. Let's put up another one here. Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden is Peace of Mind. And yes, this is OG. An 83 Winchester. OG Winchester copy. VG condition. Probably a VG cover. A $35 start. This Megadeth is new and sealed. A 2021. $29.99. Megadeth. And whoops, I picked up a piece of cardboard. What's behind cardboard piece number 1? Slayer. Ow, that hurt my throat. I got a very sore throat. Slayer, Haunting the Chapel. Sealed for $34.99. I can't scream like I normally do. Ah! Oh, man, yeah. Can't do it tonight. If so, I might pass out. Where the heck is my Arby's? Your order's been delayed. Now it's supposed to be here between 9:51 and 9:53. Are you kidding me? It was supposed to be here 20 minutes ago. All right. Now, whew. Tony Swanson, what was Mad 35? Was that for Megadeth? Okay, so okay, this is sold for $7 to Cindy Yarborough. Thank you, Cindy. Okay. Oh, that's a bid for Iron Maiden. Yeah, Scott Dwallow got Megadeth. Okay, thank you. Sorry. I coughed there, my brain shut down. The last bid on Fastway was Richard Miller at $30. Final call. Iron Maiden, Mad. How about I Am? That helps me out a lot better. Iron Maiden's at $35. Scott Dwallow got Megadeth. Heath Norman got Slayer. David Saunders next. And then over here we have check condition records coming up, okay? The first check condition record is Pantera, History of Hostility. In shrink, EX 2299. EX 2299. 9 Inch Nails, Hesitation Marks. 2013 USOG, EX 3799. Megadeth, Rust and Peace, EX 2299. Wow. And let's go ahead and show Cowboys from Hell. Hey, there it is. The 2LP edition. Bob Riger was asking if they made that still. They don't. There's a pre-owned copy for $32.99. And then Brandon Lack on this Pantera. That is sold. How the West Was Won is $214.99. Fastway has a new bid for $31. And Iron Maiden's a final call. Just one bid on this OG Peace of Mind. OG Peace of Mind. Tony Swanson has it for $35. Final call. And now Fastway's at $31. Now Brandon got Pantera. Okay. And then Mark Stanley was next on Pantera. Pickle got Rust and Peace. Matt Marco got Cowboys. Bob was second. Then Michael. Then Ryan. Iron Maiden 40. I thought I was first on Slayer. Slayer was sold earlier to Heath Norman and then David Saunders. You were, in fact, second. You were probably looking on Facebook and not Restream. Okay. Now, Laura wants to ask everybody, why are there still records still left in here? So let's go through these one more time. Let's introduce a new auction right quick. Iron Maiden and Fastway has new bids. Iron Maiden does not have an original inner sleeve. No inner sleeve with that. And, okay, yeah, Pantera got a little confusing. So, it was Pantera, P for Pantera, Cowboys, Pantera, Cowboys, Pantera. So, the first on the first Pantera is Brandon, no doubt. And then he is right. Mark Stanley would have next dibs on the next Pantera. So, because it just says P for Pantera. So if he wants Cowboys, by definition, that's his. Okay? That's so to Mark Stanley. Bob Reiger says, give me the 9 Inch Nails. Sold. Okay? And then Megadeth before Pickle. Let me go back and review that again. Wow, there's a lot of claims for those. Okay, let me go up here. We had Megadeth Rust. That was definitely so to Scott Dwallow. Brandon Lack got the Pantera he wanted. Fastway got a new bid for 31. Mark Stanley got the Pantera he wanted, which was Cowboys. Josh Brown should have got Megadeth. Mega. If you wanted Rust and Peace, yeah. If you wanted Rust and Peace, then it's yours. So make sure Josh Brown gets that one. Pickle would have been second. Okay, then more Cowboys, then more Cowboys, then more Cowboys, then more Cowboys. Iron Maiden 40. David Saunders, you were definitely second on Slayer. Richard's out on Fastway. Iron Maiden 37, now 38. Jackie was number 7 on Pantera. Megadeth's already sold. Iron Maiden's at 40. It is at 40 with Steve Weaver. That is a New Seal 2018, How the West Was Won. Tim, just go ahead and say, I'll take Led Zeppelin. You'll make my night. Bob got 9 Inch Nails. Iron Maiden's at 41 with Tony Swanson. Iron Maiden's at 45. Iron Maiden's at 42. Brandon Lack said, price on bundle. I don't know if I really want to discount them, but I'll tell you what they all add up to. And if you buy them, Laura will make you a sticker. $25, great price. $23, $40, and $30. So 70, 95, 98, 118. $115, Brandon. $115. You buy what's left, Laura will draw you a custom sticker. $200. You know, I rarely discount new vinyl at all, but I sometimes will for a box set. Tim, I'll sell it to you for $208. That split the difference. And I don't never, but this is actually from a Hatchet Ed crate. So it actually has a February sticker on it. So it probably does need to be discounted. I'll do it $208. Brandon Lack gets these. How much did I say? 2 or 1? What did I say? 115? 115. 115. Yeah. Right? It was 40, 30, 80, 105. I think I added there. What did I say? Whatever I said is the price. I think I said 115. Right? Brandon asked first. Then 3 people said sold. But Brandon asked first. Okay? Let's go ahead and sell Fastway as well. Fastway, I don't even know what I said at this point. Fastway is sold for $31 to Pickle, $23.69. $115. Okay, that's what I thought. I think I misadded there. I think it should have been another $10, but that's okay. All right, they're all, Brandon asked first, he got them. And then there were several people next. How do you see the feed with everybody's comments? It's right here. See this on the screen? Whatever shows right up here on this screen is what everybody sees. This here has YouTube. This has Facebook. This has Twitch. This has Instagram. Or actually, no, it has Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and X. Right here. What you see where my finger's going up and down It is impossible for anybody's feed to be different what you see right here. And that is mirrored exactly on my phone. See that? And I look at my phone, it's exactly mirrored over here on my phone. This is our Restream account. I obviously can't give you access to this. This has a username and password. We only have access to this, but it's mirrored, it's embedded right here. Now, if you're looking on your Facebook chat, it can be different for everybody. You don't want to look at your Facebook chat. If you're looking at your YouTube chat, you don't want to look at your YouTube chat. It's going to be different for everybody. If you're looking at your Twitch chat, you don't want to look at your Twitch chat because it's going to be different for everybody, and you're missing a third or a fourth of the comments, okay? You're missing several comments. So don't ever look on Facebook. Don't ever look on YouTube. Don't ever look anywhere. The only downfall is it may be a little bit too tiny unless you're watching full stream or full screen, okay? Amazing. Let's update Iron Maiden. I'm going to give you the full details again. This is Iron Maiden. The high bid is Steve Weaver. Nick Galetti has it for $45. Nick Galetti has this for $45. It's an 83 Winchester OG. Going once, going twice to Nick Galetti for $45. $45. Nick Galetti, $45. Our next auction is Hurricane. Hurricane is an 88 U.S. Allied original. Over the edge. Over the edge. Hurricane with insert, a $35 start. You may just ask, how much, Chad? A $35 start. Our next auction is Black Sabbath. How cool is this? Black Sabbath is alternate versions of 69 to 71. This is a bootleg, unofficial, early demos and alternate takes of Black Sabbath songs recorded between 69 and 71. That is a $55 start. Those are up for bid. I got another auction, another crate coming up right now. Let me go grab it. Let me grab it right now, actually. Okay. And I'm going to put it here on the table. My Arby's have arrived. Nick Galetti, you've been outbid on Iron Maiden. It's at 47. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I'm not going to take a break. I'm just going to go get this off the porch. And I'm actually going to swap out my monsters because Laura brought this to me and I forgot to open it. It's still pretty cold, but I'm going to swap them out. I'm pretty picky about the condition. The Tim Vigari said he would take Led Zeppelin. Let me make sure I didn't miss Tim Vigari saying he would take Led Zeppelin. Tim Vigari, did he said he would take Led Zeppelin? He said sold. Okay. This is sold to Tim Vigari for $208. Wow, thank you. Led Zeppelin, awesome. That's amazing live Led Zeppelin. Sold to you for $208. Okay? Iron Maiden's VG. Yes, and that's so. What's our next record we need to put over here? SoFly. I've got 2 copies of SoFly. They are $38.99. Okay, everybody keep bidding. Make sure you've hit the like button. Let me know where you're watching from. I'm going to go mute my mic for like 15 seconds. We've got 3 Whitesnake cassettes going up. Whitesnake is a $15 start, okay? I might take 1 bite of Arby's. I don't know. It depends on the temperature. If I have to warm it up, I'll wait till after the show. I'll grab a pack of trail mix, and then I can pig out on Arby's here in a few hours when this has concluded. I'll be right back. Don't leave the chat, because when I come back, I'm immediately showing on-sale records. Don't go anywhere. Okay, first we'll start with a trivia question. What Seinfeld character's favorite restaurant was Arby's? Da 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 rum da 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 roo doo 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 roo doo roo doo 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 da. Putty. He got it. Scott Arnold. Putty. David Putty. All right, here we go. So let's see where we left off. I introduced 4 auctions. Well, one got new bids when I walked away, and then I introduced 3 auctions. Iron Maiden got a bid with Jason Wilsky for $47. Black Sabbath got a bid for $55. Hurricane got a bid for $46. Iron Maiden's an OG VG. Nick Galetti's out. So Iron Maiden was a final call to Jason Wilsky for $47. Mason Davis has the 3 cassette tapes for $15. We have cassettes now at $20. We got viewers in Naples, Florida. Hurricane 47, cassettes $21. We have out on Hurricane Black Sabbath 65, Black Sabbath 70. And wow, only one person put their location. Didn't I ask? Wow. Okay, well, that was rude for everybody. But first of all, if there was no other bids on Iron Maiden, I'm going to go up to the top, and I'm going to sell that was Jason Wilsky's at $47. I'm scrolling, and that's $47, and that's sold to Jason Wilsky. Okay, that's sold to him. Thank you. Then Hurricane. Oso Adventure wants to, whatever the bid is, add $2 to it. Well, I don't even know what the bid is, so that's a problem. The high bid on Hurricane right now is $47. Oso Adventure has this for $49. $49, that's an 88 US Allied OG. 88 US Allied OG. $49 of Oso Adventure. Black Sabbath is early demos and alternate versions recorded from 69 to 71. The last bid that came in on Black Sabbath was Susie Breedlove at $70, okay? And then over here, these 3 Whitesnake cassettes, these are all being sold together. Whitesnake, the last bid that came in on these, on Whitesnake, here I go again on my own, down this lonely road, I walk alone. Mason Davis has these for $21. $21 with Mason Davis. Those 3 are all being sold together. Now, I did scarf down 1 Arby's roast beef sandwich. I didn't get any fries, just 2 sandwiches and a cherry turnover. So after I get done tonight, I have another Arby's sandwich waiting on me and a cherry turnover, and I very much look forward to scarfing it down. Now, make sure if you do have a Facebook, and it's the only way you can get access to it, you have to have Facebook. You're in our private group, Whole Lot of Records, because every day, every morning at 9 a.m. Central Time, I fill up a whole crate of discount pre-owned records. Pre-owned discount vintage records. We pull them before the show, and then I show live what's left. Here's what was left live, or here's what's left in the discount bin. I'm going to show them live. We'll do it live. Elvis, in person, International Hotel, Las Vegas, Nevada. This is VG Plus. It was $44.99. I've got it marked down to $19.99. It's a 69 Rockaway OG gatefold, now $19.99. The cassettes are now at $23. Are we done on Hurricane? I got to make sure we are. I had forgot already what the +2 bid was. The Hurricane. Oso, if you could bid $49, that would be very helpful. Oso, $49 on Hurricane. That would be very helpful. Mark Trahan, you're out. Black Sabbath is at 75 and now 80. And then what is the Black Sabbath? This is a demos and early versions. It's a bootleg unofficial that was made in 2009. And the last bid on this that came in was Susie Breedlove at $80. Oso's at $49 on Hurricane. Mark Trahan, I think it's up to you. Elvis was the only $19.99 record left. And then there was two $14.99 records. So I do 4 different price points, $6.99, $9, $14, and $19.99. Here are the two $14.99 records. Frank Zappa, Studio Tan. Major discount on this, clean with the original inner sleeve, $14.99. Frank Zappa, Studio Tan, $14.99. And Genesis, Seconds Out. Genesis is a gatefold 2 LP, $14.99. Black Sabbath has a new bid with Shane, $85. These 3 Whitesnake cassettes, I got to make sure Sean Hibbler sit out. Sean Hibbler has not sit out, though. Those are just $14.99. Now, for the $9.99 records, $9.99 records, Horace Silver, a 2 LP Blue Note reissue, just $9.99. Rod Stewart, Never a Dull Moment, original Red Mercury label, just $9.99. And Nielsen, Aerial Ballet, an OG orange label, Indianapolis RCA pressing, $9.99. Ed Riviera got Genesis. That's sold to him. Make sure that goes in for $14.99. We got Garrett Cyprit on Horace Silver for $9.99. William APM was second. Robin Glenn on Rod Stewart for just $9.99. Black Sabbath at $95. The Hurricane is sold, and that is sold to Oso Adventure for $49. And guys and gals and other life forms that may be watching from different dimensions, we still got other auctions to put up. You may say, Chad, what other possible auctions could you still be putting up for bid tonight? How about Ozzy Osbourne Night Terrors live in Montreal, 1981? It's limited edition 500 blue vinyl, Montreal, Canada, 1981. Yes, with Randy Rhoads. A $35 start on that. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, now we're gonna make okay, here are our next. No, wait a minute. Sorry, I just had a mental break. I just had a emotional, psychological breakdown. These 3 Mason Davis has these 3 cassettes for $23. Sold to Mason Davis for $23. Okay? The last bid on Black Sabbath is 100 with Susie. George, you were second to Rod Stewart. Man, Arby's is delicious, okay? Arby's is delicious. What year was Elvis? 69 OG. VG Plus, 1999. Okay, and then here is 24 of Hank Williams' greatest hits, $9.99. That's a 2 LP, 24 track. So that's $9.99 and that's $9.99. And then for $6.99, we have Wings, Good Night Tonight, the 12-inch single, and Daytime, Nighttime Suffering, $6.99. Both auctions are bootleg unofficials. The Who, Face Dances, VG, $6.99. John Lennon, Double Fantasy, VG, $6.99. Wet Willie, Left Coast Live, Shrink, Beautiful, $6.99. Marshall Tucker, No Condition Notes, Marshall Tucker's 10th, $6.99. Folks, that's what's left in this discount crate. Are we done on Black Sabbath? The last bid, it goes back to Shane. Susie has it for 100. Okay? Ozzy has jumped up to 100 as well. Now 101. Now 125. And then, here's what's left. If not, Michael Rudolph has already asked. He's interested in a bundle. Okay? Let me go ahead and just do that right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25. Instead of 9 and 9, we'll do 7 and 7. and that's a further discount. So 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 45, 14, 49, 59, 69, and 79. $79. That's doing about another 25% off of those already discounted prices. How could you say no? 79. Black Sabbath and Ozzy is still getting bids. Our next auction is Great White, and this is twice shy. Becky wrote her phone number on here. Y'all can still try to call Becky. This might have been at a party, and this dude was like, hey, can I get your number? Do you mind writing your number on my Great White album, man? And this Becky went, sure, here's my number, 261-2813. Great White is an 87 U.S. specialty OG. Becky wrote her phone number on the front of the cover. It's in VG condition. Let's go ahead and start it for just $20. Great White, twice bitten. $20 start on that. The last bid on Black Sabbath that came in was Shane Devers at 105. The last bid on Ozzy that came in was 115 with David Saunders. Now 125 with Shane. Okay? So there's Black Sabbath and there's Ozzy. And the high bids are 125 on Ozzy with Shane Devers, and Black Sabbath is also at 105 with Shane Devers. These are sold for $79 to Michael Rudolph. The rest of that crate is sold. Everything from Marshall Tucker to Elvis, whoever's bundling. Okay? There we have it. Next, we have a new empty crate. Perfect. That's why I'm here. If I had somebody walk up to me and said, Chad, what do you do for a living? My answer would be simply this. I empty crates. And they may say, empty what kind of crates? And then at that point, I say, here is the QR code. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. You'll find out every night at 5 o'clock. We empty crates. That's what I do for a living. I empty crates. No more, no less. I'm going to run very quickly through some new sealed titles here. You may have seen these before. You may not. Are we done? I'm not blowing any air horns. My head, if I do, it could set on a major headache, even with ear protection. Okay, these are sold. These are done. 125 and 105. Sold. Ozzy, 125, Shane. Black Sabbath, 105, Shane. He got both of those. Final call on Great White. One bid with Michael Hamburger, $35. Our next auction is going to go up right now. You may ask, Chad, what possibly could you else have to put up for auction tonight? And I'm like, don't worry. Just sit back and watch. Black Sabbath, Hand of Doom. And you may ask, what is Hand of Doom? This is an 8 LP picture disc Black Sabbath collection. This is all 8 Black Sabbath albums through the Ozzy years. Self-Titled, Paranoid, Master Reality, Volume 4, Sabbath, Sabotage, Technical SC, and Never Say Die. Limited to 4,000. They come in jackets. Includes a poster, and this box is foil numbered. This Black Sabbath box is $150 start. $150. Which rat, the bootleg or the out of the cellar? Everything in this crate is new and sealed. Blink-182, the Mark, Tom, and Travis show. Blink-182 is $34.99. Rivers of Neil, The Work, yellow and blue vinyl, $36.99. Written in Their Soul, The Hits, the Stack Songwriters Demo, a Record Store Day Black Friday, $29.99. Fugazi, 7 songs, $29.99. Jim Sullivan, UFO, an amazing folk album. This guy turned up missing, never to be seen again. He only ever released 2 albums. Some say he was abducted by UFOs. Who knows? You never know. I don't know. but he never was seen again. Body never found. $29.99. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor, with Full in the Rain, $33.99. Led Zeppelin Presence, $33.99. Led Zeppelin Debut, $33.99. Folks, we're talking about Achilles' Last Stand. We're talking about Good Times, Bad Times. We're talking about For Your Life. We're talking about How Many More Times. What about Pink Floyd? A remaster of Wish You Were Here. Shine On You Crazy Diamond. Welcome. Welcome to the Machine. Have a Cigar. How I Wish You Were Here. Great White had a new bid for $36, and now $40. Great White's at $40. The most recent bid on Great White was Shannon Lee at $40. This Jim Sullivan album's really cool. Shout out to Paul. He's always coming up with deep cut, cool stuff. That's really cool. And then over here is Black Sabbath, Hand of Doom. Black Sabbath, Hand of Doom. The bid on this, Black Sabbath, Hand of Doom, I'm looking for how much? $150 start. No one's bid yet. We got new bidders on Great White. Let's put up a couple more cassettes. I'm going to do a lot of two. Cinderella and Helix going up for bid right now. Helix and Cinderella, that is a $15 start. Cinderella and Helix, $15 start. Jeremy Bryant does want a Jim Sullivan UFO. Thank you. Very cool. If you hadn't heard it, I recommend it. If you like weird folk rock, he's backed by the Wrecking Crew. I mean, there's some pretty cool songs on here. It's, you know, kind of a little bit of hint of like rock pop from that era, that singer-songwriter era. Sounds like California stuff. Black Sabbath's at $150. And then David, I apologize. Black Sabbath or Ozzy's definitely already sold, but one or two things. Either you got lagged out or I'm not for sure. Always bid again. And if I think it's down to just two people, I might go ahead and sell it quick, especially when it's late. We have Cash. This is a 2 LP. The Man Comes Around. Johnny Cash, $44.99. We had some of those earlier too. Three Doors Down, The Better Life. That's new and sealed for $33.99. That has Kryptonite on it. Vanilla Fudge. Have you ever tried Vanilla Fudge? This is a Sundays on blue vinyl in mono. You Keep Me Hanging On. Where are we on Great White? 41. Final call on these two cassettes, Helix and Cinderella. And then I'm about to bundle some together and we're about to start a new box. Savatage, Fight for the Rock. Savatage is $54.99. Speaking of Paul, we're about to go through some of his new arrivals. So that's always fun, right? Next is Mudhoney. That's self-titled for $29.99. And Rage Against the Machine, The Battle of Los Angeles. Guerrilla Radio, Testify, $33.99. Here is Blink-182, Enema of the State, $38.99. Blink-182. What's that big hit song on here? All the Small Things. I think that's it. All the small things. I can hear it in my head. I just can't regurgitate it tonight. $38.99 for Blink-182. Jane's Addiction, The Great Escape Artist. That's only available as an import. $54.99. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, Music to Kill Bad People 2, Demos and Rarities Volume 1, $29.99. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, Teenage Gizzard, that's $29.99. The Goodfellas soundtrack, $29.99. De Niro, Pesci, the guy that just passed away there. His name was, I've already forgot. Slipknot, Yellow Vinyl, their debut album, $29.99. Everything in there is new and sealed. These cassettes are a buy it now for $15. Let's get somebody bought in on those. Great White's at $42. And Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath is at $155, $160, $162. And Ray Lolita. That's it. What a movie. What a movie there. Mike Andretta on Jane's Addiction. Thank you on that. Thank you on that. What did I just rewatch? Or what did I just watch that was epic? Or did I have another dream about somebody? Oh, no. I was thinking about mobsters. I just told you I watched that thing about Donnie Brasco. I was like, what did I just do to be reading about mobsters or watching mobsters and mafia and Costa Nostra? I watched that thing on that Donnie Brasco. Okay, sorry. I was like, man, did I have a I was like, did I have another dream about this time Robert De Niro? But Brent says, oh no, no more dreams. All right, so Mike and Dredd on Jane's Addiction. Henry Hill. Kathy on Sabotage. That is Kathy Stout Dumas. Thank you, Kathy Dumas on Sabotage. You've bought from us before, right? Sabotage is sold to you. Okay, Goodfellas is better than Godfather. Wrong. Next try. Black Sabbath is at $175. Are we done on Great White? Great Whites with Greg Smith at $45. Shannon Lee is out. We're about to sell that. All right, let me swap out crates because we're about to sell this Black Sabbath, and we have filled up another crate tonight. Folks, don't forget when I get near the end of vinyl, we are definitely going to be going through a CD blitz, and I think y'all are going to like what you're seeing. We're going to try to go through the rest of these 2 tubs tonight, and we call it a CD blitz for a reason. If you're familiar with football terminology, you probably know what a blitz is. Okay? Or if you're familiar with World War II terminology, the Blitzkrieg. I think that B-L-I-T-Z means something like scary and fast. Okay? Or something like that. I'm bringing over a new empty crate. I have another new LP to show you. I'm going to read what's left in here. And here's this. We have... Curtis said, did I get my King comment? King Gizzard, which one do you want? Do you want Music to Kill Bad People too, or Teenage Gizzard? That was during all the Ray Liotta comments. Okay, and then next thing is Black Sabbath at $175. 3 Doors Down is the new reissue that just came out of The Better Life. The Better Life, $33.99. Okay, and then over here, Blitz is Lightning. There you go. Lightning Fast. And then Great White. Great White is sold for $45 to Greg Smith. Okay, there you go. There's done. That's done. I always thought The Godfather was probably the least dramatized. I thought if you, or, you know, like some of those, like Casino, Goodfellas, but I feel like if you said, what is the most realistic, I would say The Godfather. Here's 2 more cassettes. Vinnie Vincent and Steelheart, $15 start, or the least dramatized of probably how something could have really went down. Probably The Godfather. All right, those 2 are $15 start. Vinnie Vincent and Steelheart. Are we done on Sabbath? Sabbath is at $175. $175 with Shane Devers. $175. No, not Mobland. No, I had just watched a podcast with Donnie the real Donnie Brasco, Jim Petitone or whatever. He was on Rogan, and I didn't even know all that existed. I didn't know anything about it. Now I got to watch the movie this weekend with Pacino and Johnny Depp. Okay, here's our next auction. Rat, Dancing Undercover. Rat is a limited edition, pressed in Japan, limited edition white vinyl with poster. It's a radio broadcast recording from Monsters of Rock in Germany, 1987. The jacket lists a random venue in Portugal, so I figured out the actual venue was the one I listed above and not on the listed on the back cover. So, essentially, this is a $55 start. Rat is the Monsters of Rock. Essentially, let me group this down for you. Rat is live. Monsters of Rock in Germany, 1987. White vinyl, $55 start. And it has an obi. It is made in Japan. It's pressed in Japan. Okay? Now, did Curtis tell me which King Gizzard did he want? King Gizzard. Curtis, let me know which of the 2 King Gizzards. I hadn't heard back from you. You put King, but there was 2 of them, okay? And then here's what was left in here. If anybody wants anything, just let me know. We had Blink-182. We had Rivers of Neil. We had Written in Soul, Fugazi, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd. We had Jim Sullivan, Johnny Cash. We had Vanilla Fudge. We got Mudhoney, Rage Against the Machine, Blink-182, Slipknot, Goodfellas soundtrack. And this is the music, you know, like Tony Bennett, Aretha Franklin, the Hepta, you know, really good stuff here. Derek and the Dominoes, Layla. Very cool. Goodfellas, that's $29.99. Physical Graffiti, Three Doors Down, and King Gizzard. Okay, we'll figure out which one of those two Curtis wants. I'm assuming we're done on Black Sabbath. I hadn't seen a bid in a long time since Shane Devers bid 175. He had outbid somebody, and I got to sell it. So let's sell this for 175 to Shane Devers. Thank you, Shane. That's sold to you for 175. All right. Tim, the In Through the Outdoor is sealed. It is. They're all the Zeppelin albums are sealed. Okay. And Sean, you just missed Black Sabbath. Rat has a lot of bids, and we have another 2 cassettes that did not get a bid. So Steelheart and Vinnie Vincent can be bought for $15 together, and so can Cinderella and Helix. Okay. So Helix and Cinderella, $15. Steelheart and Vinnie Vincent, $15. Those are all available. 2 lots there, $15 each. Next is info on SN. Curtis, if you're watching, let me know which King Gizzard you want. How much for SN? Slipknot is $29.99. What color is Teenage? Got volume 1 from you already. Okay, Teenage Gizzard is mixed colored vinyl. Mixed colored vinyl. Okay, new auction going up right now. Let's go through a Paul crate. But our next auction is Skid Row. And folks, this is OG. This is in shrink. Laura has it as an 89 US OG BMG Direct Club copy in shrink, near mint minus, top copy with the original inner sleeve, $125 start. Curtis Marachi does get Teenage Gizzard. All right, there we have it. We are rolling. And now let me put this right over here. Thank you, and let's go through that Paul crate. We've went through most of our new vinyl that's in stock, because after we've done all of our Blitz sales, there's not a whole lot left. And by the way, amazingly, the 5 Hatchet Ed crates are now just down into 2. So we sold a lot of the Hatchet Ed stuff. But let's go through this crate Paul has marked. It looks like a really cool crate. I mean, I just see really good records. So let's go through this. These are new arrivals that have never, ever been shown before. Cash is $44.99. $44.99. $44.99. And then Skid Row's $125 start. Rat is at $100. Rat is at $100. Okay. And let's go over here to more cassettes. Let me see if I can find something else to put with that one. About time for a new one. Yeah. All right, let's try Dillinger and Armored Saint. Dillinger and Armored Saint, those two together for a $15 start. Maybe we'll get something back rolling on those. Craig, you've done started World War III stating opinions on movies. Okay. Oh, yeah, John that works here is a big Sopranos guy. And he told me, he's like, dude, he's like, I know what you like. I know your movies. You've got to watch The Sopranos. And I'm like, I'm just not ready to commit right now. Now, David Saunders, you put Skid. Now, just so you know, you have not technically bid. Putting Skid without a numerical, in fact, does not place a bid because technically you have no number. So I don't know if you're bidding 125 or if you're bidding 175. Always make sure, even if it is the first bid, you put your bid in, okay? Let's go through this Paul crate. Genesis Foxtrot, a Euro import. Genesis is $19.99. Foxtrot is unbelievably clean. Great Paul stuff here. Nice Genesis. Jimi Hendrix. This is First Rays of the New Rising Sun. Jimi Hendrix is numbered a 2010 remaster, $39.99. We have what? Capital City Rockets. That is a white label promo, $9.99. Rick Medlock and Blackfoot. In shrink, includes a single Saturday Night, $14.99. And Blue Cheer is a 2007 reissue, $19.99. Over here at the top, Rat is at $105. Rat was at 105 again. So Rat, first bid of 105 was Mac Andrada. He has it. Skid Row does have a bid for 125, now 126. So that's getting new bids. We have Dave Davies, Chosen People. Dave Davies is $9.99. England's newest hit makers, the Rolling Stones. A 2023 mono on ice blue vinyl, the Rolling Stones is $19.99. Stone Temple Pilots Purple. It's a 2021 black vinyl, $24.99. No bids on these two cassettes, a $15 buy now for Armored Saint or Dillinger. George Samberez on Medlock. Wow, there's some great titles in here so far. That is so to George Samberez. Next is Sick over on Twitch. Is that Amanda Darby on STP? Thank you on that. Over here, Chad, maybe take a couple days off, stay in bed, take some meds, just saying. Chad doesn't take days off unless I'm going to a concert or a football game or maybe a family function. I've heard if you slow down, that's how you die fast. I love burning candles at both ends. Okay, I grabbed another Rat auction, but we can't do that right now. Let's put up Motley Crue. Motley Crue is Girls, 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 a Newberry Comics exclusive on blue vinyl. Wow, limited edition, $1,500 on blue vinyl. That is now going up for a $25 start. So STP sold, Pickle was next, and Cindy Yarborough got the cassettes for $15. Okay, thank you on that. And just FYI, if some people have been off, Cinderella and Helix is $15, and Vinnie Vincent and Steelheart are $15. So those still available, but I'm about to put up more. I'm about to get into a new batch. But first, here is... let's do some of these I don't know a lot about. So let me do these last 5 here for a $15 start, okay? We got Eric Johnson. We got Questionnaires, Anything Can Happen. Queen's Greatest Hits, Driving and Crying Smoke, and Boston Third Stage. Those 5 also for a $15 start, okay? And that pretty much cleans out this first gigantic Logitech cassette case thing that I have, only with a few homemade ones that I'm probably going to bundle together later, and a couple country that I'm probably going to bundle together, okay? So Crew already has a bid for 25 and now 50. That took off fast. What about Skid Row? One person bid 125 and then Travis bid 126. I have not heard back from that first 125. And that was David Saunders. You're out. I'm about to sell it for 126. And no one else bid on Rat here. No one else bid on Rat. And the last bid on Rat was a final call and now sold. And that's sold to our new bidder tonight, Mike Andrada, for $105. Okay? Chuck Edgar wants the lot with Vinnie Vincent for $15 and Steelheart. Those are sold for $15. And if you want to bid on these, put cassette, C-A-S-S, like Cass, and those are a $15 start. Bid on the case. Yeah, the only thing with this is shipping. So the starting bid may reflect additional shipping, okay? It's really clean and nice. It's one of these Logitech, like this. Case Logic. Hold on a second. It's one of these. Really nice. It's got the trays. It's really clean, actually. No odor. Smells good. And I like those. But yeah, we can... the starting bid may reflect shipping because it's going to definitely probably have to go in a box by itself. That might cost $25 just to ship. So, okay. Great Paul Crate. Wow, nobody on the Stones or the Blue Cheer or the Hendrix or the Genesis. I'm surprised. We have Thinking of You, Robert the Duke Tillman. Sealed for $14.99, Robert the Duke Tillman. And the Twin Kings, The Birth of Rock and Roll. That is sealed for $9.99. Usually stuff like that I just try to sell here in the store because, I mean, if you get online, you'll probably see them not too cheap, but the shipping like on eBay and stuff is probably pretty expensive. I'd rather just set it out up here in the store and try to sell it first. But we can try it. The Pretenders is $19.99, The Pretenders, and Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling, with a promo Motown sticker on a promo label. Dancing on the Ceiling. Nice. $14.99. It's a promo copy. All right. So I never did hear back from anybody else on Skid Row, so that's sold. That was just a $125 start, and it sold for $126. And Motley Crue is sold for $50 to Michael Hamburger. And now we're ready for new auctions. Round and Round Rat out of the cellar. An 84 US OG specialty with the company inner sleeve. This is OG Rat. The original press with the Atlantic inner sleeve. Rat is going to go up for a $30 start out of the cellar. That's now up for bid. Very nice. Very nice. Out of the cellar. Rat, $30 start on that. Now up for bid. Motley Crue's already sold for $50. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Ghost, and this is actually the new album, Skeleton, the newest album, and this is a 2025 OG, their website exclusive from Australia-based Utopia. This initially retailed for $65. Now sold out, limited edition, Ghost on that color variant. It is going to go up for a $50 start. The Driving and Crying is in the cassette lot. It's called Smoke. These 5 cassettes are a $15 start before I start more metal and hair metal ones. Those were the last 5 I've bundled together. Okay, moving right along. We got Zydeco. Zydeco's in shrink. That's $19.99. Also, I do realize it's 10:41, 10:42. Clock just rolled over. Very rare that I'm going through new arrivals this late. So what I might do is go through these and then go ahead and get into some discount bins and then maybe even the CDs while we're finishing up auctions. But we still got about a dozen auctions over here that were advertised, and I've got 2 full crates completely full of metal. We are well stocked up. That's what we sold for the first 2 hours of the show tonight. I'm not going to definitely try to get through all those this week because we're going to need them next Thursday. There it is. Hey, here's a pre-owned copy of Johnny Cash. $10 cheaper, $34.99. Volume 4, The Man Comes Around. Pete Townsend, Empty Glass, that's $14.99. Let My Love Open the Door. And Alice Cooper, Easy Action, gold vinyl, it's $29.99. $29.99. It's $11.45 in Ohio. Time's ticking, right? Rat has 1 bid for $35. No bid on Ghost, final call. These cassettes are a $15 buy now for all 5 of them. Also, we have Caravan and the new Symphonia. That is a 1974 US, $14.99. And we have Eddie Hallman, I Love You. Eddie Hallman's a 69 US, $19.99. Rat is at $38 with Greg Smith. That's a new bid. Let me go ahead and put up another LP. Whitesnake, come and get it. Whitesnake is now up for bid. It's an 81 US OG with the original company inner sleeve. Whitesnake, we got Snakes and Rats. And over here, Ghost can be bought for the $50 buy it now. That's the new Skeleton album. The website, Australian-based, $50 buy it now. Klaatu. Klaatu is EX, $17.99. And Backdoor. And Backdoor is a 73 white label promo jazz rock album, EX, excuse me, $17.99. So 1 case logic down. Let me go over here to our comic book room. And yes, we literally have so many comics now. We have a comic book room and a book room over here. Rarely anything happens out of here because we don't have time to work on comics and books. But when we do, it's a lot of fun. So that's also where we keep cassettes stored. Cassettes are also stored in the comic book and book room. Oh my gosh. Whew, listen to some of these cassettes. LA Gun, Skid Row, Poison, Bullet Boys. Goodness gracious. Striper still available. This is pretty wild. So a long time ago, somebody asked for the Poison cassette. So let's go ahead and put those up right now. This is Poison, Open Up and Say Ah, and Poison Flesh and Blood. 2 Poison cassettes. Those are going to go up for a $15 start. Looking for a $35 start on Whitesnake. Poison's a $15 start. I just opened up a whole new case of cassettes. You just saw the one we emptied. Look at this one right here. Ooh, Metallica. Let's do that one right now by itself. Can y'all see this? Hold on a second. I'm on the wrong cam. There we go. Holy moly, look at that. There goes the Ghost record. Gosh, these are heavy too. Okay, there's that. And we did sell the Ghost, and that's sold to Kathy Dumas. Dumas? I know I'm butchering your name. Shouldn't be that hard, though. Kathy Dumas. That's sold to you for $50. Rats at 40, Rats at 42. Here we have Jackson 5, the third album. Jackson 5 is VG $9.99. Jackson 5, the third album, VG $9.99. Comic book and book. We were supposed to, that day that I went live and I walked around the store, that was supposed to be mostly comics and it ended up turning into let's sell half of the store. And that was an amazing night, though. We're going to be doing that probably before the end of summer. We got to get everything restocked and displayed up there. We're slowly adding stuff to it, toys and tchotchkes. Okay. Robin Glenn on the Jackson 5. Easy as 1, 2, 3. A, B, C. We have Ian Gillan Band, Scarabus. Ian Gillan is VG Plus $14.99. Blues Image. Blues Image is a 69 Terre Haute, EX $22.99. And Coliseum, Daughter of Time. Coliseum is VG minus 1970, $9.99. Greg Lake, the first solo album from Greg Lake of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. This is EX $12.99 on Greg Lake. And Face to Face, The Kinks, featuring Sunday Afternoon. And original 66 US mono, VG $24.99. All right, Whitesnake can be bought for a $35 buy it now. No bid on that. They're still bidding on Rat, though. Greg Smith has it for $42. And Jackie Long, you're out. Next auction is going to go up right now. You may say, Chad, what possibly could you have left to auction? I'm like, don't worry about it. Just sit back and relax for the next several hours. Black Sabbath Paranoid, quad and stereo. Wow. This was originally part of that Black Sabbath box set, not sex, not box sex, box set. This is a 1974 quadraphonic mix in stereo, which is the first time this specific mix was ever on vinyl. VG Plus, a $25 start. VG Plus, $25 start. I can't believe it. But Poison does not have a bid up until right now. Those are a $15 start, and now we have a bid. Now we have a bid. What do we have here? Darkness, Imprisoning Me, All That I See, Absolute Horror, Metallica, the one cassette. Darkness, Imprisoning Me, Landmine has taken... Y'all know what I'm talking about. Also, the B side of that is The Prince. The Prince. That is Metallica, 1. Darkness, $10 start on Metallica, 1. Wow. I seen it pick up stuff and sell. Will anybody be available picking tomorrow? The store is closed tomorrow. Paul, I'll be here. Well, Tanner may be here tomorrow watching the sales and whatnot, and tagging and sorting. We've given Paul, yeah. Everybody has been, everybody has the day off. Everybody has the day off, of course, except probably me or Tanner. I don't know if Tanner has plans or not, but everybody has the day off tomorrow. So I will be here selling, though. Yes. I can tell you why. I have enough stuff that Paul's marked, John's marked, discount bins. I can have a heck of a show. Plus, Laura's working on auctions for tomorrow. That's what she's doing right now. She's working on auctions for tomorrow night. So we'll have featured advertised auctions. So, yeah. It's going to be a full-length Chad show again tomorrow. So I'll be here. But, yeah, just, I guess, ask, maybe message the page. I never asked Tanner his schedule. He's here. He knows what he's got to do. And I never know when he's here or when he's not here. He's here about 7 days, though, like me. He timed it the other day. Tanner works about 60, 70 hours a week. So he's here a lot. Shout out to Tanner. Okay, back up at the top. Where did we leave off? We're going through a new Paul crate here. I can tell we need to get into some discount stuff, though, and start showing some of these crazy CDs. So George Samberez on Greg Lake, thank you. Black Sabbath, 25, 25, 25, 30. Alan Smith on Q. Alan, was that a miscue on Q? I don't see a Q. Metallica 15, Black Sabbath 32, Black Sabbath 40. And then Metallica 20, Black Sabbath 41, Rat out, and there's that. So Rat, we can finally sell this. Jackie has said out, and Rat is sold then. Greg Smith, $42. Greg Smith, $42. The Poison cassettes are sold to Rob and Glenn for $15. And then what was the album behind Eddie Holloman? The album behind Eddie Holloman was Caravan and the New Symphonia. And that is a 74 US, $14.99. Tracks and price on the Kinks. The Kinks is original 66 mono, VG $24.99. Party Line, Rosie, Won't You Please Come Home, Dandy, Too Much on My Mind, Session Man, Rainy Day in June, House in the Country, Holiday in Waikiki, Most Executive Residence for Sale, Fancy, Little Miss Queen of Darkness, You're Looking Fine, Sunday Afternoon, or Sunny Afternoon, that's a big hit, and I'll Remember. All right, now Metallica's at 25, now 26. And then the Ian Gillan album back here. Ian Gillan is VG Plus $14.99. Colin Towns plays on this. So does Mark Nusef, Jean Gustafon, Ray Fenwick, and of course Ian Gillan there front and center. VG Plus $14.99. All right, so Black Sabbath is a quad mix in stereo, exclusive to only the box set. Somebody has separated it. We got it in a collection. $42. Metallica, Darkness Imprisoning Me, is at $26 with Steve Weaver. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. Motley Crue, and this is Theater of Pain, Smoking in the Boys Room. An 85 OG specialty with the original inner sleeve. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Theater of Pain, that's now up for bid. Our next cassette is going to go up right now. And our next cassettes are going to be Skid Row. And we got self-titled. It does have jewel case damage and Slave to the Grind. Original cassettes. This one has a cracked jewel case. $15 start on Skid Row. Okay. And now over here and finishing up this Paul Crater, continuing. Phil Collins, No Jacket Required. EX $17.99. Heart Brigade. Heart is EX $32.99. Journey Captured. Journey's a 2LP, VG Plus $19.99. Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood, a 2016 remaster, VG Plus just $19.99 on that. And we have the Mike Theodore Orchestra, High on Mad Mountain, a 79 US Disco, EX $12.99. Over here, Metallica, 1 got a new bid for 30, then 31. Black Sabbath, 44, then 45. Did I hear you right that the stack of sets on the left was 15 for all? Yes, so there's two $15 no bids. This stack here, Boston, Driving and Crying Queen, Questionnaires, Eric Johnson, $15. And then these two, Helix and Cinderella, those two together for 15. So 2 lots at 15 each, but the 5 and the 2 are together, 15 and 15. Okay, Skid Row has a bid for 15. Black Sabbath has a bid for 50. Robin Glenn on the Motley Crue. Ed Riviera on Journey. Robert Barnett next on Motley Crue. Edwin did get Journey. And we have Red, White, and Blues Image with promo stickers. Blues Image is actually a white label promo, VG $11.99. And Genuine Dillard and Clark. That's VG $9.99. Final call on these two Skid Rows. Final call on those two, just a bid for 15. Black Sabbath's at 54. Metallica's at 35. What about Motley Crue? Motley Crue, Jackie Long has Motley Crue, the OG Theater Pain for 40. Next is Cheryl Dilcher, Butterfly. That is EX $12.99. And Preston Rose on Dillard and Clark. That's sold to Preston Rose, Dillard and Clark. Nick Dahmer, I've already sold it. Nick Drake, his OG stuff's hard to find. 5 Leaves Left. This is a new remaster. VG Plus $11.99. Cheryl Dilcher sold to Scott Yoakumstaller. These two Skid Row cassettes are officially sold to Matt Marco for $15. We also have Jeff Beck Group and Quad. VG Plus $19.99. Paul, your bid on 15 just came in. They was actually already at 15. Ivan R on Nick Drake. Cheryl's already sold Edwin. I guess no one else is going to bid on Motley Crue. It's a final call for 40 with Jackie Long. What about the Metallica cassette? David Saunders is out. The high bid on that's 35 with Steve Weaver. What else do we have? This is VG Plus $34.99. It's a reissue. I'll tell you why. It's called Stud Cole. OGs are extremely expensive, is the note from Paul. I think it says stud coal. Stud coal, that looks like, it looks right. One second. I'll look this up. There it is, stud coal. It came out in 1968. There's only one for sale right now for $4,500, and it's Craig Moore Records by Mail. The last one sold 8 years ago. So if you want to buy an OG, you're going to be spending thousands of dollars. It's VG Plus $34.99. VG Plus $34.99. It's a garage rock, psychedelic rock, rockabilly, that kind of genre. Next is John and the Night Riders, Surf Beat 80. A 1981. This is with Nikki Sixx from 1980. Wow. EX. Nikki Sixx is on that album. $16.99. Back up here at the top, we had Ivan R on Indeed. Did I already pull that? Yeah, Nick Drake. And then Motley Crue 43. How much is SoFly? $38.99. New and sealed 2 LP. Motley Crue 45. Black Sabbath 58. So Motley Crue and Black Sabbath still getting bid. Steve Weaver gets Metallica for $35. Travis Woods wants Heart, and that was from earlier. Brigade, right? Heart Brigade, that's so to Travis Woods. Next in here is our next auction. You may say, gosh, Chad, what else could you possibly be putting up for auction tonight? And I'm like, just wait and see, because there's a lot more. We're going to do this one individually. Bullet Boys, Freak Show. Bullet Boys is a $7 start. We're going to do that one by itself. Nice. Bob Weir, The Grateful Dead. Or excuse me, Mickey Hart. Mickey Hart, Rolling Thunder from The Grateful Dead. VG Plus $22.99. Original label too. So Black Sabbath at 58 and 48. Both with El Terrible Torio. This is here. This is Divine. Hey You. Divine is VG Plus $14.99. And we have Diamond Rio, Rough Cuts. Diamond Rio is a 78 US red vinyl. That's a hard rock album. VG $14.99. Are we done on Motley Crue? It looks like we're at the end of the road. Who was back up on Black Sabbath? Are you done as well? Scott Arnold, I think it's up to him. He's not done. He's at 60. Lakeshore Drive, Aelita Haynes Jeremiah. VG $19.99. Paul Jackson on Beck. And that was for the Beck Quad Mix back here. And then we have Bullet Boys with a bid for 7 with Cindy Yarborough. Moxie 2 is a 76 Canadian import. VG $14.99. And Incredible Live, Country Joe. VG Plus $14.99. Ozone Park, the Ohio State University Jazz Ensemble. The Ohio State. 83 Jazz. EX $17.99. Art Tatum Masterpieces, EX $16.99, and Grapefruit Deep Water. Grapefruit is a 69 US, VG Plus $14.99, and Texas Boogie Blues, 1980 US. It's a blues album with a signed jacket. It does have damage. VG Plus $19.99. RJ 66 on Moxie 2. And then Dino, which is Denise Offendahl on GF, and GF was for Grapefruit, okay? And Laura wants Divine if unclaimed. Divine, this right here, Divine, Hey You, Laura, it's sold to you. Let's put that one right over here. Paul Jackson next on Moxie. All right, Bullet Boys is sold for $7 to Cindy Yarborough. Motley Crue is officially sold to El Terrible for $48. El Terrible, you've been outbid on Black Sabbath. The last bid on Black Sabbath was Scott Arnold at $60. Our next auction is Autograph and then Motorhead. Autograph, that's the stuff. Autograph is an 85 USOG with the original on her sleeve, $35 start. $35 start. Final call on Black Sabbath. Scott Arnold has it for $60. It's up to El Terrible Torio. Autograph is a $5 start. Our next 3 cassettes are going to go up for a $20 start. 3 cassettes here for a $20 start. Oh, man. The Ballad of Jane, Cocked and Loaded, LA Guns. That's a good one. The Ballad of Jane. That's LA Guns Cocked and Loaded. Not in print, never been reissued. LA Guns self-titled. And LA Guns Hollywood Vampires. Those are pretty tough to get on vinyl. Those 3 there together for a $20 start. $20 start. Air Terrible, are you out there? Do you want to bid again on Black Sabbath? You also has Native Love on that LP. I'm not for sure which one you're referring to, but if you be as specific as possible, I'll let you know. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is go ahead and put up another crate. There's so much in here in this Paul crate, it takes a long time to read all the details again. If you were waiting for the recap and you want to see something again, let me know right now. If not, I can't believe a lot of that stuff didn't sell. I'm probably going to post it in our private group at noon tomorrow. And when you see it in there, there's going to be a lot of claims. There's going to be a lot of stuff sell out of there. If you want anything, now would be the time, okay? Now would be the time. The first question is Divine. That's already sold to Laura. LA Guns already has a bid for 20, now 25. What was the condition of Klaatu? Yeah, there's some great titles in here left unclaimed. Klaatu was EX condition, $17.99. What is the album behind the Kinks? That was Coliseum, Daughters of Time, Daughter of Time, VG minus $9.99, a 1970 OG. Now autographs at 35. The condition of Dave Davies was right here. Dave Davies was in shrink. Vinyl is near mint minus $9.99. Black Sabbath has a new bid for $62. We're not done on Black Sabbath. It has a new bid for $62 with Paul Jackson. Now the cassettes are at $26. Now Autograph has a bid for $35. Scott Yoakumstaller on Klaatu. Scott Yoakumstaller on Klaatu. Let me find our next crate to go through. All right. Black Sabbath 63. Gene Brown sold on Dave Davies. The cassettes are at 28. And the price of Rolling Thunder, Mickey Hart, that was VG plus $22.99. Here's what I'm about to do since it's 11 o'clock. And I know some of these are going to be selling like hot cakes. We're about to be doing discount bins and CDs, a hybrid. We're going to keep auctions going. So it's probably about to be more happening right now at once than ever before. We're about to start showing half off and buy it now best offer crates. At the same time, cassette auctions continue. Auctions continuing. Black Sabbath has all new bidders. Now 63 and now another new bidder 64. Autograph still just has one bid for 35. I'm about to sell it. Isaiah, you're out on the LA Guns. I'm going to take this crate and put it right back here behind me. If anybody changes their mind, let me know. I'm going to have to dig around and find some of our first discount crates. Won't be a problem. There's plenty around here. Might be an old Paul crate. Might be an old Laura crate. Might be a John crate. Whatever it is, we're probably going to do some half off to try to expedite some sales. And I think when y'all start seeing these CDs, you're going to be like, wow, he's selling these for just $9.99. Is he okay? Somebody check on Chad. If we have enough time, I might do some buy it now cassettes. If not, that might be a great thing to do tomorrow. Let me see what's over here in this crate here. But I have a feeling a lot of people's on perhaps looking for maybe hard rock and metal. And of course, I still got that in auctions. And I still got that over here in CDs for sure. So usually on Metal Night, I try to show as much metal as I can. It's hard to show it in the bins because there's not many LPs that are available for us to just straight price. We had one full crate tonight that Laura marked, and guess what? Every single one of them sold. That's usually what happens. So when we get metal collections, we pick out usually the modern reissues. We straight price them. They all sell because they're basically on sale because they're opened. All the OG stuff are out of print. We put up for auction. And boom, you've seen what's happened tonight. We started at 5:15. It's almost been 6 hours. And we are still selling stuff, and we got a lot more to do. Unfortunately, I lost Isaiah on the LA Guns. So these are sold to Jackie Long for $28. Those are sold. Autograph is sold to Jim Sedal for $35. Now, here's the weird thing on unless Facebook is hung up. Let me go check right quick. I don't think it is. But unless Facebook's hung up, we have lost 3 people on Black Sabbath. Yeah, Facebook's hung up. Facebook's hung up. All of my comments are hidden right now. See some metal CDs? Man, you missed a bunch last night, but there's more coming up tonight. If you consider like Metallica and Ozzy and some of these others that I don't want to reveal over here, they're about to start being put up right now. Okay? Facebook is not fine. There it goes. Okay, it's hung up. Now, if I ever say Facebook is down, that means we're live. Y'all can still hear me, but I cannot see y'all's comments. If you noticed over here, nobody's comments popped up for like 3 minutes. That means y'all could have commented 1,000 times and it would have been invisible to me. Absolutely invisible to me. You could have said, Chad, we're here, nothing wrong, my feed's fine, etc., etc. But guess what? It was all invisible to me until right now. We are going to make this a final call. I've lost 3 bidders on Black Sabbath. Chris Gardner has this for $64. Going twice, going 3 times. New auction going up right now. Motorhead. Motorhead is Donington Park, Monsters of Rock, 1986. This is a live concert from Donington Park in the UK, Monsters of Rock, a $35 start. Auction number 3 is Dio. This is live in Fresno, 1983. Limited edition of 8,000 numbered copies on red vinyl, a record store day exclusive. Dio is a $45 start. Live Dio official. Motorhead live bootleg. Black Sabbath is a final call. I got to take some cassettes in here to the room because we have accumulated a heck of a tower here. Oh my gosh. Let me be very careful with these. Let me take these in here and split these up. It's like dangerously tall. All right. There's those. Okay. All right, half off LPs. Coming up right now. Black Sabbath has a new bid for $65. I was giving everybody in the time in the world to bid. Scott, I was like, man, what happened to everybody? Scott Arnold, $65. Somebody must have had to go out and walk their dog or something. Black Sabbath, $65. No bid on Motorhead, no bid on Dio. These are half off LPs. Walt Disney presents Learning to Tell Time. The price is $7.50. Walt Disney, you listen to that, it'll teach you how to tell time. We have Tammy Wynette's Greatest Hits, $5. Stand By Your Man in shrink wrap. James Gang, Passing Through, $10. These are half off, no more, no less. Jay and the Americans, Wax Museum, that's in shrink, $5. Over here, Ray Peterson sings Tell Laura I Love Her. There you go, Laura. Ray Peterson wants to tell you he loves you. It's in shrink wrap. It's a 1960, $20. Susie, first on the Disney record, sold. Michael Reed, second. Billie Holiday, Ella Fitzgerald, Lena Horne, and Sarah Vaughan. That's a female vocalist, $10. The Blues Project, live at Town Hall, $10. We have Flat and Scruggs, great original recordings, $10. Dio, no bid, $45 buy it now. Motorhead, no bid, $35 buy it now. That's going over here with Whitesnake. The next 2 cassettes I have going up right now is this, Little Caesar Influence, $7 start. Little Caesar Influence, $7 start on Little Caesar. Next, Voices in Bluegrass, the Osmond Brothers, $10. Nat King Cole, Ramblin' Rose, $5. What is the Black Sabbath? It's at $69 with Scott Arnold. It is a stereo quad mix. It was part of a box set, never been sold individually. Scott Arnold has it for $69. Going once, going twice. George Sambarez gets Dio for $45. I can't believe no one bid. Oso was second. Over here, what's the White Snake? It is White Snake, come and get it. OG Near Mint Minus, $35. Motorhead, Monsters of Rock, $35. Next, in the half off, is the best of Xavier Cugat, $5 on that. Next is Richard Thompson, Daring Adventure, Shrink It High, $10. And Seals and Crofts, Sudan Village, $5. Also, Chris Gardner's out on that. Todd Saw says he'll take Tammy Wynette. There we go. Todd Saw. Paul Jackson gets Motorhead. Sold to Paul Jackson for $35. Who asked about White Snake first? Eli Thomason. He said he'll take it. Wes was second. Another auction I can't believe didn't get a bid. Y'all fell asleep on all those. 10 years after, Rock and Roll Music to the World, $10 on that. And then Hergis Ridge is $7.50. And then we have No Rodriguez, second on Tammy. Over here is Dave Dudley, Lonelyville. Dave Dudley is $5. Spanking Our Gang's Greatest Hits, $10 on that. All right, let me go ahead and grab another auction right over here. Let's get into this crate that I have not even pulled a single record out of. And this is completely unadvertised late night gems. Hope y'all are ready. Completely unadvertised late night gems. I'll give you another chance at a White Snake. Here's the classic 1987 Club, RCA Music Club, White Snake, EX Plus or better with the original on her sleeve. In the Still of the Night, Here I Go Again on My Own, $35 start on that. Black Sabbath is sold for $69 to Scott Arnold. This is sold to Scott Arnold for $69. Would be $65 if he didn't post 66 with no name. This is sold to you for $69. Chris Gardner bid 66 and then you bid 69. That is sold to you for $69. He was bidding on Black Sabbath. We have Diana Ross, Why Do Fools Fall in Love? That is $5. We have John Conley, Blue Highway. That is $6.50. And Earl Thomas Conley, Somewhere Between Right and Wrong. That is $7.50. And Stabilizers, Tyranny. Stabilizers is a gold stamp promo, $7.50. We have The Tender Gender by Kenny Burrell Quartet. That is $15. Or Styx Paradise. That is $10. Nobody bid on Little Caesar. That's a $7 buy it now. We have Ray Anthony, Young Ideas. Ray Anthony is $5. And Lefty Frizzell's Country Favorites. That's in shrink on the Harmony label. $5 on that. Next auction is going to go up right now. You wanted the best, you got it. The hottest band in the land. Kiss Alive is a 1975 OG 2LP. Kiss is a first press. It does have the booklet. It's VG Plus. It's going to go up for a $35 start. Next is George Hamilton IV, A Rose and a Baby Ruth. That's in shrink for $5. Tom T. Hall's Greatest Hits Volume 2. That is $5. We have the main event, Herb Albert and Hugh Muscella. That is $7.50. Long John Baldry's Long John's Blues. That is $13.50. Ascot label. Nat Stuckey Sings, $7.50. Eli's in on Kiss at $35. Our next cassettes is going to go up right now. One, Contraband. Contraband, that's a super group with members of Vixen, LA Guns, Rap, Michael Schenker, etc. Contraband is a $7 start. Next is Kenny Rogers, There's Something Burning. That's an early Kenny Rogers, $8.50. Next, White Snakes at $46 with Reveille 1969. Kiss has one bid for $35. I'm about to sell it. Ray Price is in quad, $10. Now Kiss is at $38. A Good Woman's Love, Jerry Reed, $7.50. If You Knew Susie, Susie Quattro, $10. We have Fernand and Teicher, Blast Off. That is now $10. ABC Paramount label, Twist with Cugat. Xavier Cugat's $5. Now Kiss is at $40. White Snakes at $46. I have not heard back from Jackie Long. We have Rydell on the Copa. Rydell at the Copa for $5. You listen to this and you will want to fight bulls. So be careful. Bull Ring, $10. Poco self-titled is $5. The Golden Hits of Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs is $6.50. All right. Here comes some CDs. All these are $9.99. First come, first serve. First thing we have is Metallica, 72 Seasons. These are all $9.99. Godsmack, Lighting Up the Sky, The Pretty Reckless Other Worlds, Rolling Stones, Hackney Diamonds, David Gilmour, Luck and Strange. Man, those are new albums. Hailstorm, Back from the Dead, Korn, Requiem, and Disturbed, Divisive. What does that say? D-I-V-I-S-I-V-E. Those are all $9.99. Also in here, Pure Prairie League If the Shoe Fits, that's $7.50. Gary Puckett and the Union Gap, that is $5. And Mike Oldfield, Airborne. Mike Oldfield is $10. Mike Oldfield, Airborne, $10 on that. Okay, I never did hear back from Jackie Long on Whitesnake, so this is officially sold to Reverly 69 for $46. Thank you on that. Nobody bid on Contraband. It's a $7 buy it now. If that and Little Caesar didn't get a bid, then I know I need to stop putting up cassettes for auction. Those were supposed to bring $10, $12, $15, $20. So I might be done on cassettes. The last couple hadn't got bids. That's worrisome. Next over here is David Gilmour. That is sold for $9.99, and that is to Denise, who is Mortgage Guy Rob on Hailstorm. I don't think I got your Twitch handle yet. Hailstorm is sold to you for $9.99. Mortgage Guy Rob. Reverly 69 wants the bull ring. Richard Group next on David Gilmour. So what do we have left here? The Rolling Stones, Hackney Diamonds, The Pretty Reckless, Godsmack, Metallica, Disturbed, and Korn. Those are all still available. El Terrible Torio, I haven't heard back from you on Kiss. Now Jackie has it. That's Robert Barnett, Mortgage Guy Rob. What do you do? Mortgages for houses. Next over here is Kiss. Kiss is at 40 with Eli Thomason. All of a sudden, a billion bids just came in. A billion bids. Kiss is at 40 with Eli Thomason. Alex Kane got Contraband for $7. That's sold to Alex Kane. Next thing we have is Kiss 44. Steve Biddlecombe on Cougat. Steve, I'm going to give you this one right here. That's sold to you. Whitesnake out. Steve Biddlecombe also on Bobby Rydell. Bobby Rydell is right here. That's also sold to Steve Biddlecombe. We have Cindy next on Contraband, Kiss 45. Michael next on Bullfighting, Kiss 48. Contraband 8. Hailstorm's already sold. Facebook Frozen, Facebook froze. And we have Arnold Adams on Metallica, 72 Seasons. Those were very desirable titles. Little Caesar, when we have that on vinyl, it is like a absolute crazy phenomenon. Contraband, we had that on vinyl. That was a slobber knocker last Thursday. That sold for like a few $100s, I'm pretty sure. Those are very tough to get on vinyl. Also, we have left in the CDs now, one more read-through. We have Disturbed. We have Korn. We have Rolling Stones, their newest album, The Pretty Reckless, and Godsmack. Those are all $9.99. Last bid on Kiss Alive was what? $48 of El Terrible Torio. That's the high bid, unless somebody had already bid $50. They haven't. $48 on that. I'm just going to go ahead and try to bundle all these. Let's do it. That way we can get into a new crate fast. Somebody buys these, we'll go ahead and do another bundle. Let me go ahead and show, or another half-off crate. But first, let me go ahead and show you some more CDs. These are all $9.99. CDs here, $9.99. You may ask, what do you have for $9.99? Jackal. Jackal, Push Comes to Serve, Hollywood Undead, American Tragedy, Hinder, All-American Nightmare, Hinder, Extreme Behavior, Don Henley, Inside Job, Don Henley, The End of Innocence, and Don Henley, Building the Perfect Beast. Those are all $9.99. We have right here, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. 38 records there. Let's do a deal with somebody. 38, that's nearly two-thirds of a crate. 38 records, bundle price, $125. 125 divided by 38, that is $3.28 a piece. Are you kidding me? I haven't heard back from anybody on Kiss. Is anybody out there? El Terrible, $48. I'm waiting for like 3 other people. I have not heard back from they. Neil Rigler says he'll take the bundle. Great. $125. We have an empty crate. We're going to put up new auctions right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a cardboard divider. This is going to be where the bundle starts. Okay? And we're going to sell all these to Neil Rigler for $125. Wow. Great deal. Neil strikes on the bundle. Done. Those are all sold. Hope everybody got what they wanted the first time around, because now every single one of them are sold. And then what I'm going to do, whoever's tagging, that does that crate, and then I am going to grab a new empty crate, and I'm going to put a divider where the bundle stops. because I don't know currently where my sticky notes are. All right. This here, and this here. Those are done. Now, Kiss, still didn't hear back from anybody, so this is officially sold, and this is sold to El Terrible for $48, okay? That is sold for $48. Thank you on that. Let me go ahead and put a bundle. These CDs are $9.99. These are all hard rock, metal, and a much better titles than what we normally sell for $6.99. The reason these are $9.99, Paul asked if he wanted me to individually price these, and he told me if he individually priced some of these, they would be $10, $12, $15, $19.99, $24.99. And I was like, no, let's keep it simple and just do it $9.99. That way, some of them would have been $5, some of them should be $8, some of them should be $24.99. We're doing all these from these two crates over here for $9.99. Last night we did $9.99, then we did $6.99. Then I went back to $9.99, then we did $6.99 again. Then I'll do some more $9.99. It depends on how nice they are and how good of titles. It averages out the same way for us. It makes it much more easier. $9.99, and that one Undead, Hollywood Undead, that sold for $9.99 to Lucas Patterson. And then all the ones that didn't sell last night, I posted in the group. There was like 2 big stacks, and now there's about this many left. So what doesn't sell tonight, somebody's going to get tomorrow in the group, I promise. So if you're thinking about these, think long, and you'll think wrong. Let me get another half off crate, okay? And let me put up some new auctions. First, let's auction some more cassettes. Here's another one. Shotgun Messiah. This is $9.99. Shotgun Messiah. If we price these individually, I don't think they would sell as well. Because if I started marking some of these CDs for $15.99, I guarantee a bunch of y'all would say, yeah, I'm going to pass. So we can go through them so much faster just saying $9.99 each. Because I have seen several since we've been doing this. I mean, we've sold some mini box sets that should have been $59.99. So there's that. No air horn. Sorry. No air horn. I'm not risking a headache. Last night for sure. We've missed like 6 air horns. Maybe by tomorrow. Before I started wearing ear protection, I would blow the air horn and have a headache for the rest of the night. I'm out on that tonight. My head feels like it could explode already. Okay, here we go. Travis Woods wants the Jackal CD. Sold for $9.99. Let's get rolling here. Half off titles. I think this crate has much better titles in it. We have Jose Melis. That's a 66 US Mono Latin Jazz. $5 on that. Asia Alpha. Asia Alpha is $10. Here we go, Neil Reigler. We'll give Neil a round of applause. There we go. Thank you, Neil Reigler. I'll make up for it on another night. Commodore's Night Shift. Commodore's is $7.50. Also, Jay Giles Band Live Full House. $10 on Jay Giles Band. We have Please, Troy Corey, a jazz vocal album sealed for $7.50. And Survivor, Vital Signs. Survivor is now $10. That's the half off price. Just in case you're wondering. If you're asking, Chad, what is the half off price on Survivor? I'm going to be like, it is $10. That is the price. $10 is the half off price on Survivor. Just in case y'all wondering. Just in case you want to know. That's the half off price. And by the way, everything in this crate is half off. And that is no more and no less. Just FYI, okay? So there's that. Also over here, Shotgun Messiah did not get a bid. It's a $7 buy it now. This is Passport, looking through. Passport is $5. Also, we have Al Jarreau, High Crime. That's in shrink for $5. And Taj, as in Taj Mahal. Taj Mahal is now $10. Let's pause there on Mr. Taj, Blues Legend, exactly. Let's show some more CDs. For $9.99. I think y'all are going to like these. Let me get a grip on them. They're packed in here. Paul has packed these in here like he's going to be shipping them. Oh my gosh. If I can get one out, we can get to them all. There we go. These are all $9.99. Hope y'all got your fingers ready. First thing we have right here, we got Audio Slave. That one is called Out of Exile. We got Audio Slave self-titled, CCR Chronicle, The Dang Yankees, AC/DC Black Ice, AC/DC Dirty Deeds, AC/DC Razor's Edge, Best of Atlanta Rhythm Section, Audio Slave Revelations, The Dang Yankees again, Dangerous Toys, Hellacious Acres, AC/DC Stiff Upper Lip, and AC/DC Blow Up Your Video. Holy moly. You may ask me, how much are all those? They're $9.99. The Roaches is VG Plus for $5. Sweet Bottom, Angels of the Deep. Sweet Bottom is $6.50. Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun. Eric Clapton, VG Plus $10. The Beach Boys, Surf's Up. Beach Boys is VG Plus $10. Grover Washington Jr., Mr. Magic, $10 on Grover Washington Jr. And Apple Juice by Tom Scott. Oh, Apple Juice there by Tom Scott. How much is he? EX, $5. AC/DC, Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. That is sold to Darren Chrisman for $5. Is Facebook still working? Test 1, 2. Is anybody still out there? That's sold to Darren. I don't see any other comments. I don't see anybody else breathing. Don't see anybody else talking. Don't see anybody else claiming. Let me open up my Facebook app over here and make sure Facebook's still working. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Is this thing still working? I don't think it is. I think Facebook hung up again. It is. It is all hung up again. I haven't had a Facebook comment come through in like 5 minutes. It's frozen. Okay, give me a second. I can see stuff over here, but I got to wait for it to load over here. I can see y'all, but it's just not happening, okay? Y'all are here, but you're invisible. You could tell me right now, Chad, here is the information on how to retrieve $1 million, and I would not be able to see it. There they come. See? Boom. They're loading. There they come. Boom, boom, boom. There we have it. They're loading. See them popping up? Facebook was hung up too. They're all loading. One at a time. See? That was stuff from several minutes ago probably. So I got to go back and do all this in order now. So give it 1 second. It's gotten pretty bad here late tonight because I think there's still a lot of people watching. And now that we're doing all these CDs fast, it's really expediting stuff. We still have people saying I'm here. Yes, you are, but you're invisible. You might as well not be here when the restream doesn't load because I cannot see anything you're trying to tell me or send me. You're invisible. If you comment test and you don't see it show up over here, then guess what? You're invisible to me. I can't see anything you're trying to tell me. So AC/DC was sold to Darren Chrisman. Travis Woods got Survivor. Travis Woods got Survivor from earlier. That's $10. Clay Moore put SM, Shotgun Messiah. That's sold to Clay Moore for $7. Another steal on a cassette. Unbelievable. That was sold to Clay Moore. No Rodriguez second. Stephen Tuttle on Taj Mahal. Stephen Tuttle on Taj Mahal. Chad, please explain the difference in a 12-inch single and a 12-inch picture disc. One's on vinyl, one's on a picture disc. But I'll give you a further explanation here later. Damn Yankees. Who wants them? The first person was No Rodriguez. No, you've got dibs on self-titled or Don't Tread on Me. Let me know which one you want them. Chad, can you please put something up for auction? Chad, why aren't there no auctions? James Hicks is next on the Dang Yankees. Clay Moore, you were second. You already got Shotgun Messiah. You were first on Facebook and YouTube. Paul Catrich on Dangerous Toys. That was the CDs here. Paul Catrich on Dangerous Toys. That sold to him for $9.99. Rob Bobby was second. Rob Bobby was second. And then Chris Knapp on BB. And that was for the Beach Boys. Surf's Up. Right, Chris? That sold you VG plus $10. And then Isaiah was next on Dangerous Toys. And then Isaiah was next on Dangerous Toys. Jim Cooper says, I'm here. Jackie says, I'm here. And now we have here. And then I'm here. And then Paul Catrich. And then here we go. And then we have no both on the Dang Yankees. There we have. Next thing we have, people are absolutely freaking out on me because there's no auctions up for bid. 38 special, Strength and Numbers, EX Condition $9, and Sundown. Sundown is EX $10. That's on promo marked labels. And Earth, Wind, and Fire Gratitude, EX $9 on that. So what's left in this CD pile? In case some of your comments didn't come through, Audio Slave at Best of Atlanta Rhythm Section, Razor's Edge, Black Ice, Blow Up Your Video, Stiff Upper Lip, Chronicle, Audio Slave, and Audio Slave. Those are all $9. Whoop! Those are all $9.99. These are so nice and glossy that they slipped out of my hands. One fell behind the table. What was that? One fell behind the table. Okay, let's put up another auction right quick. Jackie's like, listen, Chad, if you don't put up an auction right now, I am absolutely just going to freak out on you. So let me go ahead and put this up right here. Here is Dio, the Sacred Heart. Dio is an 85 USOG with the original inner sleeve and the inner sleeve. The cover and the inner sleeve are a little crinkled. They're a little wrinkled, crinkled. It is in VG condition. We're going to put it up for a $25 start. That is an OG Dio Sacred Heart. Chris Knapp on Sundown. Sold. Gabe Baez on Earth, Wind, and Fire. Todd Saw wants CCR Chronicle, $9.99. Sold to Todd Saw. Next thing over here is the soundtrack for Patty from The Moments. Chuck Jackson, Retta Young. That is sealed for $7.50. Live for Life soundtrack. That is sealed for $7.50. Greg Beddinger sells How Much is 38 Special. It is Strength of Numbers, $9. Original die cut cover. Dio has a bid with David Saunders for $35. Henry Winkler is the one and only. That is sealed for $7.50. The Commodores, sealed for $10. The Commodores 10. Heroes, it's sealed for $10. The Flying Machine is $7.50. The Flying Machine is $7.50. Our next auction is going to go up, our next stack of CDs are coming at you right now. You may ask, how much are these, Chad? They're $9.99. First thing I have is Extreme 2, Porno Graffiti. We have Every Mother's Nightmare, Wake Up Screaming. We have Escala, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Brain Salad Surgery, James and Hayes, something like that, Bach, Foreigner, Head Games, Anvil, Juggernaut of Justice, John Fogerty, Eye of the Zombie. This is Lita Ford, Wicked Wonderland, Lita Ford, Foreigner, Self-Titled, and Foreigner Double Vision. Dio just has one bid for $35. Guess what? I'm about to sell it. As of right now, I don't see anybody else bidding. So what am I about to do? I'm about to sell it. Next thing we have is Target, Captured. Target is a hard rock album, $15 on that. Also, we have Asia, self-titled. Asia is now $10. Here we are again, Country Joe and the Fish. That's VG for $5. Joe Dow, Wooden Heart. Joe Dow is now $10. We got Dublé, $7.50. No condition notes. Every Mother's Nightmare is sold to Rob Beebe. Every Mother's Nightmare sold, $9.99. A lot of amazing CDs left. And all the CD buyers must still be taking their nap. A lot of them take naps and they wake up about midnight. And they say, hey, I just woke up from my nap. I'm here for the CDs. A lot of them hadn't woke up yet, because almost all these should have sold. Audio Slave still available. The AC/DCs. A lot of people are taking their naps right now. They have no idea that we're going through CDs right now. Dio has a new bid for $37 with Paul Jackson. The Bach right here is sold 2 CD to Guy Shard for $9.99. Joe Sontag on the Country Joe, VG $5. That's sold to Joe Sontag. We have If an Angel Came. That is Ozark, Black Oak. Which band? It is Black Oak, Arkansas. If an Angel Came, $10 on that. Darren Christum on AC/DC, Blow Up Your Video. Thank you. That's sold to Darren Christum for $9.99. Next is Bob Geldof, Deep in the Heart of Nowhere. Bob Geldof is $10, and the Boomtown Rats is $10. That's In the Long Grass. We have the Association Live. That's a 2 LP, $7 and 50 cents on that. Adam Bernardi wants If an Angel Came, sold. Paul Jackson on Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Braid Salad Surgery. That is sold to Paul Jackson. Alex Kane second on Black Oak. Now, David Saunders, you're out on Dio. The high bid is with Paul Jackson at $37, okay? Next thing in here is what? I think I just showed that. Boomtown Rats was $10. Blood Rock Passage and Shrink Wrap, that's now $10. We have Staying Out Late with Beat Rodeo. Beat Rodeo is $7.50. Mick Jagger, Shrink and Hype, OG pressing of his solo album She's the Boss, $12.50. Marshall Crenshaw, Downtown. Marshall Crenshaw is $5. Little River Band, Diamantina Cocktail, that is $5. And David Lindley and El Rayo X, Win This Record, $10. What's the blue double record? That's the Association Live, 2 LP, $7.50. All right. Let's grab another handful of CDs. What do we have over here? I wonder if Steve Weaver's still watching. He falls asleep right every time when CDs start. I feel like he would have bought already half of these. Avenged Sevenfold, The Stage, Avenged Sevenfold self-titled. Avatar, Black Waltz, Bad Company, Straight Shooter, Bad Company, Holy Water, BTO's Greatest Hits, The Baby's Anthology, and Avenged Sevenfold Nightmare. Those are all $9.99. Chris Knapp on Beat Rodeo. That's sold to Chris Knapp. And next was Rob Bobby. He's out on Dio. This is sold officially to Paul Jackson for $37. If you're watching late, all the auctions have extremely slowed down. Of course, I just have one going, but Dio about 3 hours ago would have brought $67. Everybody's went to sleep. Everybody's snoring. Potato chips all over their face. Diet Coke spilt on the floor. They have no idea where they're at. Godly and Cream, the History Mix Volume 1. Sealed for $10. Avatar is officially sold. That's right here, and that is sold to Paul Catridge for $9.99. Rob Beebe was next. Chris Frazier on Avenged Sevenfold. You can have the stage. You can have self-titled. You can also have Nightmare. You have the dibs on all three. Next is Golden Earring, the whole. That is $15 on that. Chris Frazier just wants Nightmare. That's sold for $9.99. We have Lone Justice, a gold stamp promo. That is $6.50. Beach Boys Light Album, $10 on Beach Boys Light Album. David Essex, Rock On. David Essex is $10. And Moon Martin, Escape from Domination. Moon Martin is $10. All right, so those two Avenged are still available. And so are all the Bad Companies and the Babies and BTO. Unbelievable. Next, I'm going to be willing to risk putting up another auction. Let's see who's paying attention. I'm going to see, let's see, if this is a reissue, I'll put it up. Okay, it is. This is a 2014 reissue, 180 gram of Iron Maiden, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son, a $25 star. That's now up for bid. Susie wants Bad Company. Do you want Holy Water or do you want Straight Shooter? These are available. You can have both if you want. Any thrash metal CDs, death metal CDs. Jim, the CDs, whatever I'm grabbing is whatever the next one I'm about to show. So what are they? I honestly have no idea. They're random over here in a crate. It's very similar to this. Hard rock, classic rock, and some metal. I don't think there's going to be Rotting Christ in here. We have Arlo, that's $10 on Arlo. We have Henry Gross, that's in Shrink. That is $5. Iron Maiden has a bid for $30. We have the Association, $7.50. I doubt we see any Goat Whore. We have Asia Alpha. That is now $10. And we have Average White Band, Benny King. Average White Band is $7.50. Next auction is going to go up right now. Or excuse me, next hand of CDs are going to go up right now. What are these? They're all $9.99. Be as specific as possible when you're claiming them, okay? First thing we have here is Shinedown, Amaryllis, Shinedown, Threat to Survival, Soundgarden, King Animal. This is Soil Redefined. Ooh, Melancholy, a double pack. Smashing Pumpkins, Slipknot, The Grey Chapter, Slipknot, Seasons in Abyss, and Slaughter. There you go. There's some Slayer, there's some Slaughter, there's some Smashing Pumpkins, there's some Soil, Soundgarden, and Shinedown. Those are all $9.99. Next thing we have over here is Iron Maiden 30, Iron Maiden 25, Iron Maiden 25, Iron Maiden 35, Iron Maiden 35. Jackie Halong leads at $35. Adam Bernardi on Average White Band. Fred Morris wants the Beach Boys Light Album, LA album. That is sold to Fred Morris right here. By the way, the feed tonight started about 5:15, so we'll probably be done about 1:15. Susie, you got the Bad Companies. Adam Bernardi wants both Asia. There's one Asia for Adam Bernardi, and he wants the other one from earlier. Asia, both are sold to Adam Bernardi. Darren Chrisman, first on the Soundgarden CD, King Animal. That is sold to Darren Chrisman. Order me a Goat Whore. I can do that if you want me to. Iron Maiden at 25. It was already at 35. Susie on Shinedown. Let me know if you want Threat to Survival or Amaryllis. Next is Smashing Pumpkins, and that is sold to Michael Ruttman for $9.99. And then Michael Ruttman also got Slaughter. Any chance you have Japanese Sticks Grand Illusion? I don't think we have a Grand Illusion. Paul Jackson on Slayer. I'm going to give you Seasons in Abyss, okay? Thank you. And then Iron Maiden 45, Alex Kane next on Slayer, and the Roach is still available. It is. So what's left there? Slipknot and Soil Redefined. Those are still available. Both of these are sold to Susie Breelove. Iron Maiden is a reissue. Iron Maiden, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son, 2014. No, those are real name bands. Cattle Decapitation, Goat Whore, Rotting Christ. Every time I hear those names, I'm like, man, what were these people thinking? Next thing I have is Melanie, Stoneground Words. Melanie is $5. Over here, we got Paul McCartney. Give my regards to Broad Street. $13.50 for Paul McCartney. Atlanta Rhythm Section, $7.50. The Roaches are still available. It is one of these right in here. It is, nope, yep, it's right here. It is VG plus $5 on that. Next over here is Slipknot, that's sold to Charlie Marks, and Sick, which is Amanda Darby on the Roaches. Just like Charlie Marks, he wanted me to look up Bambi Molesters. Charlie, the Bambi Molesters have nothing in print. And whatever that other band, since I know you're watching because you just bought Slipknot, that other band, none of their stuff's in print, too. I was like, man, Bambi Molesters. Imagine having to go home and tell your mom that's what you're naming your band. Hey, Johnny, what have y'all named your band? Mom, we're called the Bambi Molesters, okay? And we're sticking to it, so don't tell me what to do. All right, here's some more $9.99 CDs coming at you. We have this right here. Slaughter, Revolution, nice. Slaughter, The Wildlife, nice. Breaking Benjamin, Dear Agony. Breaking Benjamin, Dark Before Dawn. Breaking Benjamin, Ember. Breaking Benjamin, Phobia. Anthrax, Anthems. Annihilator, Carnival Diabolus. America's Greatest Hits. I don't know this one. It's Amathine, Massive Addictive, maybe. Alter Bridge, Allman Brothers, and Allman Brothers. Nice. Those are $9.99. Next is, does Melanie have the photos inside? Melanie Stoneground Words. Let's take a look here. Melanie does have the photo inserts. Yes, it does. Has all the photo inserts. Melanie is $5. Susie wants American. Perfect for the 4th of July. America's Greatest Hits. What happened to it? History. That's sold to Susie Breelove. That is sold. And there's that. Oh, man. Cannibal Corpse lyrics. Oh, my gosh. Some of those others, yeah. I mean, some of that is absolutely brutal. I mean, they are talking about horrible stuff. And that's usually exactly what people want. All right, are we done on Iron Maiden? Iron Maiden, this is a reissue. Paul Catridge has it for $40. It's a 2014. It's near mint minus. It's at $40. We are about to sell it. Okay, and then Phantom Canucks sold on Melanie for $5. Maiden is a 2014 reissue. It's about to be sold. Alex Kane got Annihilator for $9.99, and he also got that other band, this one right here, yes. So what's left in there, you may ask? We still got Anthrax, Breaking Benjamin, Slaughter, Allman Brothers, and Alter Bridge. Those are all still available there. Atlanta Rhythm Section sold to Larry Underhill. Adam Bernardi was second. Next thing we have in here is Rita Coolidge Greatest Hits. Rita Coolidge is $5. Marshall Crenshaw Downtown, $5. And Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits is $15. When I was probably a kid, I always thought like Metallica was something like evil and you probably shouldn't be listening to it. And now as a 29-year-old, I'm like, oh, that's like tiptoe through the tulips to some of this stuff. Next thing we have over here is Focus, Moving Waves. Focus is $10. We got Boom Crash Opera, that's $7.50. And we have another Little River band, that's $5. And then Jackie Heath Long has Iron Maiden for $45. Jackie Heath Long has Iron Maiden for $45. That is the high bid on Iron Maiden, $45. Paul Catridge, do you want to bid again? Paul Catridge, do you want to bid again? That is true. Jackie does have it. I'm glad you said something because Jackie, I've said 3 times Paul Cat has it for $40 and Jackie never did say anything. Order me some peeling flesh. Peeling flesh, okay. If you want me to, I seriously will. What are the Breaking Benjamins? The Breaking Benjamins were Phobia, Ember, Dark Before Dawn, and Dear Agony. Those are still available. George Burleson wants both Allman Brothers CDs. Those are sold for $9.99. And then Adam Bernardi put LRB for Little River Band. Nicholas Hollister on RC. And RC for Nicholas Hostler was Rita Coolidge. And then Carl Berger wants Chuck Berry and Focus. Those are sold. And then out on Iron Maiden. All right, so Jackie Heath Long got the Iron Maiden for $45. Thank you on that. It is gold. Okay, and Rob Bobby wants Dark Before Dawn. Yeah, none of these. That's available on vinyl. These are out of print. Rob got Dark Before Dawn. Yeah, I can get Ember, but Phobia and Dear Agony are out of bid. One of those, maybe the one he just bought, has most of their big songs on it, so not available. Okay, quick buy it now. 2 Garth Brooks cassettes for $10. 2 Garth Brooks cassettes for $10. Rope in the Wind, and No Fences, featuring I've Got Friends in Low Places, something down, and then something Oasis. I'm glad they stopped singing that in Neyland Stadium. I used to get so annoyed. I was like, oh gosh, here we go. Start of the fourth quarter. We got to sing Garth Brooks. Nobody wants to sing it. It's a depressing song. We have John Fogerty for $10. The Birds is $13.50. And then, Chad, what was the CD by Soul, the stack before this one? Chad, what was the CD by Soul, the stack before this one? You mean Soil. S-O-I-L-E, or excuse me, S-O-I-L, Soil, Redefine. That is called Redefine, $9.99. Garth Brooks is sold to Susie Breedlove, both for $10. They finally stopped it. Now I say they because I'm not associated with it. Now the fourth quarter song is Morgan Wallen, just because he mentions one word about the Tennessee Vols. I'm like, gosh, can we not do something better? Why can't we sing like Creeping Death or something? That would, be much better. What was the Marshall Crenshaw record? Marshall Crenshaw is $5. Downtown, $5. I have completed another entire stack here of CDs and cassettes. And let me put these away right quick in the operations room. And I'm going to quickly just read through some of these. And we have probably 300 more great titles like these CDs we can be showing. Just FYI, okay? So I'm going to take these right in here. And they're going to go right here. All right. Amazing. Now, at a certain point, Tanner's like, I need to know when you've stopped vinyl because I got to tag these differently. So, there's that. For Whom the Bell Tolls. They do play that. They play that on third downs. Fourth downs. Third downs. They play that in the stadium. And then they also play, the band plays some great music. The Pride of the Southland, they play Immigrant Song and KC and the Sunshine Band. They play Kashmir. They play some great songs. They could do better, though. Not the band, but the people who play the music in the stadium. It honestly pretty B grade, if you ask me. I'm like, I know we're in Knoxville. I know this is Tennessee. But you can't be playing these like Tearing My Beer country songs at a football game. We went to Arkansas and got our butts beat, and they had the best music I've ever heard. We went to Ohio State and got our butts beat, and they had the best music I'd ever heard. And I was like, see, there's something to this. There's something to this. So here are some more. Here are some more what? Let's go ahead and do another stack of CDs. Thunderstruck. They play well when Arkansas was flying in the parachuters at the beginning of the show. That's what they were blasting. I was like, man, see, this is amazing. They never do stuff like this at Knoxville. They'd probably be playing Hank Williams Sr. Nothing against him, but, I mean, y'all get what I'm saying, right? Okay, we have AC/DC, Highway to Hell, Five Finger Death Punch, The Wrong Side of Heaven, Five Finger Death Punch, War is the Answer, Five Finger Death Punch, The Wrong Side of Heaven, The Righteous Side of Hell, Flyleaf, we have Flyleaf again, Slash, this is Apocalyptic Live, The Simpsons movie, the music, that's with the CD that I think looks like a donut. Is this sealed? No. And then we have Sick Puppies, Tripolar, and we have Shine Down, Attention, Attention, and the Armageddon soundtrack. That's pretty cool. And those are $9.99 on that. So quickly, I'm going to just read through the titles in this half-off bin. And if anybody wants anything, if not, I'm going to try to offer a bundle on these. Is there a metal crate coming up? We do not have metal crates. We had one tonight. It's gone. And then over here is Susie on Five Finger Death Punch. She wants all of them. All three are sold to Susie for $9.99 each. She also got Slash. That's also sold to Susie for $9.99. David, I wish we did have metal crates, but that just really doesn't exist. No Rodriguez on Fly. And no, let me know which of the two you want. The titles are Memento Mori and self-titled, okay? But I am going to put up some more metal auctions. Maybe that's what you meant, auctions and not crates, because I've got a few more here to run. We had one metal crate tonight that Laura marked, and everything's sold. And just for anybody that's relatively new, you may say, Chad, why can't you just have crate after crate like this full of metal? And my answer is, well, if y'all can tell me where all those are at in the world, we will travel and buy them. But they virtually do not exist in large quantities like that. Metal just doesn't exist in great large quantities like that. I wish it did. I wish it did. But trust me, it does not. It is not. Everybody has them. Nobody wants to sell them. That's why y'all are all here buying them. More, Chad. Give me more. Where's the metal? We want more. Send it. Price it. Put it out. Please. For the love of God, please put out more metal. We have Black Sabbath Sabotage. This is a 2011 180 gram EX Plus. I think this is that Rhino cut that's really high quality. Sabotage is going to go up for a $35 start. That is now up for bid. $35 start on that. Give me 1 second. I got to mute my mic. Oh, actually, hold on 1 second. I have to right now. Okay, now I'm going to mute my mic. No, if you can let me know which of the two Fly CDs you want. I still got AC/DC, Armageddon soundtrack, Shine Down, Sick Puppies, The Simpsons, and I still got both Fly leaks. Angela Lewis does want Soil Redefined. This is sold to Angela Lewis. Soil Redefined. Those are sold, okay? Yeah, if somebody messages tomorrow and says, hey, Chad, I've got 5,000 metal records I want to sell, that would be the equivalent of a miracle from God, okay? That would be the equivalent. A true miracle. It'd be like hitting the lottery equivalent. That's why when we find them, it's like, hey, look what we've bought. And the entire world freaks out. Look what Collectco has acquired. A metal collection. It just don't exist like that in quantities. All right, here's what's left in here. If you want a price on something, just let me know. If not, I'm going to offer these for a bundle, and then we're probably going to hit CDs hard and heavy for the rest of the night, maybe with some cassettes mixed in too. The Simpsons CD is sold to Michael Rudolph. Thank you on that. Baked by Hans Zimmer. That looks pretty cool. We have Joe Mellis or Jose Asia. Hey, there's another Asia. Adam, did you get, let's see, Adam, you got Asia earlier. You got Asia. Okay, you got a copy of Alpha already. Okay, there's another copy of Alpha. The Commodore's Night Shift, Jay Giles Band Live. This is Troy Corey, please. Passport Looking Through, Al Jarreau High Crime, Sweet Bottom, Eric Clapton Behind the Sun. We have Grover Washington Jr., Tom Scott Apple Juice, Patty the soundtrack, Live for Life soundtrack, 38 Special still available. The one and only soundtrack, the Commodores, the Flying Machine, Target is still available. Joe Dow, Dublé, Bob Geldof. That was Boomtown Rats, Blood Rock Patches, Mick Jagger. And then we have Marshall Crenshaw Downtown, Little River Band, David Lindley, Association, Golly and Cream, Golden Earring, Lone Justice, David Essex, Arlo Guthrie, Moon Martin, Henry Gross, The Association, Paul McCartney, Broom Crash Opera, The Byrds, John Fogerty, and Marshall Crenshaw. And AC/DC is sold to Paul Catrich. You got it. Highway to Hell. Yeah, most people don't sell their metal. They have to come into extremely hard times. Extremely hard times. We've met some people before. I remember a guy we met up at a show up in Massachusetts, and he had records, and of course, he had a bunch of good stuff, but I said, do you have any metal? And he said, Sonny boy, listen, I ain't selling my metal. I could be homeless, and you'd see me walking down the street pushing a cart with my Iron Maiden records. They ain't for sale. And I'm like, okay. That's the answer we get from most people. They would probably rather start eating grubs than sell their Metallica records. So somebody has to die, get a divorce, or be in like destitute before they sell their vinyl, especially their metal records. Okay? Japanese Wings Wildlife. No Japanese Wings Wildlife, unfortunately. I'm going to count these and offer them as a bundle. I think there's better titles in this crate, though. And here are some more CDs. $9.99. We got the Beavis and Butthead Experience. There we go. Joshua Bell, Bach, Academy of St. Martin's in the Fields. The Black Crows. Whoa. The Black Crows, Shake Your Moneymaker. Black Crows, Amorica. Best of Blues, 2 discs. Pat Benatar, True Love. Don't see that one too often. Hail to the King, Avenged Sevenfold. Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil. And also over here for $9.99, we got Archangels, we got Arcade, we got April Wine, Nature of the Beast. I don't know what that is. Apocalypta, 7th Symphony, Apocalypta, Inquisition Symphony, Live and Lesbic, Apocalyptica, Worlds Collide. That's George Costanza. Worlds collide. Worlds are colliding. Okay, Carl Berger says, give me the McCartney before you do a bundle. And we have, I'm buying 2 plots, one for me and the other for my metal. There you go. And then Michael Rudolph wants Beavis and Butthead. These are $9.99. Thomas, you were first on the Black Crows. Let me know if you want Shake or Amorica, or you can have both. Next was Rob Bobby on America. America? I don't think there was an American here, Rob. Amorica. Okay, Amorica. You're possibly third in line. Michael Ruttman on April Wine. April Wine, that's sold to Michael Ruttman. And then Thomas Hujar on AS. Avenged Sevenfold. And Archangels. He got AS and AAN. Okay, so let me know which of the 2 Avenged you want. I'll go ahead and give you Archangels. Alex is next on Crows and Angels. Condition on Grover. And Thomas wants both, another Bach. Yeah, there is right here a guy, Joshua Bell, Bach, Academy of St. Martin in the Fields. And Adam says, I think you missed my claim on Bach. Oh, wow, you were way up there before Carl Berger's McCartney. My bad, this is already sold. Adam Bernardi on Bach. Yeah, he was, sorry about that guy. He had already claimed that one. Okay, and then Thomas Hujar did get both Black Crows. And he's also got dibs on Avenged Sevenfold. Never mind, he said that was a typo. Okay. And then before I bundle these, let me show that Grover Washington. And let me see on this, William APM, we got Mr. Grover right in here. That was Mr. Magic. It has an old price on the front. It is actually EX or better, and it's $10. It's very clean, but there is writing on the cover. $10 on that. It was $19.99. All right, while he's thinking on that, before I count those then, let me go ahead and grab another stack. I told y'all these are really good. And let me see if I can knock out what's left here. And we'll have 1 crate left after these. Okay, so this is the last of the second crate. He says this is sold, so that's sold to him, William APM. Okay, next is Shinedown, Us and Them. By the way, nobody bid on Black Sabbath, so that's a buy now for $35. The cheapest listed for sale right now is VG Plus for $45. This is EX Plus, so much better. The cheapest is you can buy this for $35, okay? Shinedown, AC/DC, Rock or Bust, lenticular cover. AC/DC, Back in Black, I Hit the Sack. For Those About to Rock, Fire. Okay, I'm going to show these at the same time. Beethoven and Mozart. The Beethoven is a 9-CD box set. Wow, 9 CDs. The Complete Piano Sonatas by Stephen Kovacevic, and Mozart is musical masterpieces. So a couple classical. I'm sure that's a great deal on the 9 CDs. Hell Yeah, Stampede. Hell Yeah. And then Def Leppard, Diamond Star Halos. That's one of their newest releases. And Jethro Tull, Crest of a Knave. What is the double blue record? What is the blue record that says double? That is Double. I used to call it double, and I would get corrected every time. Double is what I'm told. And that is $7.50. William APM on Beethoven Sonatas. And I think that means that Guy Shard was second. And here's what's left in that stack. The Mozart, Jethro Tull, Def Leppard, Hell Yeah, AC/DC ×3. Those are all still available. Okay. Here's the bundle deal. Let's try to sell. This would be amazing if we could sell all these. It would fill up our 8th crate, and we got about a good solid hour. We can do nothing but CDs and miscellaneous. I might even run a couple more auctions, but I'm not going to show anything else out of crates. I've got spare miscellaneous everything. It could even be metal-related stuff. CDs, possibly some signed CDs, anything. But let me go ahead and try to do a bundle. The close out tonight, then the crates. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Much better titles in this crate. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. 39 records. Now, this would make a great crate for me just a video and say everything in here is $6.99. Post it in the group, and I bet a bunch of them would sell. But if you're interested in everything in here right now, at $4.25, that would be $165. $165. Let's do it. That would be less than $4.25. $165, everything left in here. Next is the 3 AC/DCs are sold, and those are gone to David V63. Angela Lewis wants the Hell Yeah Stampede. And definitely, I'm going to read through all these other CDs before the end of the night and show you what didn't sell, because there's some crazy ones. Don't think long on that. You'll think wrong. And if we sell it, no, I'm not going to say that. I was about to say, y'all might convince me to do another, but I probably just need to show all of our other stuff we have over here. First, let me go ahead and get started with the next. Oh my gosh, look at all these great titles. Holy moly. Okay, we're in the A's and the B's and the C's and the D's, it looks like. Goodness gracious. All right, let me grab this handful right here. Holy moly, goodness gracious, what we got coming up. All right, so what do we have here? The Best of the Doors, the double pack. Dokken, Back for the Attack. Disturbed, 10,000 Fists. Cinderella, Still Climbing in the purple jewel case. Cinderella, Heartbreak Station. Cinderella, Night Songs, and Cinderella, Long Cold Winter. These are all $9.99. Ron Burns coming through. Bam, bang, boom, bing. Pow. He done it. 165. Folks, these are gone. Everything left in the crate. That's going to be a lot of fun, listening, experimentation, etc., etc. I don't know if I can even fit them all into this crate. We might have to spill them over. We might have to spill them over into a 9th full crate tonight. Holy moly. Wow. I know it's late, but has everybody hit the like button? Hopefully everybody's subscribed. Everybody follows us. If you're new and you've been watching since 5 when I got started, we do this kind of stuff every single night. Amazing. Wow. Wowee. Sounded like Mario. Holy mackerel. Yeah, we're going to need more Post-it notes. Laura just went to go get more. Booyah. Dokken, Michael Ruttman. Angela, you got dibs on 3, 4 Cinderellas. Just go ahead and say, Chad, I'll take them all. Greg Gabhart first on the Doors. Cherry was second, and that just leaves Disturbed. That has their cover of Land of Confusion, the Genesis song. There it is. So CDs or cassettes or both, or just CDs. Let me pick up this crate. I don't know why I keep having to crab walk over here to it. Let me just grab it and pick it up over here. We might have a quick auction. The last time I had this artist in an auction, a crate, we auctioned them. Okay, I'm going to, Angela's going to let me know on the Cinderellas. We're going to have a quick auction for these. This artist is worthy of an auction, okay? Alice in Chains facelift. Alice in Chains jar flies. That's really cool. Devil put dinosaurs here. Red jewel case. And black gives way to blue. All 4 of those, and we're going to put them up for just a $20 start. Now, I could very easily sell those for $10 a piece or more. So let's see if my gamble takes the right direction. $20 start for those 4 AIC CDs. So we were pending on Cinderella, and she just wants Heartbreak Station. Okay? So Cinderella, these 3 are still available. Still Life, Night Songs, and Long Cold Winter. Okay. Oh, you know what? Here we go. And I'm adding dirt. And I'm adding dirt. Scorpion sold, yes. And I just added dirt. Let me make sure there's no more. Now, there could be more, but I don't see any more on this top layer, okay, just to be fair. So here we go. Quick little handful here. Breaking Benjamin, We Are Not Alone. We have, I don't know what that says. Psychedelic Knot. I'm not familiar with that. Faith No More. Faith No More. And Greg Allman, Just Before the Bullets Fly. Okay, AIC's at 26, AIC's at 30. And Paul Catrich wants Cinderella Long Cold Winter. Thank you, Paul Catrich. That's so to you. And then the next handful coming from right here. Ow. I don't like CDs in crates because you can't get them out. We got Allman Brothers, Where It All Began, Where It All Begins. Brothers and Sisters, Shades of Two Worlds, Win, Lose, or Draw, Five Finger Death Punch, and Fight, War of Worlds. Let me try to figure out what this one was I couldn't identify. Woe Fat. Here, let me just scan it on Discogs. It is called Woe Fat by Psychedelic Knot. Yep, 2008 CD. I guess this is the 2008. One for sale for $21.78. Last sold $16.47. And then this version, 2009. 3 for sale, $26.34. Last sold $35. This is why we're only doing these for $9.99 an each. This is a Stoner Rock. This is every bit of a $35 CD on Discogs. Just $9.99. Great, great price if you're looking for that. AIC is at 26 and now 30. Susie got Five Finger Death Punch. That was the only one. Rob Bobby on Fight. Rob Bobby on Fight. And does Alice have the plastic flies in the hinge? There's flies, but they're not plastic. I don't see self-titled. I don't see tripod. Sherry on Allman Brothers. Sherry, there's actually 4. 5 if you count Greg Allman. Okay, AIC's at 42. And so Sherry's got dibs on all the Allman Brothers right now. So that just leaves Woe Fat, Faith No More, and Breaking Benjamin. Okay, we'll see what Sherry wants, and then we'll go to Rich Group, and then we'll go to George Burleson. Okay, let's do some more $9.99 CDs here. We have Bush, Deconstructed. Bush, Golden State, Disturbed, The Lost Children. Disturbed, Immortalized, Eagles The Long Run, Eagles Hotel California, Eagles Greatest Hits, Drowning Pool, Hallelujah, and Drowning Pool Full Circle. We're in $9.99s right now. Okay, and Alice in Chains is an auction, $44. I do not see any other Alice in Chains. That's all I'm going to have right now. Yeah, we're into some really good titles here for $9.99. Rob Bobby wants the Psychodelinot, Go Wofat, Right Bobby, Right Bobby, Right Rob Bobby. And Sherry Darnell just wants Brothers and Sisters. Okay, well, wait a minute. Let me read you those again. There was Win, Lose, or Draw, Shades of the Two Worlds. Brothers and Sisters, of course, is one CD. Where It All Begins, and then Greg Allman Solo, Just Before the Bullets Fly. Todd Saw on Eagles Greatest Hits. Thank you, Todd Saw. Now, we're auctioning 5 Alice in Chains CDs together. I said these are worthy of an auction. Dirt, Facelift, Jar of Flies, The Devil Put Dinosaurs Here, and Black Gives Way to Blue. Now, I said I could easily probably sell these for $9.99 each, but I'll put them up for auction. And then I added one, and Paul Catridge has all 5 for $44. And now they're a final call. Okay, and now let's do some more. These are all $9.99. We got Chevelle, This Type of Thinking. The Road, the original film score by Nick Cave and Warren Ellis. The Cars, Greatest Hits. Candlebox, self-titled. Bush, The Science of Things. Bush, 16 Stone, and Bush, Razor Blade Suitcase. Todd Saw said he'll take the other Eagles as well. Todd says he'll take the other Eagles as well. That was, what have I done with it? It was in this pile. The Long Run and Hotel California. Yes, these two here. So did Todd Saw. Thank you. And I'm going to confirm with Sherry, she doesn't want anything else other than Brothers and Sisters. I'll go ahead and for sure give her Brothers and Sisters. And Sherry, if you say pass on the others, then Rich Group, here's what will be left. Where It All Begins, Shades of Two Worlds, and Win, Lose, or Draw. And somebody else after you has already claimed the other. But it's up to Sherry. And then No Rodriguez says he wants the Cars' Greatest Hits. All right, that's so to No Rodriguez. Thank you on that. Excuse me. All right, all these Alice in Chains dens are sold to Paul Catridge for $44. My tower is almost complete here, but before I change out, let's go ahead and grab some more CDs. How much are these? $9.99. Exodus, Tempo of the Damned. Dio, Lock Up the Wolves. We sell that OG tonight on vinyl for $150. Dio, Strange Highways. Dio, This Is Your Life. Dio, Holy Diver. And Doobie Brothers, Cycles. So, Rich Group, let me know if you want any of the Allman Brothers or if you're passing. If you're passing, then that one's immediately sold to George Burleson. It's up to you. You have next dibs. You have next dibs. Give me 1 second, please. Okay, and then we have Paul Catridge on Exodus. That's sold to Paul Catridge. Exodus, thank you, sold. Rich Group wants Where It All Begins. That's sold to Rich Group. George Burleson, you were second. Sorry that took a half hour. And nobody claimed any of the Dios. That's very surprising. I think some of the metal buyers already went to bed. I'm going to go ahead and take this gigantic stack of sold CDs into the operation room, though. Holy moly. I have a bunch of CDs here that we sold. Let me take this stack in here and put it down right here. Okay. Here we go. We got Drowning Pool, Resilience, Alice Cooper Billion Dollar Babies, Alice Cooper Constrictor, Alan Parsons Project I, Robot, Aerosmith Music from Another Dimension, Disturbed Indestructible, Disturbed Asylum, Disturbed the Sickness, This is Timepieces, the best of Eric Clapton, Bullet for My Valentine, and Buck Cherry 15. I'll take the Allman Brothers with The Porch. You want this one right here. This is Shades of Two Worlds. That's sold to George Burleson. Thank you on that. That is sold. All these are $9.99. We got Buck Cherry, Bullet for My Valentine. Was the Exodus with a lowrider cover on it? I'm not for sure, but it's already sold. And then Susie on Aerosmith. There was only one, so that's sold to her. And Susie on Buck Cherry, so that's sold to her. Thank you on that. These are all $9.99. That stack is still available. What is the next stack? The next stack is right here. You may ask Chad, how much are these CDs? They're all $9.99 with Suzanne Ciani, Silver Ship, Chevelle, Wonder What's Next. This is Dark New Day, New Tradition, Dark New Day, 12 Year Silence, The Best of Breaking Benjamin, Deluxe Edition, Eric Clapton From the Cradle. Nice. Chris Cornell, Carry On. Man, I wish that was on vinyl. I don't think it is, or if not, it's out of print or limited edition something, record store day. Coverdale Page, Eric Clapton Journeyman, Eric Clapton Timepieces Volume 2, and Slow Hand, Super Audio CD, a Steel, an SACD for Slow Hand. Wow. Gold. Solid gold, baby. It's gold, Goldfinger. Okay, so over here we got John Durden on Chris Cornell. And then Clay Moore on Breaking Benjamin. Susie next on Chris. John Durden on SACD. Jim B was next, and then Melinda Daring. So that leaves Eric Clapton again. Eric Clapton, Coverdale Page, Eric Clapton, Dark New Day, Chevelle, and Suzanne Ciani. Great titles in here. Okay, we're halfway through the last crate. I'm going to go ahead and knock out this top layer if I can in one handful. May take two. We got Creed, My Own Prison, Creed, Full Circle, Creed, Weathered, Strange Brew, The Best of Cream, Robert Craig, Midnight Stroll, Deep Purple, Machine Head, Death Angel, The Evil Divided. This is Drowning Pool, Desensitized, Dream Theater, Images and Words, Allman Brothers, The Light and Rogues, Drowning Pool, Sinner, Five Finger Death Punch, Got Your Six, Best of the Doobies, and 10 Years, The Autumn Effect. Those are all $9.99. Susie on DT for Dream Theater. DT for Dream Theater. And Charlie Marks on Drowning Pool. And then Paul Catrich wants the Alice Cooper from earlier. But first, let me give Susie Five Finger Death Punch. Paul Brothers on DP. Actually, there was two Drowning Pools. So Charlie Marks, let me know which of the two you want. He probably wants one with the scantily clad woman on the front, but that's totally up to him. And then Sherry Darnell wants Creed, My Own Prison. Paul, looks like you're next on Drowning Pool. After Charlie Marks makes his picks, he has dibs for both. Paul Catrich got Alice Cooper Constrictor, and Darren Chrisman wants Deep Purple Machine Head. That's so to Darren Chrisman. Smoke on the Water. Charlie wants both Drowning Pools. All right, next handful. We're now at the halfway point on this crate. So let me start right here by grabbing some out of here. Def Leppard Hysteria, Def Leppard Pyromania, Deep Purple House of Blue Light, Deep Purple Slaves and Master, Deep Purple Rapture of the Deep, Dio Dream Evil, Dio Last in Line, and Def Leppard X. Those are all $9.99. $9.99. We got Darren Chrisman on Pyromania. And then, Greg, you've got dibs on Def Leppard. So, actually, that means you can have Hysteria or X. And then No is next in line. And then here's Dio, the last in line. Also, Dream Evil. And then there's 3 Deep Purples. So, all those are still available. Next handful. Gonna go up right now. Buddy Cordova wants both Dios. Sold. AC/DC Ball Breaker, AC/DC Jailbreak, Aerosmith Pump. We have Aerosmith Draw the Line, Aerosmith Get a Grip, Aerosmith Get Your Wings, Accept Metal Heart, and Accept the Rise of Chaos. All right, so next in line on Def Leppard was Greg. He wants both Hysteria and X. So No was next, Angela was next, and No was next. That's another new stack right there. That was AC/DC, AC/DC, Aerosmith, 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 Accept. Those are all $9.99. Here's our next stack. Allman Brothers, Auto Wide South, Stone Temple Pilots, Shangri-La Dee-Dah, Stone Temple Pilots, Self-Titled, Soundgarden, Super Unknown, Stone Temple Pilots, Core, Soundgarden, Down on the Upside, Stain, Chapter 5, Billy Squire, Don't Say No, and Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger. Paul Catrich wants Aerosmith, Get a Grip, and Pump. Those are both sold to Paul Catrich. Oso Adventure wants both by Accept. Paul Brothers, first dibs on STP. Let me know if you want Core. I guess that was the only one. No, there's 3. There's Core, Self-Titled, and Shangri-La Dee-Dah. And then Susie wants all 3 Deep Purples. Those are sold to those are sold to Susie. And then Charlie Marks on Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger. That leaves Billy Squire, Stained, Soundgarden, and Allman Brothers. Sherry wants Allman Brothers, Auto Wide South. Paul gets all 3 STP. Sherry gets Allman Brothers. Next is going to go up right now. Let's grab from over here. We got Stone Sour, Audio Secrecy, Stone Sour House of Gold and Bones Part 2, House of Gold and Bones Part 1, Rod Stewart, Sing It Again, Rod, STP Purple, Styx Edge of the Century, Styx Equinox, STP 4, and Stone Sour Hydrograd. Those are all available. Did I already drink all my water? I guess I drank all that earlier that Laura brought me. I'm going to step up front and get some water. How's my Monster situation looking? Pretty good. Let me take a sip of that first. So, Paul, you're first on STP again. Let me walk right up here and grab a bottle of water right quick. Finish off tonight's sale. Laura gets quiet during the CD time. Give me 1 second, please. All right. Plus, Jake said we're on TikTok now. Let me see what it looks like. So we're on TikTok. And if you want to view full screen, you can turn it this way now. Oh, no, wait. You click there. There you go. So you can watch on TikTok full screen. All right, sorry. Okay. We left off with STP, and Paul says he wants both. Okay? You got it. So those are sold. And then Angela put SS for Stone Sour. Angela, there are 4 Stone Sours. She has not put which one she wants, I don't think. There is Hydrograd, Audio Secrecy, House of Bones and Gold, Part 1 and 2. Now, Buddy wants Part 2 if you don't. You need hot tea and a lot of room temperature water, man. I know. I'm pretty... yesterday, I was about a 2 or a 3 on a sick level. Today, I'm about a maybe 4. I was about a 4 when I woke up. I feel about a 5.5 right now. I feel about a 5.5. Okay, here's some more $9.99 CDs. We have Travis Tritt, It's All About the Change. Van Halen, Diver Down. Van Halen, OU812. Slash, A Snake Pit. Man, I wish they'd reissue that for vinyl. And this one, Slash, essentially self-titled, Shine Down, The Sound of Madness. There's the other self-titled STP. Supertramp Classics and Easy Stradlin, The Juju Hounds. All right, so Angela, you got dibs on the Stone Sour. She wants parts 1 and 2 both. So that means, Buddy Cordova, you were second on part 2. And pass on Van Halen. Susie on TT for Travis Tritt. Susie, you now have first dibs on Van Halen. Diver Down on OU812. Susie also first on Shine Down. Angela first on Slash. And you got dibs on both. Okay, Crystal Newman next. So Susie's pick on Van Halen, Angela's pick on Slash, and then Angela does get Izzy Stradlin. That leaves Supertramp, which is essentially a greatest hits, and STP. Where are you, Aries? There's another STP. Susie gets both Van Halen. Maybe Angela come through and get both Slash. You need them. Neither one of those are available on vinyl. I have not seen any Rammstein in this entire collection. I honestly don't think I've ever seen a Rammstein CD in general. All right, here are some more coming up at you right now for $9.99. We have Theory of a Dead Man Savages, 3 Days Grace, 3 Days Grace Human, 3 Days Grace 1X, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Sky's Crying, quite a bit of Jewel Damage, and Stevie Ray Vaughan in step. Susie wants the Supertramp. That is sold to Susie. Supertramp is sold. Angela says, you talked me into it. I will take both Slash. And Paul says, go ahead and give me that last STP. All right, let me take this stack of sold CDs on the table then. Yeah, I'm probably going to be here till we finish these CDs, and then I might show a few cassettes. I'm definitely going to read through all the CDs again because there's way too many great ones left over. And or I'll try to show some miscellaneous ones that we hadn't finished over here. Or I can start looking up some of these. We still got this box that says expensive indie CDs. And, of course, the first 3 that I looked up that night was like one for sale, $123, last sold $80. 0 for sale, last sold $190. Crazy expensive CDs like that. So, Nobody on this handful? No Stevie Ray Vaughan's, no 3 Days Grace. Okay. Yeah, we're almost done with this crate, and that's going to be a quick recap so I can stack them back there in the back because I am going to photograph them and post them in the group again. Let me show you if anybody needs a link to our private group, let me know right now. Because here's what it looks like over at Whole Lot of Records. If you're on Facebook and you're in our group, this is how it looks when you're in our private group, okay? Whole Lot of Records. We got 10,000 members over there. So, yeah, right here at first thing, here it is. These CDs, it's all the stuff that didn't sell, just like I'm showing tonight. The main comment had $9.99. Or excuse me, the main comment thread had 8 comments. And this post here, and then this post here. That's what's available. Okay. Neither one of those Slash are in print. No, those are out of print on vinyl. One second, please. I'm still here. All right, there's that. And I just approved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people to join the group. Okay, sorry, I had to do something on the admin side there. Now, over here was Theory of a Dead Man. That is officially sold to Greg Herman. Sherry Darnell wants Skies Crying. And then Paul Catrich wants Soundgarden Super Unknown. That is right here. And then, did I show this? I have not shown this handful yet. Aerosmith Rocks, Aerosmith Toys in the Attic, Aerosmith Push for Play, that's never been reissued, Aerosmith Permanent Vacation, Aerosmith 9 Lives, and Stone Sour Come Ever May. That is $9.99 each on all those. Let me do one thing over here. Okay, so Push is sold to Susie Breelove. Thank you, Susie, that's sold to you. And then Charlie, you've got dibs on the rest. 9 Lives, Permanent Vacation, Toys in the Attic, or Rocks. Your pick on those Charlie marks. Next over here, are these. We got Steely Dan, A Decade of Steely Dan, Traveling Wilburys Volume 1, Somewhere in Control Trapped, Taproot, Blue Sky Research, Traffic, Mr. Fantasy, Ugly Kid Joe, America's Least Wanted, U2, The Joshua Tree, Robin Trower, Bridge of Sighs, and Triumph, The Sport of Kings, $9.99. Charlie Marks on Toys in the Attic. That's sold to Charlie Marks. Thank you on that. That is sold to Charlie Marks. Next is Amanda Darby on Steely Dan. Susie on the Traveling Wilburys. Robert next, and Susie on U2, The Joshua Tree. Thank you on that. No next on Traveling. Susie also first on Triumph. Okay, and these are all $9.99 there. Another handful coming. I'm running out of space here. I'm about to have to move some of these around. We got 3 Days Grace, Transit of Venus. A little bit of damage there on the die cut. Transit of Venus. 3 Days Grace, Life Starts Now. We have James Taylor's Greatest Hits, Van Halen, Fair Warning. Steppenwolf, 16 Greatest Hits. Travis Tritt, Country Club, Theory of a Dead Man, Scars and Souvenirs. And we have Styx, The Grand Illusion, Styx, Paradise Theater, Styx, Pieces of 8, Johnny Van Zant, Brickyard Road, Van Halen Self-Titled, Van Halen Women and Children First, and Van Halen Different Kind of Truth. Those are all $9.99. I'm in a pickle having all these stacked this way, so let me take a few off here and try to redo some of these as I pull some of them off. So Traffic is sold to Sherry Darnell. Traffic is sold to Sherry Darnell and Chuck Haley on Steppenwolf. Okay? Those are all sold. Now, we have, let me go ahead and do the last handful of new ones, and then I'm going to go back to the back stacks that was shown about an hour ago and start back from there quickly. Tesla, Bust a Nut. Tesla, Forevermore. Tesla, Great Radio Controversy. Tesla, Psychotic Supper. Tesla, Mechanical Resonance. 3 Days Grace. Jailbreak. And Joy to the World. Those are all $9.99. $9.99 on all those. $6.99, there would be just as many left. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. What doesn't sell tonight, I'm going to line them up and take a picture, and the rest of them are going to sell in the group at noon tomorrow. And Tesla, Susie, let me know which of the 5 you want. You'd be better off just taking all of them. She said she'll take all of them. Michael Reed on Thin Lizzy. Chuck Haley on 3 Dog Night. All right, and Patty, you were next on Tesla. Let me start right back over here by flipping over this crate so I have a little bit more room over here to my side. Okay, and what I'm going to do is take the recent stuff off, because that's going to be the last ones I show. And then, the next time you see these, they might be cheaper. That's usually how I do stuff. But also, if I were to probably scan these on Discogs, and we did them individually priced, they'd probably average out to about 12 a piece, I bet. I mean, we had, the only one I've scanned so far tonight was like a $35 CD. And no one claimed it for the longest until Jim, I was thinking Jim B did, or was, after I scanned it and looked it up. But I bet if these were marked individually, they'd probably be marked closer to like $11.99 a piece on average, or maybe even $15. Some of these I bet are pretty pricey. All right. So let me start right back here with this handful, okay? And I'm going to do this quick because these have already been shown. But last call before they're posted elsewhere, okay? Last call to everybody that's still hanging with me here live. I want to thank you for hanging here with me live. It's been another epic Thursday night metal night. We got Breaking Benjamin Ember, Breaking Benjamin Phobia, Breaking Benjamin Dear Agony, Jackal, Push Comes to Shove, Don Henley, Building the Perfect Beast, Don Henley, The End of Innocence, Don Henley, Inside Job, Hinder, Extreme Behavior, Hinder, All American Nightmare, Disturbed, Divisive, Disturbed, Korn, Requiem, Rolling Stones, Hackney Diamonds, The Pretty Reckless, Other Worlds, Godsmack, Lighting Up the Sky, Anthrax, Anthems, and Slaughter the Wildlife. You may say, how much is those? They're $9.99. They're all still available as well. Okay. Patty Anderson Williams on Jackal. Thank you, Patty Anderson Williams. That was right here. This stack has the following. Let's read through these. Slaughter Revolution, Alter Bridge Blackbird, Avenged Sevenfold Self-Titled, Avenged Sevenfold The Stage, The Babies Anthology, BTO's Greatest Hits, Foreigner Double Vision, Foreigner Self-Titled, Lita Ford, Wicked Wonderland, Lita Ford, John Fogerty Eye the Zombie, Anvil Juggernaut of Justice, and Foreigner Head Games. Patty Anderson Williams also on Slaughter. Thank you on that. This is Escala, Extreme 2 Porno Graffiti, Audio Slave Revelations, Audio Slave Out of Exile, AC/DC Stiff Upper Lip, AC/DC Black Ice, AC/DC Razor's Edge, and the best of the Atlanta Rhythm section. Chuck Haley on BTO's Greatest Hits. Escala, Porno Graffiti, Audio Slave, Stiff Upper Lip, AC/DC Atlanta Rhythm section. Probably so far, really surprised the Audio Slaves hadn't sold. Some of these are extremely difficult to get on vinyl. I don't think this was ever pressed on vinyl. I was going to check it right quick. Yeah, I don't think that's ever officially been released on vinyl. Audio Slave. Okay, and she also wants the other Slaughter as well. Was there two? The Wildlife. Aha. Okay, I already got you down for Revolution. There's that. Done. Chris Cornell, of course, Audio Slave. Moving right along, let's grab from this stack here. I've got Aerosmith Get Your Wings, Aerosmith Draw the Line, AC/DC 74 Jailbreak, AC/DC Ball Breaker, Bush Razor Blade Suitcase, Bush 16 Stone, Bush Science of Things, and Candlebox Self-Titled. All right, so those are still available. Okay, and let's do this stack. Shine Down Us and Them. Still got the Mozart Musical Masterpieces. Avenged Sevenfold City of Evil. Avenged Sevenfold Hell to the Kings. Apocalyptica Worlds Collide. Apocalyptica, and this one is Live in Lesbeg. Apocalyptica Inquisition Symphony. Apocalypta The Seventh Symphony. Arcade. Pat Benatar True Love. The Best of the Blues, A Summit Meeting. And Sick Puppies Tripolar. Sick Puppies Tripolar. You may ask, how much are all those? They're $9.99. Okay. Jerry on A. Now that could have been for Avenged Sevenfold, Apocalyptica, Arcade. You just let me know when it's yours. Here's another quick stack. Shine Down, Attention, Attention. Armageddon, the soundtrack with Aerosmith and ZZ Top and Journey and Bon Jovi. Flyleaf, Memento Mori. Alice Cooper, Billion Dollar Babies. Drowning Pool, Resilience. Doobie Brothers Cycles, Dio, Holy Diver. And Dio, This Is Your Life. All right, so he wanted Arcade. That's sort of Jerry Rock. Now, Paul, you got dibs on the 4 Apocalypta. I mean, you might as well take them all, right? Might as well take them all. And then this stack here had Shine Down, Armageddon, Flyleaf, Alice Cooper, Drowning Pool, Doobie Brothers, Dio, and Dio. Those are all available. And then over here, for $9.99, we had The Road. That was a soundtrack by Nick Cave and Warren Ellis. We also had Chevelle. This Type of Thinking Could Do Us In. Faith No More. These are very desirable on vinyl. Don't ever see them. Faith No More, The Real Thing. Breaking Benjamin, We Are Not Alone. Cinderella Night Song, Cinderella Still Climbing, and that original purple jewel case. Disturbed, 10,000 Fist. Jethro Tull, Crest of a Knave, and Def Leppard, Diamond Star Halos. All 4 Apocalyptas are sold to Paul Brothers. I had a feeling that was coming, and I thank you. Those are all sold to Paul Brothers. And that stack left Def Leppard, Jethro Tull, Disturbed, Cinderella, Cinderella, Breaking Benjamin, Faith No More, Chevelle, and The Road soundtrack. All right. And then over here we got Dio, Strange Highways, Dio, Lock Up the Wolves, Allman Brothers, Win, Lose, or Draw, The Greg Allman Band, Just Before the Bullets Fly, Drowning Pool Again, Full Circle, Drowning Pool Again, Hallelujah, Disturbed, Immortalized, Disturbed, The Lost Children, Bush, Golden State, and Bush, Deconstructed. GMB wants me to run all the expensive indie CDs at $6.99 each. Should I? Should I? Give me 1 second. I'm going to mute my mic. All right, that feels better. DEO, DOSH, Dio, Strange Highways. Got it. Okay. No, that's not happening. But I tell you what will happen. I'm going to show you some more CDs. These are $9.99. Suzanne Ciani, Silver Ship. We got Chevelle, Wonder What's Next. Stone Sour, Come Wherever May. Stevie Ray Vaughan, In Step. 3 Days Grace 1X. 3 Days Grace Human. 3 Days Grace Self-Titled. 3 Days Grace Outsider. Robin Trower, Bridge of Sighs. Wow, this is really tough to get on vinyl. Ugly Kid Joe. If we had this tonight on vinyl, it would have brought north of $200. Taproot, Blue Sky Research, and Trapped, Someone's in Control. Okay. And then here is Aerosmith 9 Lives, Aerosmith Permanent Vacation, Aerosmith Rocks. We have Van Halen Different Kind of Truth, Van Halen Women and Children First, Van Halen Self-Titled, and Johnny Van Zant Backyard Road. Susie does take that Ugly Kid Joe based on my recommendation of I cannot believe this didn't sell. Good decision there. What have I done with it now? It's right there. So does Susie. Jerry Rock was next. I'm in serious need for a 12-inch vinyl single, Chad. I'm hoping you can help me out. Any classic rock to this week's order possible? 12-inch single classic rock. We probably can find something, right, Laura? I mean, we have 12-inch singles everywhere. Most 12-inch singles are not rock. Well, I take that back. I mean, we started the show tonight with a Limp Bizkit. Put all these right here. I'm already getting them stacked kind of for the pictures, so I can take earlier. All right, there's those. Yeah, we should be able to come up with something. I showed all those. 9 Lives, Aerosmith. That's so to Paul Catrich. All right, we're almost done with this recap. Just a few more handfuls. Did I show all these already? Yeah. Okay. Show all those already. And then, all right, here's a few more. We have Dark New Day, New Tradition. Dark New Day, 12 Year Silence. Eric Clapton, From the Cradle. Wow. David Coverdale from Whitesnake and Jimmy Page, of course, from Led Zeppelin. That is another thing that's not available on vinyl. Eric Clapton Journeyman, Eric Clapton Timepieces Volume 2, Bullet for My Valentine Venom. I don't think that's available on vinyl. Another Eric Clapton compilation. That's Volume 1. Disturbed, The Sickness, Disturbed Asylum, Disturbed Indestructible. One of the very first CDs I remember buying, this right here. I think I got it at a yard sale. I remember my cousin had it on cassette and I always thought it was cool. If I had a mind too, I want to be like you. Alan Parsons and Styx Equinox. I still have it. I still have it too. I've played the heck out of it over the years. All right. And then Chuck, let me know which of the Eric Claptons you want. Got a few more classic rock titles here. We got Styx Pieces of 8, Styx Paradise Theater, Styx Grand Illusion, Theory of a Dead Man's Scars and Souvenirs, Travis Tritt Country Club, Van Halen Fair Warning, James Taylor Greatest Hits, 3 Days Grace Life Starts Now, and 3 Days Grace Transit of Venus. Eric Clapton Timepieces is sold to Chuck Haley. Okay, that's done. Ooh, that was me doing Disturbed. Now I'm going to have to start coughing. My voice isn't used to those kind of sounds. Yep. Okay, and then last stack of a recap here. Styx, Edge of the Century. Rod Stewart, Sing It Again, Rod. Billy Squier, Don't Say No. Stain, Chapter 5. Soundgarden, Down on the Upside. Kind of surprised that's still there. Follow Me Into the Desert. 10 years after, The Autumn Effect, The Best of the Doobie Brothers, Allman Brothers and Latin Rogues, Death Angel, The Evil Divide, Robert Cray, Midnight Stroh, Strange Brew, The Best of Cream, Creed, Weathered, and this has the song One Last Breath on it. And Creed Full Circle, that's not available on vinyl. All right, that is the recap of those CDs. Now, what am I going to do for maybe the next 10 or 15 minutes we have live before the Facebook feed ends? I'm not for sure. I might bring out a few cassettes. I hadn't decided 100%. Should I? Do we have any cassette buyers at all? Any cassette buyers whatsoever watching? Any cassette buyers whatsoever? Let me see what everybody has sent me. I ain't been on my phone much at all. All right. Give me 1 second, please. Okay, sorry. All right, so we left off with Cream. What just happened? Wow, a lot of these sold, didn't they? Cream is sold to Michael Butler, right? Michael Butler, you got Cream. Michael Butler also got Soundgarden. Chuck Haley on DOO. Doobie Brothers, that's sold to Chuck Haley. Chuck Haley, you were second on Cream. And Chris Frazier on TD. TD was for Chris. What was TD? And then Todd Fisher got Billy Squier. And that was, TD was Theory of a Dead Man. Was that in the last stack? Yeah, I think it was. That was in the last stack, right? That was Scars and Souvenirs. That's so to Chris Frazier. Susie or Sherry, you were next on Doobie. But I will give you Creed. And you do get the Allman Brothers. And Angela wants Faith No More, The Real Thing. That's right here. That is right here. All right. Sold. All right. Well, going through those a second time, we sold a whole nother stack. 78s for the rest of the show. We have enough 78s for 10 years of shows, but we don't have any of them cleaned and researched. Okay. This is the box I was talking about right over here. Let's go through these. Man, anybody else got Disturbed stuck in their head now? Probably like, nope, Chad, just you. Let's see. Never seen that before. Molly Hatchet, Cut to the Bone. $6.99 on Molly Hatchet. Add that DA CD to Cindy's cassettes, please. DA CD. Let me know what DA was. Oh, and Sherry, there was another Creed CD as well. There's Molly Hatchet. Oh, this is an early one here. Look at this case. Look at that cassette case. That's an early one there. Canned Heat, Future Blues. Canned Heat is $6.99. Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Diary. See if I can get some of these old stickers off of here before I show them. Make them look a lot better. Soulfly is 2LP. This is new and sealed. It's $38.99. $38.99. Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over. We sold that on vinyl tonight for about $150. Lizzie Borden, Visual Lies. Surfing 60s, 12 great surf sounds of the 60s. Wow, look at that. Murray the K Live, radio shows with the Beatles, featuring Shout plus Brooklyn Fox shows. Murray the K with the Beatles. All right, so the first thing we had here, John Yarborough wants the Death Angel. Death Angel, and he said, I put that under Cindy Yarborough. Okay. $9.99. Add that under Cindy Yarborough. Then we got Michael Reed was first on Lou Reed. Michael Butler, you were second. Susie said she wanted this other Creed CD too. That's Sherry. Sherry Darnell on that. There's that for $6.99. Patty Anderson Williams on Faster Pussycat. That's $6.99. What CD you said was Led Zeppelin of David Coverdale and Jimmy Page? It is called Coverdale Page. It's right there. $9.99 on that. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 country cassettes for $25. KT Oslin, KT Oslin, KT Oslin, Wild Rose, Rodney Crowell, Rodney Crowell, Rodney Crowell, Roseanne Cash, Roseanne Cash, Roseanne Cash, George Jones, and George Jones. 12 for $25. Susie Breedlove wants the Coverdale Page CD. Let me pull that off this stack. And let me take this stack of CDs to the back now. We have got a whole tower here. Okay. Let me weasel through here with these. Wow, so we've sold tonight 1 stack of cassettes, 2 stacks of cassettes, a CD bundle, another stack of cassettes, another CD bundle, another stack of cassettes, another stack of cassettes, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 stacks of CDs. And now we're working on our next stack. Now, Chuck, what was IM? Chuck Haley put IM. Let me know what that one was for, Chuck. Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits. Rockin' 60s Again. Patti Smith Group Easter. The Forrester Sisters, Sincerely. The Canned Heat was an early one. It's in this kind of plastic slip cartridge. It's Future Blues. Intruder, that looks metal. A higher form of killing, Intruder. Randy Travis duets. The big ones, the Four Seasons. Oh my gosh, it's No FX. And the greatest hits of Eric Burdon and the Animals. Jesus. Where did that come from? Oh my gosh. Good Lord. Prong. The Story of the Who. Bee Gees' Greatest Hits. Donna Summer. Hit History. The Blues Brothers. No rap cassettes. John, if I told you that I knew what I had in this box, I would be severely lying to you. I bet if we compiled every cassette in this store, I bet we have 10,000 or more, and I have no idea what we have. So let me answer your question. Any rap cassettes? Yes. Odds would say there's got to be a rap cassette somewhere in this building. I've got a gigantic U-Haul box over here that I'm going through, and I have no idea what's in it. Your guess is as good as mine. Three Dog Night, Joy to the World, the Beau Brummels, Paul Revere, Simon & Garfunkel, The Byrds, and The Best of Booker T, and Green Jelly, Three Little Pigs. Now, what you got to understand is I have no idea what I own. There's no way. Nobody here that even works here knows what's in this building, including me, that actually owns all the stuff. So when I start going through stuff like this, I have probably owned these for a long time, and I have no idea what I have. There's a Grateful Dead double pack, American Beauty, and Working Man's Day. Three Little Pigs, so to Vicky, and Paul Brothers wants to know FX. I'll try my best to get some kind of case there for you. I mean, come on, right? Maybe the case is in here somewhere. Maybe. Sweet Fanny Adams, The Sweet. Elvis Gold Records Volume 5. Michael Butler Wants the Grateful Dead. Michael Butler also got that great Animals compilation here. We got about 10 minutes left. Oh, here's another cool one. Look at that. Cactus. It's in this snap-down case. Look how cool that is. Frank Marino Mahogany Rush. Journey Departure. And, man, there's, well, that's weird. Circle Jerks, but there's no, it has the sheet, but I don't know if it came like that. Circle Jerks, wonderful. Michael Butler Wants to Murray the K with the Beatles, which was right over here. And Michael Reed on the Circle Jerks. Okay. Evil Woman, The Best of Crow. That's still sealed. That's still sealed. These look like something new here. Cross Keys, Saviors. And The Best of the Exploited. Oh my gosh. The Exploited, Apocalypse. 77. Elvis is sold to Regina. Michael Reed on The Exploited. Nice. Y&T Contagious. Man, this is some random stuff in here. There's The Best of Sham and the Pharaohs, Woolly Bully. I don't think that goes to that. Some of these are bits and pieces too. U2 Octung Baby. Pussycats Nielsen. I've never seen that on cassette before. That looks weird seeing that on cassette. And Doo-Wop's Golden Age, Volume 3 from Rhino. Angela Lewis on Y&T. We got Hawkwind, Masters of the Universe. Jethro Tull Bursting Out, Jethro Tull Live. And Moody Blues, A Question of Balance. Cat People, that has David Bowie on it. Putting Out Fire with Gasoline. My Body, 'Tis of Thee. That looks interesting. That looks like something new. Honeycomb, Soulful Tapestry in one of those snap cases. Gold Music, Children's Greats, Volume 1. Black Flag, the first 4 years. No case. Cat People, sold to Patty Anderson Williams. Michael Reed. Man, it's amazing how fast your Twitch comments come in. Journey Frontiers. Ooh. Celtic Frost to Mega Therion. John Lennon live in New York City. The Jam, This Is the Modern World. Another one, Iron Butterfly Live. Snapcase. Iron Butterfly sold to Michael Reed. This is volume 2 of a 2 set, but it's Kiss Double Platinum. Just volume 2. I've already looked. I don't see a volume 1 in here. Nice. Look at that. Steppenwolf 7. Change Y&T from Angela to Patty Anderson Williams. Patty, you got the Y&T. She's probably very happy with that. Welcome to the Pleasure Dome. And the Rolling Stone Some Girls. The Smithereens, especially for you. Uh-oh. Menace Clan, The Hood. Now, if that's not rap, I don't know what is. Menace Clan, The Hood. Jim B and John Durden just absolutely lost their freaking minds. There it is. There it is. And no one bought it. Another reason I don't do request. There we go. Jim B takes it. The Forcer Sisters, All I Need. There's the Doo-Wop Volume 2. Maybe we got Volume 1 somewhere. Sealed. Bruce Springsteen's Greatest Hits. Sealed. Black Lives Matter, a musical compilation featuring Southern California artists of color. That's something relatively new. Total Chaos, Patriot Shock. Black Flag Family Man. Michael Reed on TC for Total Chaos. Michael Reed on Black Flag. How much for the blank cassettes? I was trying to get them all together first. I think that's it, though. You make me your absolute best offer, and then I'm going to counter for more. So you offer the absolute most, and then I'm going to counter for more, okay? And then the rest of these are all parts and pieces. $1 a piece. Okay. I'm at $6 a piece. We have, did the country bundle sell? Let's run the Roseanne Cash out of it. Roseanne Cash, 1, 2, 3 here. Do you want all of them? 3 for $12. Okay. These are sold to, I get what you're saying now. These are sold to Leslie for $12. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 4, 6. We got a $6 offer, and I'm at 36. So we're a little bit far apart, but we can meet somewhere not in the middle. Right, now the rest of these are just parts and pieces. Okay? The rest of these are just parts and pieces. Not this one. Here's Kenny Rogers in the first edition, Gold Dust. Peter Frampton Classics is kind of broken. Faith No More is a 12-inch, is a single, not a 12-inch single. Hey, there's the other double platinum. We just don't have the artwork. So if somebody wants both of those, I'll sell them for $10. Dwight Yoakam has not sold tonight. Jackal, Light of the Living Dead. The Funeral. This looks like something homemade. The Funeral, A Matter of Time. And John Yarborough wants Celtic Frost and Intruder. All right, that's sold. And by the way, the feed is about to end on Facebook. The feed is about to end on Facebook, just FYI. So, let me also get Intruder. I remember seeing that earlier. Um, and I want to thank, if you're not on YouTube or Twitch and the feed's about to end, thanks everybody. There's 2 minutes left. Vicky, if I sell you all those Dwights, do you want them for $5 a piece? If so, I'll pull them out and sell them to you. Where the heck is Intruder? There it is. And those two are sold to John Yarborough. Thank you, John, on those. So 2 Kiss there for 10. And John Durden, my real price on these, if you want them, no messing around. I think these things are pretty good. I've sold a big lot before on eBay. It's been like 3 years ago, but how many's here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. $18. Brand new. All right, here's, that's empty. There's the Sex Pistols, never mind the bollocks. This is House of Pain. It's in the wrong case, it looks like. House of Pain, like Jump Around. Breakdance on K-Tail. Those are empty. The Stoics, this looks expensive. The Stoics, Michael Reed on House of Pain. Does anybody want the blank cassettes for 18? John Yurburl's orders go with Cindy. The Best of the Music Machine is broken. And here we go. Here is Toto, a Greatest Hits. And some of these the broken ones I can probably swap out. Some of these that didn't sell and put them in a better case. And I think that's it. Okay, and then I've got 3 over here I'm going to auction tomorrow night. I got 3 over here I'm going to auction tomorrow night. And Facebook's about to end. Let's pull out those Dwight Yoakams for Vicky. I see one right here. There's one. Let me see if I can find any more. All right, we'll go ahead and tag this one for Vicky. $5. And let me go over here and see what's in these brown boxes. And there's another one for $5. That might be it. I think there was only 2. And I only see 2, Vicky. I'll give you those 2 right now. That's a nice little batch of cassettes there. I've been trying to get through this box forever. Okay. So sell these to Vicky Allison for 5 and 5. And Michael Butler, the Stoics, for $6.99. All right, thank you on that. And then here's some homemade ones. Came out of the metal stuff tonight. Looks like somebody made a copy of Wasp, The Last Command, Wasp Self-Titled, and Kiss Revenge. If anybody wants those 3 for $5, they're copies somebody made. Could be a copy of vinyl. Could be a copy of cassette. Could be a copy from a CD. Who knows? So those 3 for $5, they're homemade copies. You get some good listening though. Wasp and Kiss, if that's your cup of tea. And of course, we still got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Yeah, we got like probably 150 more cassettes to possibly put up for auction. I am doing a show tomorrow, yes. Laura actually just left. She's been back there making sure we have stuff, I think, for the next couple nights. But yeah, we are definitely going to be here. tomorrow night. I've given everybody here the day off. Everybody here tomorrow has a paid vacation day. Laura's got us some great stuff ready for tomorrow, too. Prince, Beastie Boys. Some of these I don't know. Oh, that's Dead or Alive. Camper Beethoven, Temple the Dog, Phantasm, Hawkwind, Chris Cornell. Wow, these are some big auctions. Pearl Jam, Hot in the Shade, Stadium Arcadium, Abbey Road, Hendrix, Miles Davis, Sesame Street, Born to Add, George Strait, Willie Nelson, 13-4 Elevators, Bon Jovi, Promise, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Van Halen, Stone Temple Pilots, Kiss, AC/DC, Hank III. So yeah, awesome. All right. If that's it, I'm signing off. I'm about to go eat the rest of my Arby's and clean up and get this videos posted for tomorrow and head home and order some vinyl and crash like I did last night and come back and do this all again tomorrow. So I want to thank everybody that's been watching tonight. We've had an epic Thursday night metal night, 8 full crates of vinyl over here, and basically a whole table of sold miscellaneous stuff. So, and man, I don't know how many $100 plus records we sold tonight. I have no idea. How many? I don't know. We sold dozens of $100 plus records. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in. We got some great stuff to auction tomorrow, as you have seen, and there's more where that came from. So thanks, everybody. Good night. And I'll be back tomorrow around 5 or 5:30. We'll do this all again, okay? Back, Jack, do it again. Thank you as always. Good night.